Right,
Yeah.
Lev. Right, I'm gonna drop down, Lev, now from my co-host seat, and you're gonna come up. You're gonna get boomed up into the co-host seat. So I just want to say goodbye to everyone.
Thank you, Shaggy.
You're welcome. It's been a lovely afternoon, going into evening. I've had a great time. Hope I've provided some information and humour for you lot. So I'll drop quickly. Catch you on the other side.
Thanks so much, Shaggy. Big round of applause. You're not following Shaggy. Give him a follow. Great guy, great co-host, and he was definitely carrying the afternoon and the day. Thanks so much, Shaggy. Do appreciate it. And we have Lev, Lesachek im Lev shel Gever, in a very Canadian accent. Don't play with the heart. Lev means heart in Hebrew. All right. So thanks, Lev. We'll get him up as a co-host. We've got Ryan. Ryan, thanks for the kind words for Lev. Lev's name in my phone is FedEx. Do you know why, Ryan?
Why?
Because he always delivers.
Yehuda, I love you, brother. you always have a way of putting it that way.
Cha-ching, you like that?
I'm just kind of surprised. I leave for a couple of months and go over here to drop off food bags, and you guys upgrade to Lev Parnas as a co-host. Like,
amazing.
I was really just filling in the gaps, apparently.
Your words, not ours. No,
never, Ryan. I would never.
And by the way, Will is wrong. He said Ryan doesn't get to spend time with ministers. Certainly does. We got a phone call. We said we needed someone from MriyaReport at the Polish Prime Minister's Chancellery. So obviously, I made the huge mistake to say, Ryan, can you go there? And he said, yes, of course I can go. And then I said, Ryan, you have clothes, right? And he said, of course I have clothes. Now, what Ryan thought I meant was, does Ryan have actual clothing, like things to wear at all, as opposed to being naked, which I'm not sure why he thought I would suspect he was walking around Europe naked. And then I see Ryan in the meeting with the chief of staff, Prime Minister of Poland, and everyone's in a nice suit and shoes. And there's Ryan in a t-shirt that says, Oklahoma is better than everyone, you suck.
It said Oklahoma versus the world.
Right. Okay. Well,
and I was also wearing day-old jeans and work boots.
Brian, please don't remind me.
A multi-hundred-year-old tapestry on the floor. I felt pretty out of place.
Yeah. And when I messaged you later, I said, Brian, I asked you if you had clothes, and you actually still said, of course, I was wearing clothes. And I'm like, Ryan, no, but it was meaningful. It was impactful. It was real. They got to see, people not dressed up, to the nines, right? More like the 3s and a half. And he was there. So he does, Will, contribute.
It added to the ambiance.
Sure
it was
did.
Beautiful. It was beautiful. We were talking about that earlier today.
Yeah, there you go. So Ryan was clutch there, and he came through. So from driving trucks, he can meet Prime Minister staff. Barney, let's go to you real quick because we have the rabbi coming up. So we're going to go Barney and then Ernest, who will ask an earnest question. Go ahead, Barney.
Hey guys, so sorry, just wanted to back it up a couple of hours when I was previously on, and we were talking about the oil platforms that are being hotly contested and used as platforms for attack and what have you. And I was just wondering whether anybody in here thought that the platforms could be used for launching of the new ground-to-ground Neptune missiles onto Crimean soil. Because
yeah, sorry, I wasn't there for the conversation, so I don't want to. Maybe if someone like Bearded was here, and they want to pop in. But before we do that, let me just, Barney, just park that for a second. We got the Chief Rabbi here. I just want to introduce him and say hi. Everyone, please do give a follow out to Rabbi Azman, Moshe Reuven Azman, Chief Rabbi of Ukraine. He's Twitter's at Rabbi Ukraine. And he's doing, if you haven't heard of him, you're living under a rock or you don't watch the news from Ukraine, a real mensch, a tzaddik, who does great work for all Ukrainians. He's a righteous individual who does great work for Ukraine. Ukrainians of all backgrounds, especially super important. Fearless. He was targeted by Russian artillery as he was delivering aid in Kherson. Definitely a man of the people, and it's our honor and pleasure to have him here. Hopefully, even before I introduce the rabbi, I just want to, if you can ask a question in Ernest, a quick one, we can just grab it, and then we're going to go to the chief rabbi. Go ahead, Ernest.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Yehuda. It's lovely to hear you co-hosting. Yes, this is Ernest H. de Shackleton. I'm coming down the Guerre. Lev, it's magnificent to hear you and have you back. I didn't know you were going to be co-hosted. It's a great treat. I hope you have a smashing time and you like it so much you keep coming. Rabbi Moshe, it's a real honor to have you here. I want to come and say thank you for all your good works and specifically for the help with which we were able to, through your good office and connections, rush to Kherson after the terrible flooding. I know MriyaReport was able to piggyback and send crucial equipment, and I want to say thank you very much directly to you and to those you know in Israel who were involved with the shipping, the packing and the delivering to Kherson. And that's what I wanted to say. And then to rouse the crowd who are listening, this is MriyaReport. Visit MriyaReport.org, make a donation according to your means. Don't give away the rent money, you're going to need it, but do give generously from your disposable income. And then if you're not of means, that's no problem. And even if you are, please retweet and share the space. We're hoping to get a crowd in as we have some illustrious guests. Spread the word, retweet and share the space. Thanks, Yehuda and Lev and Chief Rabbi for being here.
Thanks so much, Ernest. Do appreciate it. And I didn't know it was you, Rabbi. Welcome. Oh, by the way, before you go on, look, if you are in a position to help out, please go to Chief Rabbi's emergency relief fund. It's haridi.com, SOS 2023. It is from what I understand, a charity based in the United States, so you do get a receipt. And they do great work, not just big picture stuff, not just even building a hospital. I mean, he's been purchasing water purification boxes that can cost up to like $80,000 and provide about 1,000 liters of water, fresh drinking water, an hour. Apparently, I thought it blew my mind. And I think he's bought 8 of them. So please, if you can help, if you're a big organization and you want to help, please do consider helping out. And it does have a receipt. You do get a receipt there. Sorry, Lev, if you can mute the mics because the feedback. You can assist. They also make boxes, care boxes for Ukrainians of all backgrounds, and it has enough food for an average sized family for about a week. Not full food, but like the things that might be a little less accessible. They'll have kasha, which is accessible, but there will be a can of meat or meat products or fish products, and they have they pack boxes and they try to distribute as much as possible. They generally cost around between $25 and $35 a box. You can go to his website and you can see them. They have hundreds of volunteers just packing boxes, handing them out in front of the synagogue, a very historic synagogue that just turned 125 years old, apparently, on the 24th of August, which is also the Independence Day for Ukraine and my birthday. Thanks for the cards, fellas. No, I'm just kidding. But you can check those videos out. It is truly an amazing accomplishment, and they're doing it night and day. With that, I think I've spoken too much. Chief Rabbi, welcome.
Hello. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for introducing. Thank you very much, everybody, and for your help, for your standing with Ukraine in that hard time. And today's special day, we had a special event in our central synagogue of Kiev, in this famous synagogue, Brodsky Synagogue, that we celebrated today 125th anniversary of the opening the synagogue in 1898. The biggest sugar maker of Russian Empire, Lazar Brodsky, he donated many buildings in Kiev city and for Kiev, and he built a synagogue that I speak. I told in my speech today that he didn't expected that after the 125 years after open the synagogue, this synagogue will have a historical mission to save people during the war, the hard war. And this synagogue, 1 year ago, in the beginning of the war, they receive every day about 300 refugees from Kiev area, from Chernigov area, and other areas. The people that was run away, we evacuated the people from many areas. We and the volunteers risked their lives. They brought them to our synagogue. It was the hub. It was the center because it was. They didn't know how to evacuate people. And after this, during few days, we gave them food and clothes and medicine, and we were evacuated by buses to the Moldova, and after this to the Europe and Israel and other places. That's why today the synagogue was built, was opened in 1898 in August 24, exactly this day. After the many years, is become Independence Day of Ukraine. In 1991, Ukrainian become independent in this day, that August 24. But we couldn't. We didn't want to celebrate it exactly this day because first it was Ukrainian Independent Day. The second, the city administration government has no make events these days because they had information that Russian forces planned to make strong attacks this day. Bless the God, we didn't have wasn't strong attacks, but it wasn't attacks, but no such. But we couldn't allow to do it. But today we didn't advertise it because we didn't want make advertising. We we asked people to come by telephone, but WhatsApp, but nobody knew when exactly and where it's be because we know what's happened in Chernigov 1 or 2 years ago, 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago. That's after advertising, they sent a rocket, a missile to the building that killed many people, and many people were wounded. That's why. But Baruch Hashem, bless God, today come a few hundred people came to celebrate to our synagogue 125 anniversary. People from government, from European ambassadors, and simple people, and the people, volunteers, organization, medicine. It was a very, very, very beautiful event. I spoke in my speech. I told that our synagogue become not only synagogue as a prayer home, a regular synagogue. It's usual. It's prayer home where we have prayers and Torah study lessons. But this synagogues they become to be we make a very big network. We distribute a lot of humanitarian aid. People, not Jewish, maybe Ukrainians people. Thousands of people every week come to synagogue, and we distribute parcels with food packages with the humanitarian aid and for refugees and medicine and other things that what they need. And we do it, and we from synagogue from Anatevka to we have hubs to bring to all Ukraine light, spiritual and humanitarian help to all people. That's our mission, and that's why our synagogue, who knows, situated in the center in the heart of Kiev city. near the Kreshchatyk, the central street of Kiev, near the stadium, and near the hotel. That's everybody knows what is the Brodsky synagogue. That's why I'm very proud to be rabbi there, and very proud to have a beautiful community and a lot of volunteers we work with us. And thank you very much, everybody, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Rabbi, so much. I just want to also add, a lot of people might not know, the rabbi's been actively fighting this insurrection going back to 2014. He's was able to build a town called Anatevka that he just mentioned. It's a refugee camp where they were taking people from the Donbass and Lugansk area, people that lost everything during the first invasion of the Russia, and where they give them food, they give them clothing, they give them a place to live, and they help them out with education. It's an incredible place. I've been there, and I just wanted to let everybody know. Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you. Thank you. If you have any question,
100%.
I'll try
So,
to answer.
someone asks a question. Has the synagogue, have you been damaged by any missiles? But before you answer that, actually, there is a person who's messaged me and said the following. Said they have Ukrainian print simulated rib cages for training doctors and paramedics, and an individual wants to send a new 3D printer to a hospital in Ukraine, and they can be trained on this. Would you be able to accept a 3D printer that prints medical training items? And that's what the person asks, because they'll get in touch with you by email. Is that something that you could receive and give to a hospital?
Yeah, sure. We interested to provide any help what needed here in Ukraine. That's why many people, many organizations doing through us. No, I don't know, understand what exactly they need, but if he will write by email or another ways, we'll do what we need.
Perfect, thanks. So I'll have that person directed to you. So do you wanna ask some questions here? Who's next there? Frau Nafo.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Maria from Uruguay, South America. Hi, everybody. Well, you all know how much I admire the Rabbi's work. I like his work. I love how also the way he sings. He's great. He's the best Rabbi on earth. I'm sure of that. And unfortunately, in my country, the Russian propaganda is very strong. We have to fight daily, day by day, each day against all the Russian misinformation. And for that reason, I want to ask the Rabbi if he knows how many Jewish people live in Ukraine. Thank you.
Excuse me. What name was your country?
My name is Maria. I'm from Uruguay, South America.
Uruguay. Yeah, I understand.
Every single day, I have to fight against all the Russian puppets that say that Ukraine is a Nazi state, that Jewish are killed every single day, and I all them tell them, please follow the great chief rabbi of Ukraine and learn what really happens there. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. First of all, yes, I'll answer your question. We don't know exactly how Jewish people now. Before this war, it was about 300,000 Jewish people in Ukraine. Now maybe it's half of this. Maybe it's 150. But nobody knows exactly. We think that it's numbers, and 130 to 150 thousands. And I can suggest you, maybe I give an interview to many mass media all over the world. It's real change the mind. I see how to change the mind, because when they see that Jewish, the rabbi, chief rabbi, say them truth. That's why I suggest maybe you will find the Uruguay correspondents and give them my numbers, my email, and ask them to call me. That's maybe we'll make a Zoom or something like this, and I'll answer all their questions, and you will see. It's real. I think it's a very I take it as obligation to bring the truth to the world, all the world. By myself, I was born in Russia. in Soviet Union, sorry, but in Leningrad, it's now it's Petersburg, St. Petersburg in Russia, now in Russia. But that's the first 20 years I lived there. That's why I correct. I Russian speaker. I speak Russian language better than Russians, and that's why then I say the truth. What happened in Russia, in Ukraine, and in Jewish community, and that's why I can answer any question what they want to ask. Maybe it's good way. Well, no, maybe
Thank
I
you.
know it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. All right, we have a bunch of people coming who want to come up. So we'll try to add a few people here. And I'm trying to cycle. There's some people that are cycling, and go ahead. Anyone on the panel you had a hand up for a question for the rabbi? Anyone? Or yeah, go ahead, Ernest.
And thank you very much, Yehuda and Lev and Rabbi, for being here and spending your time. I very much appreciate it. I want to encourage everyone to retweet and share the space and to come up with questions. Do hit request and come up. My question specifically for the rabbi was anything that is safe to discuss. Is there something coming up that we here at MriyaReport can get involved with, be it purchasing or delivering or some initiative that you're working on that's quite close to being completed, as in it's safe to discuss it here? I'd just love to hear about it, and then maybe we can drive to that or something else to get something moving, in the time we have. Thank you very much for being here.
Explain a little bit. I didn't understand clear all questions.
I'll explain to you.
Maybe.
Он говорит,
Thank you,
yes,
Lev.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Он говорит, Мойша, если есть какие-то проекты, чем сейчас занимаетесь, которые они могут сейчас помочь начать собирать деньги, которые, может быть, где-то не хватает что-то, чтобы закончить какие-то проекты, какие-то помощь, которые, чем вы сейчас занимаетесь? То, что вы можете сейчас объяснить.
Yeah, sure. We have a lot of we had a lot of projects. What we do now every time. Maybe will write you. Maybe you will write me your name and your email or your WhatsApp, and we'll keep in touch. I'll maybe I'll put maybe projects in this platform. How I don't know how to do it, because I have a professional people that work me with volunteer professionals. They can write it exactly what we need. We have many programs and many needs. Most of them we need money. We need money because we involved a lot of. You can see our what we do in my Twitter, in my Facebook, and it's a sum of our program. What we do for civilian people, what we do, but as well as to soldiers too. With the hospital, we work with hospitals. we bring what they need to hospitals, equipment and medicine. I brought. I told the last time we brought in the beginning. Well, we brought 500 bags, paramedic bags from Israel, so that they had everything to save people in the first minutes. Then he wounded. That's why we need many things to do it, and the water clear system and systems, and water from air, and water and. But I would like to bring you as as как сказать.
Скажи, я переведу. Скажи, Мойша.
Упорядоченно все сделаешь. Я хочу письменно упорядоченно рассказать, что надо.
Okay.
I'll send. Я все допишу, мы пришлем, может быть, как-то на эту платформу или людям конкретно куда-то прислать, что, или просто, чтобы они donate money.
He's saying that he could put together a list of projects that they're working on, and we could post in our bubble here, so people could see the different projects. But the best way is obviously by donating money, so they could be able to work on the projects themselves. But obviously, any help is needed.
I have even I have till now. I finished it, but because I don't have money enough. From the beginning of the war, I donate, I send money exactly for in hryvnias money to people, thousands of people that was without money and asked me. We check it, and we send for 1,000 people from my, even from my card, no, in bank. I send it, and we have it. I mean, now my secretary, it's I have a book. We have a few millions of hryvnias. We send during the I think 1 year, and that's fine. We try to help everything. We help to refugees all over Ukraine that here. We keep refugees in Anatevka. We bring. We have, for example, new program. And it's 2 months consist, but I don't have money to keep it. For example, I have the ambulance that works in Anatevka here for all over area. With I pay to the doctors and the paramedics, and we bring the people because they don't have medicine here in all over Anatevka, all of the small villages, and we keep ambulance day every day. And it's for example, it's cost about $12,000 a month with to keep ambulance with equipment, with 3 doctors every day and night. We started this program, for example, first because we have few ambulances. We have many ambulances, but it's first project that pilot project we did that because in Ukraine now is not have normal medicine for people because it's people fighting all the good doctors in the war, and we many people we try to help there, and but real people in all over areas they without doctors here. That's why we have an ambulance that worked is for free for many villages around us. I give you example only, but I have to finish this program in next month because we don't have. I think that's in the beginning. I think that I'll find the finance for this, but till now I didn't finance. It's that's no only one program. I have many low programs, but it's an example what but we have, for example, we have exist about I think 10 or 20 or much more ambulances was donated for us, but we need we evacuated a lot of people, but we need to keep it. It's donate, but we have to every month to work it to take the paramedics, to take the people and the medicine, and we have to do it. But so need here a lot of things. Thank you very much. If somebody can donate to this and help this and on another things, a lot of programs we have. Ariel.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the information.
Yeah, no worries. There's a question from Ryan, who's an American fighting in Ukraine. He asks, what day Rosh Hashanah in Uman starts? It's the same day all over the world, and he goes, he'd like to take a break maybe and see what happens in Rosh Hashanah in Uman. So when does Uman start? When do people start arriving perhaps at Uman?
Uman people arriving right now because because they have it was the talks about that Ukrainian wanted to cancel visas, to make visas to Israelis. That's why the people just come now before they do it, but they will not cancel. I prepared now to come to Israel to negotiate between Ukraine and Israel because they have a little problems between them, and I spoke with the Israel governments. Now I come now to see them, and with the Ukrainian government. But people come right now, and in 2 weeks come a lot of people. About this year will come about 30,000 people for Rosh Hashanah. It's the middle of September. That's why this soldier he can call us. Maybe you will send my number after this, and because I'll connect him with our chaplain. We have Jewish chaplain David Milman. I'll connect him, and he will help to this soldier what he needs. We help the soldiers, and we connect with them. He connect with them anytime. every time.
All right, thanks for that. Robin, if you wanted to pop in the CH, please feel free. Go ahead, Robin.
Yeah, if it helps, I'd be happy to, Yehuda.
For sure.
Okay.
Okay, we'll switch it around.
Okay, should I ask a question or you want to switch first?
You go ahead.
Okay. Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi. Thank you so much for being here again.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, as Ryan mentioned, the high holidays are coming up in 2 weeks. And I was wondering about the plans that I know you've been making, both for your community in Kyiv, but also for Jewish soldiers on the front line. And specifically, how can we help with what you are doing for the soldiers?
No, I'll show you example. You know, and now right now in few hours I'm waiting now. In Kiev, they come the group of shochtim, shochtim to prepare the kosher
Butchers.
Yes, meat and chicken here in Ukraine. As my son bring from Israel a group of shochtim, and then we all this week they will work here in Ukraine. We have and we organize the shita for all Ukraine and for the soldiers as well. And we soldiers who can we invite them to us or to our synagogue or to synagogues around in areas they are, or to bring them what they need to distribute distribute for free, sure. I would distribute any needs for them. And for example, tomorrow morning, David Milman go to I cannot say which area he go, but where the soldiers. Exactly, he bring a lot of humanitarian food and another humanitarian needs what they need. He bring to Jewish soldiers and non-Jewish soldiers as well, and that's why you know we can to reach everything. But we need a lot. No, sorry, we need money. Thank you very much. I saw you donated. If it's Robin, yes, I think you donated, yes, money last time. Thank you so much. God bless you. And and if you can share it to your friends. That will help us. We need money because with this 1 year it was so hard. It's hard in the beginning. We had money, but in the beginning and we did a lot of work. Now we had much more work to do, but people are tired. You know, in the older world, people just tired from Ukraine. That's why it's very hard, and we have just more work that we had. And that's why it's very important for us. We don't know how to do it exactly. That's why thank you for Joe and for his friends that try to help to our community to save people. That's why soldiers is in our programs. You know, we have a connection with soldiers, with units, with. We send money to them. You know, I send personally from my card. I send for a few soldiers every month money, and we send them what they need, tefillin and kosher food. It's depends what they need. And we have, for example, we have wounded soldiers in the hospitals here in Kyiv and in other cities. We help them.
Thank you. If I don't know if you don't feel that you should answer this, please don't. But I'm wondering if it's possible to say how many Jewish soldiers are there in the Ukrainian army?
First of all, I don't know.
Okay.
Second, if yes, then I would know. I didn't to tell you. It's a secret, I think. Yep. So it's a war.
No, absolutely.
Sorry, but you know, I give you another example. Another thing. For example, we have a Hebra Kaddish. You know, the ones who Hebra Kaddish. It's
they prepare the dead for proper Jewish burial.
Yeah, Jewish burial. They had a lot of work for old people here in for soldiers and no soldiers, not every day, but old people. It's a lot of work every day. And for example, we do it for free. and nobody did donate for us for this, for example. And it's one of no, we do it for our budget that we don't have budget. We try to everyone is very hard. That's why we say it's now what I have in my mind what we need. But that's we need a lot of things. That's I think. Now it's a Chodesh Elul. It's a special time to make. I would like, I have a special idea. I don't know. It's a few years ago. I did it in the Chai Elul. It's next week. Next week. It's next. Yes, next Monday will be Chai Elul. It's 18 of Elul, Jewish date. That's it was born Baal Shem Tov, the founder of the Hasidic movement, and the Alter Rebbe, the first Lubavitcher Rebbe, that's buried in Ukraine. Baal Shem Tov buried in Medjugorje, and Alter Rebbe buried in Gahadich. It's a big holy man's. It's the day of their birthday is a special holiday, and I a few years ago because it's 2 weeks to Rosh Hashanah, we organized the charity to collect money. I special prayers so they tombs. Maybe we can do in this day to organize I think now maybe organize a special event, special worldwide charity to collect money for Ukraine for our projects and to pray for people that in the live that's donate to pray to them on the tomb of the tzaddikim of this man. Maybe it's I don't know. It's a good idea. How do you
It's
think?
a wonderful idea. Yeah. So people, I'm sure people are listening, and many people would like to help. Is Mitzvah Ukraine still the website that people use to donate to your projects?
Yes, yeah, sure. Yes, Mitzvah for Ukraine is our American organization with tax deductible with 501. I think it's in America, and they have charitable. It's charitable. It's tax deductible, and we have yes, you can people can donate through straight. I have in my Twitter, for example, you see my website, Office of Chief Rabbi. You can come inside and donate there straight or through the charity that's in my Twitter. You will see, and it's a simple way, but it's immediately come to help the people because we make a real job in the real time. You can see it with some of them. You can see it of our work. We can see in our Twitter and or in Facebook, but we don't have time to publish everything because we are working, and that's it.
Yeah, so you certainly don't, as they say, let grass grow under your feet. We can tell that you're very busy. Rabbi, how you've been around? You've been traveling in Ukraine a lot in your work. How are people feeling with the counteroffensive and things? It looks from here as though it's slow, but that things are progressing in the right direction. Do you find that people are feeling positive at this point?
What does as people is depend the area where they live. People, what is if you where you come closer to the front line, for example, it's much more destroyed areas, much more damages. It's much more people, poor people, much more people that lived under the artillery attacks, under the another attacks, and because we in Kiev, for example, during the day you live in the normal, but in nights we have air raids and shaheds from Iran drones and missiles come. But Kiev is just a little better now that it was. But I was last week and before this, I was in Kharkiv area. Now the battles in Kupiansk, Kupiansk, it's now there are strong battles now, and Donetsk area, and Kherson area and Nikolaev, Odessa. It's all areas there. There's very close to the front line, and there are many big problems. That's why in that area, it's very when you're close to the front line, it's real dangerous. It's all Ukrainian dangerous, but it depends. People that that's you live in in America or in Europe. You don't understand what happened. No, people don't understand what happened in Ukraine. They don't hear the air raids every day. They don't hear the explosions. They don't hear they don't have to run to the bomb shelters. But here in Kiev, for example, even every time that's for example Kiev, yeah, every time that's aircraft in Russia, aircraft that take off, military aircraft, for example, MiG-31. We just know where every kind of MiGs or two or no, it's a bomber or so we have a few kinds of Russian military. Even children here knows the names of their rockets, missiles, Russian missiles, because it depends. Every missile, it's for example, a regular missile can fly to Kiev 2 hours, for example. But if the ballistic missile, it can come through minutes. That's why every time that Russian aircraft take off, a military aircraft, it's air raid, and people run away to the shelter because it's come to be so they can send ballistic rockets, and then they don't have time to run away. It's our life, and it's under rockets attack, and under the Shahid attack, it's Shahid, it's drones, Iran military drones. Russia sent it first to see where is the anti-missile system Ukraine. They would like to see where that. They send the drones because they fly they know the cost of money, and they fly slowly, as a rocket. And but in the towns and the villages near the front line, the people don't have time because it's artillery. It's come immediately. For example, the town Nikolaev, we helped to Nikolaev, sorry, Nikopol. Nikopol, it's a Dnipropetrovsk Oblast region. They don't have air raids because they shot it. They under fire day and night. It's a few minutes. It's from another side of river. The Russian artillery attack them day and night. That's why we didn't know. They for one fund say that we wanted to bring there the air special machine to clear water, to make water from air, but for few farms, few volunteers say that please don't bring them because people they cannot live there because they are shut at every day. We have to evacuate people from there. They cannot live there. And the Ukrainian and another problem. You know how many refugees inside Ukraine, and millions refugees that live in a special refugee camps, or they don't have relatives who don't have relatives. They lived in the schools and the other places without nothing, and we try to help. Many other volunteer organizations try to help them because they cannot return. They live. So many people left their homes because their homes was damaged and was destroyed. And many. I was now in Kharkov Oblast, in Kherson Oblast region, and you see you by car. I drive there, and from the left and the right side, all the 100% of building was destroyed. It was the areas, because that's why it's thousands buildings destroyed, and private homes and the apartment buildings and schools, and that's why it's strategy. That's why we we live, but it depends. In West Ukraine is much better because no everyday attacks. But yesterday or 2 days ago they have strong attack in Khmelnytsk Oblast. Air missile attacks. That's why it depends. Sometimes quiet area, but one day, 1 minute, has become to be no quiet.
yeah, that must be part of the hardest thing is you don't know from when to the next what's likely to happen. I had some questions from that some other people were curious about. Um, do, do you have an occasion to work with the chief mufti and with church leaders in Ukraine too? Is there interfaith working together, or do people tend to work with their own communities?
Yeah, we know each other. We together in many events we were together. For example, I was in a few months ago. I was in Iftar, invited by the Mufti to Iftar. It's a special holiday, and I was there for the Muslim community here. And for example, one Mufti, I don't know Mufti or I don't know what's exactly. He's he in the army. He in the army as a soldier, and another no, they have they are often I don't know humanitarian programs and church. They often we don't work together, but no, because we don't want to work because they didn't ask us. We didn't ask them. We work with many Ukrainian volunteers organization, non-Jewish organization as well. Yeah, we work with when they see that volunteer organization, they are clearly that they work have a very real work. We cooperate with them. It was many times with few organizations we work today. For example, today to event of our 125 anniversary of our synagogue came many no chief, I don't know how to call it, chief of volunteers organizations, no Jewish organization to be with us with this day.
Yeah, I guess there's certainly enough work to do that you're all working for the same result anyway. In Anatevka, will you be having? Are many people coming into Kyiv for the high holidays? Are you going to have have people who come in just for the high holidays and then go back to wherever they live after that?
No, now Anatevka, for example, I know Anatevka, and we have people here, and we organized here. Okay, we organized here for many people to holidays. We have here as looks like a hotel, and looks like we want to bring people here, and we distribute to people, to old people, for example, their homes, packages of food, and another need. By the way, I remember they asked about the other religions. I tell them one interesting story. I was in we had the event in the Hanukkah, this Hanukkah, and came there the one of the chiefs of one of the departures priest of the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church, and they had a speech. They saw me there and said, "Wow, Rabbi, our people in our church, they follow you in your Facebook page because you and many of our people, that's why." It's one and the second guy from Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church. They said that they are many of the people. They watch me and follow me in my social media. That's why I don't know. Maybe we connect them. I don't know exactly what we do in all places because we have a big work. We have a network. We have many people that work for us and volunteer for us, and that's why so we have a so lot of work in many directions. That's why I usually I remember I tell you, but I remember all time. That's when we have this and this direction, this direction. That's why. No.
Yeah, I was. It's interesting because I have been surprised the number of Ukrainians I've spoken to, and they all know who Rabbi Asman is. I mean, I'm not talking about Jewish Ukrainians. It's I know many non-Jewish Ukrainians also follow your is it Facebook or Twitter page to find out what's going on, and it's really I find it. Yeah.
It's not. It's, you know why? Why? Because I have an opening position from the beginning of the war. I am maybe on one rubber that I have. I send open and clear messages to the with this war. What no clear? Who is the Russians? What they do here? What's Ukrainian war? What's Ukrainian defend now? And that's why. And I send clear every day. You know, I maybe I said it the last time before this war. I was a quiet man, you know. I had my community. I had, you know, I didn't like to be famous. I didn't like to be give interview to the mass media. But I mean, from the beginning, this war, I understood that is an obligation. It's no, I want, and I know I don't want. I saw that many strategies here, and I saw the mass crimes of war that Russian forces did here and do here. And I understood that I have to bring to the world the truth. That's why I took an obligation. Right now, yesterday I gave interview to few presses. I don't have time. I don't sit without do nothing. But when now there's somebody that's mass media from all the world, they called me. Do you have time? I said yes, I have time, because even I don't have time. I said yes, because no, because I need to be famous, because I have to bring the truth. I know that it can save life. I have to people understand in Europe and America and in all the world that it's war. No, it's the Ukrainian army. They defend not only Ukraine, they defend all free world. It's real. It's real because we see now that the Russian appetite of Russian Empire is so big appetite, and if not Ukraine, they just maybe made intervention to Europe. That's why it's no joke. Nobody didn't believe that it's Russia made intervention to Ukraine. Nobody believed it. No inside Ukraine, no inside Russia, no inside Europe and all the world. But it's happened, and it's a real dangerous war. It was strong. No, I don't know. It's hard work.
Скажи, как я переведу, если хочешь.
Okay, that's it. I answer. Yeah, thank you.
Well, you know, Rabbi, we certainly are very grateful to you because you fill a unique position as a Jewish, as a rabbi, as someone. You when you speak out, people listen because of your prominence, and you also are putting lie to much of the Russian propaganda about Ukrainian Nazis and all of this nonsense. So we're very grateful. Hashem should give you strength for many, many years.
Thank you. Okay, any question or I don't know how long I have been in your platform.
Never long enough.
Yeah, we're always very happy to have you. In fact, we have Raver, who's one of our regular speakers here, would like to ask you a question. So let's go to him.
Hey, Rabbi, I've been following you for a while. You're an absolute inspiration. And Robin's right, you do occupy kind of a unique position as a Ukrainian Jew that's in a land that's once again facing genocide. What more can we do to help Ukraine? Or what are your needs to help us help you help Ukraine?
I explain you what you have to say. First of all, Ukraine need no. It's general. In few positions, I said Ukrainian need much more weapons. It's governments of your governments all over the world. You have to tell this because it's not no America, no Europe, no give to Ukrainian enough weapons. Thank you very much that they give them, but not enough to the Ukrainians stand against. Resist a strong army. A lot of only today I knew that only in Kupiansk in Kharkov direction they brought 110,000 soldiers. Russia brought, and only in one direction. And but so many direction, many fronts, and no front line is so big. First of all, it's general to say to the governments to try to give more. I by myself I was in Senate, in Congress, in London, in Parliament, many places, and I fly now to Israel. I was in Israel a few times. I try to change the Israel position too, and what you can do, you can brief. We, for example, my community, what my volunteers said, we need money. We need money because we're very hard situation now. We work day and night. We bring, for example, sometimes we need to somebody, many people, for example, would like to send us something from Europe, from America, but we don't have money to pay for containers. During beginning of the war and in middle of war, I paid a lot of containers because only to bring. There was some people donated many. For example, I have one friend in Israel now. He said, "Listen, I have 3,000 coats special for war coats for winter, new." We brought for Israel, but we want to donate it. But if you will pay for container, we'll send you for free. For example, container from Israel to bring it $7,000-8,000 now because it's not a straight line from there. And for example, I give you the example, and it's one container, but it's many people. So we have to pay. Every time to go now through Ukraine, we need the gas, we need the diesel, we need now we prepared for example, I give them an ATF covers. We prepare for winter. Now we buy pellets. Pellets, it's a special wood thing for that's in for heating systems. We now we have to pay the tens of $1,000s now to buy it cheaper, but in the winter will be expensive or will not do nothing. That's why now when I spoke with the governments here, they make it. We have to prepare to winter because winter Russian with the information Russia will attack another attacks for the civil heating
Civilians. They'll attack civilians.
Civilian heating systems, water system, and canalization, and heating and electricity. Yes, they prepared to do it, but and the Ukrainian system can be, it's in previous year winter was hot, but not so hot because not so cold winter. But was the God, yes. But if it was much more, over they will target in the special places, and the 10 degrees Celsius. They will be in a during few hours. It's all the home will be the same temperature as outside and inside. That's why we have now prepared for this. We brought a lot of generation last year. Now we try to bring the special system for the, it's so many things in it for hospitals. We need special system. I spoke now with my friend, the departure minister of one of the special ministers that's working for this, and he asked me a lot of things. Asked me to bring from Israel, from Europe. And if you can organize, for example, collect, we need a lot of, we need now money because we need, every day we need, we work we know bureaucracy, I don't love bureaucracy. We work very quickly because sometimes to save people, you need quickly work something, usually every time. Because to save somebody that's ill, or somebody that's evacuated, or somebody that's wounded, you have to do it quickly. That's why we, every week, every day it's change. Sometimes we need medicine ambulances. Now we have another things. And thank you you can personally send me emails, and my people that they are claiming their obligation, they are do it. This network, they can also professionally. I give you a general answer, but they can give you the professional answer.
Thank you for that answer, Rabbi. It's I think many of us were hoping not to see another winter like last winter for Ukraine. We were really hoping that the situation would have changed. But I think it's important for us all to remember that another cold winter is coming. And while things are better than they were last year, there are more generators in place. We do have to start gearing up to get things to Ukraine for people to survive the winter again. Sir Shaggy is up and he wanted to ask you a question if you have time for that.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes.
go ahead, Shaggy.
Hi, yeah, I hope everyone's having a great evening. Yeah, my question is, Rabbi, yeah, you must have lots of stories regarding all the people you and the teams you have worked with have helped. Can you share a couple of those which have touched you the most, which perhaps made you the happiest inside, or which perhaps seemed to be something hard to do, but which worked out in the end? And that's my question.
А кто-то может мне привести это?
Да, Маша, он говорит, что ты прошел много разных интересных историй во время этой войны, и если ты мог бы поделиться со всеми, может быть, одну или две истории, то, что тронуло твое сердце, и как бы рассказать какой-то из этих историй.
I'll tell you one story. Said one miracle story that we had. I know in Anatevka, it's a miracle place, to build it. And we had in the beginning of war, we had here every day hundreds of people run away. Then the beginning of war, it was anarchy. Then nobody knows what happened. Then people ran away. Most of Jewish people was here, but not only Jewish people, Ukrainian people who ran away to Anatevka. It's our Jewish village. It's in Fiddler on the Roof, the best place. And and we had here it's situated very close to Bucha, Irpin, famous. Now it's worldwide famous. The towns, Ukrainian towns. That was a mass killing. That Russian army murdered people, and Russian tanks was a few kilometers from us. And every day and night was artillery attacks through us with helicopters, aircrafts. We couldn't in the beginning evacuate people, and that was a very big problem. And we didn't know what to do. We have many children here, old people, and women. It was very dangerous. And we just knew what the Russians do in the Bucha, Irpin, and what's with the murdered people. One day, the soldiers come to us and said, the Russian tanks, they just 22 Russian tanks, they on the way on our highway, no highways here, the road near Natevka is a road. It's called highway, but it's a real near our gates. It's a highway, and the 22 Russian tanks goes through kilometer from us. Because all the bridges was exploded around Kiev, and only one bridge was here near the Anatevka. The last bridge was, but the Ukrainian army just put it there. The dynamite, I don't know what's explode. They wanted to explode it. And but Russian, it was only one way to come to Kiev, and they say a few kilometers from us, Russian tanks, and I didn't want to do because we knew that the tanks they fire, they shelling straight, the artillery is shelling. Yes, I know how to in English, up and down, and but tanks they shelling straight. That's why we didn't have to place that people will survive. And I don't know what to do, because from artillery, people was under the stairs. They stand, for example, but thanks we didn't have what to do, and I decided, people, let's go make we make a big event now to put the stone, the first stone to build the yeshiva, the special religion building yeshiva in Anatevka, because before the war we had one sponsor that he became to donate it to Anatevka, to Cheder, the was yeshiva for small children here, and become to be become a real wealthy man, because they promised, he said, I would like to build a yeshiva building in Anatevka. I said, let's make a first stone to yeshiva, and we come hundreds of people. I have videos there. I can put it maybe someday. I brought the people there. No, in Anatevka. They were in Anatevka, and we put the first stone, and we began to dance and to sing and to dance, and we forget it about tanks. Forget it, and we dance a few hours, and in the evening I asked the army people, what happened with tanks? Where is it? I remember. I said, oh, we explored first tank and last tank, and all tanks we explored. We destroyed. And the next day, 50 tanks came in this way, and then they destroyed 50. I put a tefillin, and I make to this road to prayer. They send the sounds of David, and they destroyed 50. It's so big numbers, but it was miracles what's happened here. But they didn't came to Anatevka, 2 kilometers. It was a miracles, because all the villages around us was in captivity, and was Russian took it to captivity, and they killed people there in the roads. But in Anatevka we survived that. In the last day we took all people, because the army came to us and said, that's it, we cannot, we will explode, make explosion for this last bridge. That's it, you have to run away. And we evacuate all people, and I moved to Kiev, to Central Synagogue from Anatevka. Only our security we left, but 2 kilometers from Anatevka, Russian tank stopped, and the Ukrainian soldiers didn't give them to come to here, and we have a miracle that they didn't come here, and nobody was killed, in our place. That's why I said it's a very big miracle, and now sure we'll build now yeshiva this because it was a miracle, because of this issue.
Thanks very much for sharing that, and good luck in the future as well. I wish you every all the best wishes, and best luck in your future work with what you do, and with us as well. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, all of you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Rabbi. That is a beautiful story, Baruch Hashem. That we have seen some open miracles in the last couple of years, and we hope we will see more. That God will bless Ukraine and the Ukrainian people, and bless the military, that they will be successful.
I think that after the war I'll have to write a book about miracles of this book. I don't have time now, but after the war.
I would love it if you would. I actually said to somebody on Shabbat that I enjoyed speaking with you, and that I hope you'd have time to write a book after the war. I just want to take a second to ask people who are listening to please like and retweet the space. Let people know that Rabbi Osman is here with us for a few more minutes, probably. We have to let the poor rabbi get some sleep tonight pretty soon. We have one more question from Shovel Girl, and then we'll see how the rabbi's time is holding out. Shovel Girl.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you, Lev, and thank you so much, Chief Rabbi, for being here with us today. I'm glad you guys have set aside your differences about Trump, and I'm glad we're moving on from that. I hate to be I hope you don't take it as disrespectful, Chief Rabbi. And this is a very kind reminder, but as I look through your feed on Twitter, I've noticed there are several intelligence vulnerabilities you may be posting. I know that you're celebrating things. You've had to move mountains to take care of your country and your people. And I just wanted to caution you about being too enthusiastic about showing locations.
Shovel Girl, with all due respect to you, the rabbi has been on the ground working with the troops on the front lines for a year and a half. I really don't think that he needs to be schooled on Operation Security. I really don't.
I hear you. I understand. Thank you. I just wanted to kindly remind him. And I'll let it go.
Okay, thank you. Ryan, you're back. Do you or Leif have anything to talk to the Chief Rabbi about?
Yes, hey, Rabbi. One of the things I wanted to say, I think it's important. We need to try to get you up here to speak to our senators and congressmen. I know you've been up in London and Israel. I think we need to get you up here. I'm going to make a few phone calls and start working on that. I think they need to hear the story directly, especially with all the division that's going on in our Congress and state. I think it's important for them to hear from the horse's mouth directly of what's going on and what's happening on the ground. And somebody like yourself, there's no better person to tell it to them. Also, I think some of our Canadian friends here that also have contacts, I think we need to get you up to the Canadian Parliament and get you in front of as many political influential people in these countries to keep the pressure on, because like you said, a lot of people sometimes, the story gets old, but the fight has just begun and it's getting intense, and we need to continue the support, and we need to make sure that the support doesn't stop and the help happens. So I'll definitely make some phone calls and try to make those arrangements happen, Rabbi.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Lev. I think that's we certainly want to use the rabbi's time as expeditiously as we can. Yes, Rabbi.
No, I listen. I don't understand. I can leave this platform now. Yet, or you have any question more? I don't know.
Oh,
I didn't understand.
no, we're very grateful for you've given us a lot of time again, and it's always a very special thing when you
maybe.
Can you?
Maybe I'll come another time in the next Monday in the Chai Elul in the holiday. That's I'll be in Medjugorje or Radish from Holy Places. Maybe from there I'll call to this platform and.
What a wonderful idea! That would be wonderful. I guess Victoria is she arranging your times with you? It sounds like a very nice idea. I hope you can. Well, I think, Rabbi, I think it's probably time. You probably need to get on with the rest of your life at this point, right?
Okay. Thank you very much, and God bless you, everybody, and thank you for stand with Ukraine and help Ukraine, pray for Ukraine, and help material and spiritual. Thank you very much for everybody.
And thank you so much for being with us and giving us so much of your time. Goodbye for now. Speak to you soon. Thank you, Rabbi.
Shalom, Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. Okay, Ryan, you're here. How's everything going with you?
Things are going good. I actually spent the night in Kyiv. I met Will Attig, or Angry Ants, former infantry guy here in Ukraine, working with the Ukrainian Veterans Administration to try and beef up their resources available to Ukrainian veterans. I don't know how big of a priority that was prior to the full-scale invasion last year, but it needs to be a huge priority now. Ukraine is going to have an enormous amount of veterans and disabled veterans and veterans that need assistance, and anything we can do to help energize or empower the Ukrainian Veterans Administration is going to be a huge help for Ukraine in the future, both during this war and after. And I'm happy to have met him here in Ukraine. I'm happy to know that he and some of his other colleagues are here. providing the assistance they can. And I'm glad to meet another person who's a participant on the Maria Report that put their money where their mouth is.
Yes, indeed. And
Hey,
speaking
Ryan,
of yes, there you are.
Popped up real quick. Hey, Robin, how you doing?
Good, thanks. I like your new avatar. Welcome.
Well, this is the old professional Will Attic. There's always a place for that angry ant. I don't know who that person is, but he's always up there causing trouble. So
yeah, sure.
Will is more of a all right. I just wanted to say, for the folks who aren't listening, like how important it was to meet with Ryan tonight and to talk and to learn about boots on the ground. And like, I've been here for 2 weeks. I've got another week here in Ukraine, and we are doing we're doing whatever we can to set the stage to support Ukrainian veterans. And Ryan can tell you right now is that, like, man, there's not enough talk about that. This is what I've realized, is that we all want to talk about F-16s. We all want to talk about ATACMs, all that stuff. But the reality is there's hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians that are putting their feet on the ground and holding weapons. And if we're not supporting them, because we know what they're going to face, if you're a combat veteran, if you're not supporting them, we're in a lot of trouble. And I'm very lucky to have an awesome group of people over here that I'd like somehow to be part of, that we're putting together programs and working to help not only the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, but the entire veterans community of Ukraine, and even higher than that, to say, this is what the future should look like for you. And my volunteer work is very much different than Ryan. I want folks to fucking understand this real quick. There's people over here that are doing everything they can, whether it's driving from Poland to Kharkiv, and they're not staying in hotels. I'm at nice hotels. I'm speaking at Forbes events, like from Forbes. I'm speaking at official government sanctions. I've got people that take me around. It's amazing to do what I can with the power that I have. But the reality of it is, if you're able to do one thing for Ukraine, it equals the highest level of support for Ukraine. And I just want to I'm about to drop down tonight, because if I get up here, I'll probably get emotional and stuff, and I don't want to do that. But I want to really let folks know, like, if you look at my account, you'll see what we've been doing over here. But the reality of it, like talking to Ryan tonight and really understanding what it takes to be a grassroots organizer in Ukraine is incredibly amazing. And I can't emphasize that enough, is the idea of, like, dude, if you're sitting on your ass for a month, come on over here, help out some way or another. Seriously. Talk to Ryan about it, because he's been putting his ass on the line for a long time. He's not talking about it, he's doing it. And I'm just proud to have spent the night with him. Isn't that right, Ryan?
Thank you. I'm Spicy Nova Posta. I'm not going to take more credit than is due. I'm
nonsense. Everybody else who wants to say that shit, give Ryan a hand, please, everybody.
There are
Absolutely, Ryan. The work you do, the grassroots, I mean, is incredible, and I've seen it firsthand. So I just want to say to everybody, definitely, we need more people like you, Ryan. We need people that are out there, not if you can give money, if not, whatever you could do, support. But the grassroots effect is just incredible. And God bless you, Ryan, and stay safe and keep up the great work. And thank you, William, for saying that.
Facts, Lev. Hey, open your DMs real quick later on, Lev, okay?
I drop off food kits to people who lived under Russian occupation for months. I'll mail helmets, Nova Posta, to people who are facing potential Russian occupation. But I'm not a fucking hero. I'm just a guy who delivers stuff to people who are heroes. And there's a difference. I'm not a guy who would get blown up or jump on a grenade in a trench and tell a doctor in a hospital, cut my leg off. I want to go help my friends. I don't know I know very few Americans who would do that. There are countless Ukrainians who have already done it. Those guys are heroes. I'm not a hero. I'm a delivery boy.
Well, with
You are a hero, Ryan.
yeah,
You are a hero for the work you do. I'll tell you, if you don't want to say it, I'll say it. You are a hero.
yeah, I exactly as Liv says. Liv, by the way, we never met. Welcome to the space. I'm glad we get a chance to be here on this at the same time. Ryan,
Yes, the Robin.
Ryan and Will, both of you, you have our gratitude. You got up. You are a hero to me. You got up off of your behind and you went to Ukraine and you're doing what people need and you're helping out more than I would ever be able to. So you're gonna have to accept that some people will think of you as a hero whether you do or not. And we're very, very grateful for you for being there and for being with us too, letting us hear from you firsthand what it's really like there.
There are countless people here who are unsung heroes, and they deserve all the credit in the world. I'm here to help them do their job. There are people who lived under Russian occupation for months at a time and told us firsthand the first set of Russians that showed up weren't so bad. The second set of Russians were kind of bad. The third set of Russians we were warned about, and they showed up and told us when they arrived in the morning, bring all the women and children so we can inspect them. The men who lived in those villages who decided that they were going to take their wives and their children to Kharkiv, whether they had to risk their lives to do it or not, those guys are heroes. The people who went and liberated those villages and took them back from Russian occupiers, those guys are heroes. The people that show up and deliver food months later so those people can live in the place that their families have lived in generations, we're delivery people. I'll give the hero accolades to the heroes.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you, Ryan, but I'm just so proud of everything that you do and grateful. Sky Kiss is up and I think might have a question for one of you guys. Sky Kiss.
Thank you, Robin. I do have a question, brief question for Ryan. Ryan, thank you so much for everything that you've been doing all these months. And it's just been, we're, this is like an interlocking web of heroes. And you're supporting those people. It's just like language learner. He's going like, I've got to plug in and help, train these soldiers in the medical, and using the tourniquets and everything. So when you take the food to these people, I imagine that some of them are extremely thin and very hungry because they haven't had the protein, and B, they probably just have barely had any food at all. So could you just speak to that for a moment? How when you arrive and people haven't had much food, how they look and seem to you? Thank you.
I haven't been anywhere yet that people were obviously emaciated due to lack of nutrition. I know what that looks like. I haven't seen any circumstance where it's that dire yet. We were delivering stuff with Kharkiv Humanitarian and Renegade Relief probably 5 days ago up in the Kharkiv region. We were 5 kilometers from the Russian border. We went to a couple of different villages. I forget the Ukrainian names of them off the top of my head. One was like I'll go look them up. It doesn't matter. Long story short, we went to 2 or 3 villages the first day. The next day we went and delivered to 3 different villages. We blew a radiator hose on one of the vehicles halfway into our trip into the region, and we abandoned one car, went to the first village with the other 2 cars while they were reattaching the radiator hose after things cooled off in the engine compartment. So we were delayed getting to the 3rd location by at least an hour. It just slowed the whole day down. The first 2 places we went had approximately 50 or 60 families or people, like families, to be honest. The 3rd place we went had more like 200, and we had approximately 150 meal kits left. And we got a call before we even got to that place that the people had been standing there all day in hopes of receiving some food, because the village and the community they live in is very close to a big water reservoir, and one side of it's Russian controlled, the other side of it is Ukrainian occupied or held. I guess I should say it's Russian occupied on one side and it's Ukrainian controlled on the other. That's probably more accurate. Those people in that village had been standing there for hours by the time we showed up in the afternoon at 3 or 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock. And they were a little irritated because they were told that humanitarian org was coming and we were going to bring food. And they'd all been standing there for hours waiting. And when we pulled up, that's probably the largest group of people I've seen yet that were waiting for us to arrive. And we were all a little intimidated by the fact that there were so many people. And we knew when we rolled into the town that we didn't have enough food kits for everybody. That was the plan, was we're going to take care of these 2 small villages that haven't received any aid. And then we're going to go to the 3rd village that has received some aid a few weeks before, but they didn't receive enough. And there's plenty of families here. None of those people were starving, but all of those people were in desperate need of food. And there was a borderline chaotic situation going on. We had to pull up and couldn't open the back doors and hand out the food. We kind of had to park the cars in a huddle and then deal with making sure we had every family taken care of, and we'd gotten information so we could make sure that people were dealt with on a family by family basis. But in the end, we left there and there were 15 or 20 families that didn't have the meal kits they needed, and we'll have to go back there at some point and take care of them as well. But it's a desperate situation depending on where you are and how long those people were occupied by the Russians or how much their communities were devastated by Russian occupation. There's places here in Ukraine, you can drive an hour and life is normal. Everything is fine. There's an epicenter around the corner. It's essentially a shopping mall. If I can't describe epicenter to people in the Western world, in Canada or the US, other than to say that an epicenter is more American than America. It's a Garden Ridge, a PetSmart, a Lowe's home and a Home Depot and a Walmart and a Target and all of that stuff rolled into one. And there's one in Kharkiv. But if you go 2 hours outside of Kharkiv, there is nothing. There's no grocery store. There's no
Robin,
gas
I'm going
station.
to interrupt Ryan for a second. Ryan, you're supposed to be going to bed. You're not supposed to be on the space tonight. This is one night that you should be supporting yourself. And I'm going to tell you why. All right, time out real quick. I know he's not going to do it. I'm just talking to the wall. I'm about to drop down, guys and gals and siblings. I've talked to Ryan for 500 plus days. And the reality is there's many different types of ways you can advocate and support Ukraine. And we've talked about this a lot. We talk about whether you can make a phone call, whether you can drive a car, whether you can talk to an official. And tonight I got to meet somebody, and I spent time with not only Ryan, but with Ukrainians tonight. And we talked together and we shared bread together and water and other stuff. we also share tears together. And that's important. And I really want to let you know, like, if you can support Renegade Relief like that, do it. If you can support MriyaReport, do it. Those little acts of kindness are incredibly important because there's people over here busting their ass. And there's so much talk on Twitter. Like, I am realizing a lot more since I've got here about what we need to do to support the people that actually support Ukraine on the ground. Like, we all support them in a lot of different ways, but like, there's a lot too much trauma. There's a lot too many conversations, but the reality of it, what we need to do is make sure Ukrainians have the tools they have to fight the war. But we also need to make sure that Ukrainians have the ability to live. So I'm about to drop down, and I want to say it was a pleasure and an honor to hang out with Ryan tonight. And I hope everyone who's listening here can look into Ryan's account. Ryan, shoot up whatever you want to donate to. I was really hoping to hang out with Renegade runners, but my schedule got tied up while I'm here because I got to do some stupid stuff that like does not allow me to do that kind of stuff. I'm very jealous of Ryan, kind of a little bit, but I will tell you, every one of us have the ability to support Ukraine. And I want to think about everybody just 1 second. Can everybody just shut up and shut their eyes? How many people are in the space right now? Robin, how many people are in the space right now?
349.
Okay. Do one thing. Everybody who's on this space, who's listening, who's not a bot, can you do it? Shut your eyes for 1 second. If you could please do that. I'm an organizer. I want you to think about a soldier that's in a trench on the front lines fighting for the freedom of Ukraine. Okay? And I want to think what it takes for that person to fight for their country. The pain, the struggle, the horror of living through that life. I'm going to ask you what you've done today or tomorrow or the next day to support Ukraine. Is it one phone call to your member of Congress? Is it a donation? Is it 2 phone calls to your members of Congress? Because if we're not actually doing that kind of stuff, we're failing. And we're just talking. And Ryan's not a talker. Ryan, you shouldn't be closing. Tonight was supposed to be a night off for you. I'm pretty pissed off at you right now, by the way. And I just want to say, Robin, try and get another co-host up here because Ryan should be chilling out at a hotel right now. And I'm pretty upset because I understand the value that he brings to this country and what he brings to this space and the reality of what he's doing with boots on the ground. So cheers, everybody. I love you guys. And please listen to what I said. Because guess what? The boys and the girls in the trenches will never know if you made a phone call or donated $10, but you will. And you've got to live with that.
God bless you,
Slava
William. That was
Ukrainian.
so, yes, Ukrainian Slava. Thank you. So, by the way, Robin, Ryan, I need to go be a father for a little bit. I got 5 kids right now running around the house, and I will definitely be back if you need any help co-hosting or anything. I just gotta step aside for a little bit.
That's fun, Liv. Thank you so much for your help. We really appreciate it. I'm sure it makes it much easier for the rabbi to know that he has someone to help him. His English is quite good, but there were times when you stepped in, and I know it made things much easier for him. So we're very appreciative.
Absolutely. And we have some great guests coming up next week. I'm working on straight from the front line. Also some people in the government in Ukraine to tell us what's going on. So I'm working on a couple of shows that I'll be hosting. So I just want to let everybody know. Slava Ukraini, and like William said, anything you could do means a lot. And donate to MriyaReport.org because what they're doing here is just incredible work. Have a great one. Take care, guys.
Kiss the kids for me. Night. Okay, Ryan, so I assume this means you're going to immediately run and go to bed like Mommy William told you to do, right? Oh, you know what? I think we may have lost Ryan already. It looks as though he may have dropped. So I hope that means he's going to get some well-deserved rest. In the meantime, Skykiss, I think you had your hand up.
Well, I had something to say, and it was really to William. So I'll just wait until the next time I see him here. And yeah, Ryan, go to bed.
Oh, I see. Actually, Ryan is coming back up, so he didn't listen to Mommy Will. Hi, Ryan. And in the meantime, I'm delighted to see that Alan is up at co-host. I didn't expect to be here this time of the day, but here I am, and here you are. Welcome.
Great to see you, Robin. And yes, I'm arriving late. I guess it's the 5:04 is a local, not an express train.
Well, this is to make up for the 4 minutes or so that you sometimes are late getting off. So I think we can forgive you this time.
Oh, what a wonderful conversation you've had this afternoon with the chief rabbi of Ukraine. And so many people came up to ask questions, but I was pleased to be in the audience listening.
You know, he is an unusual person, and in fact, I was thinking, you know, Alan and Will are like that too. The people, as somebody said in the back channel here, the real heroes are the ones who will never accept the fact that they're heroes and never think they're doing anything all that special. Those are the ones who are really. I mean, the rabbi is holding up the world with the work he does, as are Ryan and Will and so many others, people that we are so fortunate to know. Bruce, you got your hand up. What would you like to say?
I'm just wondering if the segment with the rabbi will be on Spotify, because I had other places to be and would like to listen to at least part of it.
Yes, I'm sure it will be up on Spotify. I'm not sure exactly when, but anytime an interview is clipped and put up on Spotify, we always let followers of MriyaReport know by sending out a tweet. So my guess, Bruce, is in 24 to 72 hours, this afternoon's interview with the rabbi will be available on Spotify for sure.
Now, Alan, please don't take this personally, but it seems that Nancy is ready to come up and co-host with you for a couple of hours. So I think I'm going to drop down, but I will see you at 7. And remember, everyone, tonight it's our inaugural meeting of the MR Book Club. So we're looking forward to people being there. We'll be talking about Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny. This will be an introductory session. You don't have to have read the book, but I think we'll probably have some great conversations. 9 o'clock tonight. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to being with you later, Alan. So goodbye for now. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava, Robin. I'm looking forward to it as well. I was actually wondering if you were going to be shadowing a Shaggy-thon. You would have been here for a good 8 or 9 hours yourself. So, and the Shaggy.
I'm here.
I don't know, Shaggy, how you do it. The Shaggy-thon was spectacular.
I got out some of it. It wasn't as long as I thought. I should have been here till 10 o'clock, but I got an hour and a half off. So better people than me could interview the rabbi, because I mumble and talk a bit too fast. So yeah, Robin did a great job. It was very good. But yeah, here on standby. I wouldn't say as ever, because I do sleep. But yes, I mean, I'm on holiday this month, Alan. So I'm not working, so that's why I've got the time to do it. Other people work and have kids and all that kind of stuff, and I don't. But not this month anyway. Well, it's not that I give my kids away this month, but you know what I mean. So I'm available. I'm available for Ukraine. Part of that means being available for MriyaReport, because that's what we do. We help Ukraine. So here I am. Anyway, I'll shut up. You can carry on.
Well, you are on fire this morning when I first started to listen, Shaggy. Welcome, Nancy. Good to see you. Robin gets a little bit of a breather here.
Yeah, we get a little bit of an opportunity to grab dinner or that kind of thing. So I'll be with you for the next couple of hours. And I must say, I'm looking forward to the book club and actually breathing a huge sigh of relief right now. I've been so busy with other things that I have not had a chance to finish the assigned book. So I'm glad to hear that we're actually just starting off with it. Whew, that's a relief. I'm really looking forward to that session.
Oh, I am too. And it's not even necessary, folks, for you to have read the book. This is not a senior seminar in college or something like that. It's just a group of friends who have a common interest in Ukraine and in democracy and how to protect it. So, and it's a short book. You can probably find some excerpts from it online if you don't have a copy of it at hand. And it's been several months now since I read it, so I had to refresh my memory of it. But it's an easy book to do that with. It's a handbook. It's about 120 pages long, and it's written by Professor Timothy Snyder, who's a professor at Yale. He has written some extraordinary histories of Ukraine, Eastern Europe. Um, I wish he was going to be here too, but he's not, just his book. Oh, G-Man, go ahead, please.
Hey, Alan, nice to have you up here. What time is the book club thing happening?
Robin and I are going to kick it off at 9 p.m. Eastern time. So that is in a little less than 4 hours.
Okay, that's fine. I shall set my alarm for 3 in the morning then. Oh, or no, 2 in the morning. All right.
At 2 in the morning. I mean, what a great time of night to make a cup of coffee, G-Man.
Oh, no coffee at that time. Goodness no. Although it could be needed. Who knows? Who knows? But sleep is overrated. Well, actually, it's not, but it's usually elusive for me. So 2 in the morning will be fine.
Well, excellent. NAFO Dave, welcome.
Hey, so are you guys going to just do the book club all night and I don't even have to show up?
No, Dave. We're not going to do it all night.
Oh.
We're only going to do it. We're only going to do it for an hour.
I've heard that before.
Or so. Because I know you also have a lot to do. But I hope maybe you would be here for some of the book club.
Yeah, I'm going to try to. I'll put a plug in for the last speaker or question about when the rabbi interview will be up. I'll get on that as soon as Twitter will let me. There's actually quite a delay between the time that the interview happens and that I can download it because Twitter is slow in recording. But in the interim, you can go to our live YouTube channel and you can rewind and listen to that there. I think the YouTube stream was started right before the rabbi's interview, so you can just go back to the beginning and you should be able to listen to his interview.
You know, I've never listened to MriyaReport on YouTube. I should go try that and learn how you can rewind MriyaReport. Can you rewind it through 550 days? That's the number of days the war has been going on now.
Unfortunately not. I don't think YouTube has that kind of storage available for free for but yeah, you can rewind depending on to the beginning of the stream, and just like the spaces, there's a set time. There's a time limit on how long you can do a live stream on YouTube, and so we try to restart it as often as possible so that we don't miss anything, and you can rewind. I think it only lets you rewind to like 12 hours. The stream will go longer, but you can only get to the last 12 hours.
Thank you very much for that tip. I'll do that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Bruce, there is advice from a pro there. I knew nothing about rewinding YouTube. So, G-Man, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll just take the liberty. Chapter 18 of On Tyranny, I had tweeted out some excerpts of it a while back. So I just put it in the nest. If anybody wants to look at that, there's just a little bit of some snippets from it, and it's a good chapter. They're all good chapters.
They are all good chapters, and thank you for that, G-Man. I really appreciate it. So, Nancy, how far did you get in On Tyranny by Timothy Snyder?
I purchased it and I got through the first couple of pages. I've been focusing on several of the other reports and information that's coming together for the Understanding Genocide sessions that Prince Heather and Gina Christian and I have been doing on Friday nights. So that's had my focus this week, because just like Timothy Snyder's book, those reports are must reads, and every word counts. So it's definitely some very serious, very educational reading, and we had a fantastic session Friday night. So I'm prepping for next week's as well too.
And again, this is it's a great undertaking that you and Gina and Prince Heather have started here, Understanding Genocide. And it's, of course, central to why MriyaReport is here. It is absolutely critical for everyone to understand, and to understand why Ukraine fighting for its freedom, fighting for more than its freedom, really, when you come right down to it. Ukraine is fighting for us, but it's also fighting for values that we all have to become familiar with again. I think that in so many ways, especially maybe, I can just speak as an American, in so many ways, I think we have lost our way.
Yeah, and Alan, I think one of the key things that is our goal out of those sessions is it's very easy for us to focus on the individual stories of the atrocities that the Russian invaders and occupiers perform against Ukrainians. But we knew that it would help Ukraine more and help us use what power we have to focus on what those individual atrocities mean at a systemic level with a legal framework. And looking at it from the UN's definitions, understanding what it means from a state level for a state actor to be committing those atrocities, and that our nations, as signers for the Genocide Convention, have an obligation, have a duty to protect. And that's what we've got to push them to live up to. And right now, that means sending all the equipment they can, sending the ammunition that is actively decimating the Russian heavy artillery across the front lines and behind the front lines, and making certain that that does not let up. And one of the ways to do that is to take the understanding of what's happening past just the human stories, although those constantly break our hearts, but to turn that into the actionable items that we can hold our governments accountable to. And that's what was important for us, is to get past the emotional response and focused on the actionable response that we can support and share with and educate others on.
So I'm wondering, Nancy, just to catch up a little bit on the sessions about genocide, is there a resolution in Congress right now that would recognize Russia's war on Ukraine as genocide? I'm not sure that's one of the resolutions, but I think it will be.
Yeah, I don't think that they have gotten there yet in the United States. There are other nations that have done so at varying levels, many of which were quite some time ago too. But I don't think that we have had that measure submitted yet in the United States. And, again, that's one of the reasons to educate and to push for this and promote. And we should have one. We should have many. We do have many, but I don't believe that is one. I'll have to grab the current list from Prince.
Yeah, I think if there's not such a resolution already introduced in Congress, I'm certain there will be one introduced, likely by one of the Senate or House members of the Helsinki Commission. And we have spoken both with Kyle Parker and I think also Paul Massaro, who are two staff members of the Helsinki Commission. If you don't follow the Helsinki Commission, they have a Twitter profile. I would encourage all of you to do so. Really informative. I would also encourage everyone to watch and listen to the hearings that they hold. You can see these on C-SPAN, but the Helsinki Commission has taken testimony from Ukrainian citizens, from Ukrainian humanitarian aid workers, members of the Ukrainian government. And I think just, I'm going to say 4 or 6 weeks ago, they had a very informative hearing about the abduction of Ukrainian children. And they did touch on genocide in that hearing.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is one of the key focal areas, because that is where the International Court of, oh goodness, I forget if it's the International Court of Justice or the International Criminal Court. Keep me honest here, Alan. But the charges that they have made against Putin and Maria Belova.
That's the one.
Yes, those were focused, of course, on the children, and there certainly will be more to come. That is one of the most heartbreaking and devastating circumstances related to this genocide, is the kidnapping of thousands, potentially tens of thousands. Russia claims around 700,000 children who have been kidnapped to Russia and or to Russian occupied territories of Ukraine for re-education and adoption, as they're calling parceling these kids out to families who aren't their own, regardless of the fact that they have families, and the heartbreaking stories of families attempting to get them back. And I think just the other day I saw that another 11, I think, have been recovered back to Ukraine, but the counts are so small and it takes so much action and effort to bring even that small a number of children back. It's a Herculean effort. And I know that quite some time ago, that is one of the areas that moved me the most, to the send everything possible, because the only way to bring those kids back quickly and safely is for Ukraine to win as quickly as possible on the battlefront.
Well, of course, returning Ukrainians to Ukraine from Russia is one of the 10 points in Zelensky's 10-point peace plan. And I just think that people have difficulty in imagining 700,000 children abducted from free Ukraine into occupied Ukraine, into Russia, and into Belarus. Belarus is also complicit in this kidnapping. It's well known, and all of these children must be returned to Ukraine, identified, because we only have something like 19,000 individual Ukrainian children who have actually been identified. And of those 19,000 children, only a few hundred have been returned to their families in Ukraine. And we're talking about a figure approaching 1 million Ukrainian children. So stop and think about that. If you do go back to C-SPAN and look at some of the Helsinki Commission hearings, especially the one about the children who have been abducted to Russia, and I cannot remember the name of this member of Congress who asked a really embarrassingly stupid question, but it was specifically about genocide. He asked, and I think it was. I'm going to get this wrong, Nancy. I'm going from memory here. It's possible it was Andrei Yermak, who was the chief of staff for Zelensky, who was one of the Ukrainians testifying. And this member of Congress asked, and who is the targeted group? You could hear the silence fall across the hearing room. And the Ukrainian testifying said very simply, Ukrainians. Ukrainians are the targeted group. And still, this member of Congress, who may or may not support Ukraine, didn't get it. He thought in terms not of a national group of Ukrainians. He doesn't understand what Dr. Nick Ford explains to us so many times. Putin's vision of Ukraine is a Ukraine without Ukrainians. But I think finally, at the end of that question and answer segment, this member of Congress understood it's Ukrainians, all Ukrainians, who are being targeted for genocide by Russia.
Yeah, Alan, I remember watching that moment and just being flabbergasted myself, and I seriously hope that his staff also took him aside afterwards and re-summarized the Genocide Convention for him, because nations are definitely a protected class in the Genocide Convention, and there's really no excuse for how that question was asked in that forum, and there's no excuse for that question to be asked by somebody who is a representative of the United States at the national level. So I was very, very frustrated by that and figured, well, it's time for us to get educated better than some of our representatives and senators are. Here we go.
And this will help each of us speak with our members of Congress, whether it's in emails or phone calls or handwritten letters. The more we know, the better advocates we become. And Nancy, here today, 550 days into this war for freedom and security in the future that Ukraine is fighting against Russia, I've watched it throughout all this time, but there are moments like that stick in my memory. In this case, a moment in the United States Congress that, like you, just flabbergasted me. But it's mostly moments from Ukraine, of course, that I will always remember, whether it's a delivery of aid like Ryan. He's not just a delivery boy, by the way, but it's moments like that um, of saving Ukrainians when the Russians blew up the Novakhovka Dam, saving Ukrainians in Kherson, while we actually knew that Russians were doing nothing for flood victims on their side of the Dnipro in Oleshki, for example, not delivering water or food to Ukrainians who were stranded on the roofs of their homes, making no attempt to rescue them from those roofs, rather aiming artillery shells at humanitarian workers and first responders across the river in Kherson, including, by the way, the chief rabbi who was there. So there are moments from that time, not so long ago. That was just back in June, as the summer began. But there is a lot of video, a lot of personal testimony, stories, pictures of flooded out houses, and including cultural monuments that, again, just from memory, have stuck with me. That's why you have to watch and listen every single day.
Yeah, absolutely, Alan. I think that is one of the biggest challenges is the inventory of war crimes that Russia is performing is just so voluminous. And of course, that's why we have many nations who are assisting Ukraine in evidentiary documentation for those crimes so that they can be prosecuted to their fullest extent at all levels necessary. And I really appreciate the assistance that other countries are providing, because the chief prosecutor in Ukraine has a very heavy burden and a lot of work to do.
Yep, there are legal experts from Europe, from Canada, from the United States who are on the ground in Ukraine assisting and gathering this evidence. Karen, welcome, and go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon from Alaska. I just heard a very crazy story. Well, I saw it from a open source intelligence account that in the vicinity of Robotny, 52 soldiers beat their commander severely and surrendered him to the armed forces of Ukraine. And it all started with the mobs complaining about the lack of food and ammunition, and things spiraled and got out of control. And I was wondering if there was anybody here who could verify this story, because, I thought it was worthy of note. Thank you.
That would be worth noting. I haven't seen that report, Karen, but I'll go in search of it. It sounds like the kind of thing that we could expect to happen. Nancy, have you seen any news of that?
No, I haven't seen news of that. And like you, I'll also, Karen, if you don't mind, if you could DM that link or that information to Alan and I, that would be great. I did see one interesting item, and I've put a tweet in the nest about it, or an X, or a post, or whatever it is, in the whatever that thing is up there that we used to call the nest and still do, on Russia's latest secret weapon in their special military operation. They're resorting now to horses. Yes, horses. And there are a couple of horses, which I'm going to have to look up where the Bashkir region is. I'm assuming it's in the eastern part of Russia. But they've brought in 2 horses that are being used for patrolling positions and quote unquote silent cargo transportation. Yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
Well, chances are the horses will be eaten in Russia before they reach their destination. And once the horses are gone, then Russians can just steal what's left on the carts.
And of course, the other facet is, and I've stolen a line from someone in a back channel. It says, well, on one hand, Russia is getting horses and carts for logistics. Ukraine is getting M26 artillery rockets. Trend lines are looking good.
I would agree with that. You know, there are also behind the scenes ongoing negotiations between a number of nations and Ukraine. I think there must be more than a dozen nations now negotiating with Ukraine about bilateral security agreements. So I know all the Baltic states, Canada, the United Kingdom, the United States, of course, I believe Greece, I believe a number of NATO nations, Portugal, Spain. So that it's a growing number of nations who are working out bilateral security agreements with Ukraine. And just earlier today, President Zelensky was questioned on a Sunday news show in Ukraine about the ongoing negotiations with the United States. And Zelensky reported from the United States, we will probably have the Israeli model of the security guarantee. That includes weapons, technology, training, and financing. So I think this is an important step forward. He was also asked if in fact this bilateral negotiation results in the Israeli model of a security guarantee, will that security guarantee continue even as U.S. presidents change? And Zelensky said yes, because these are things that are voted on by Congress, and that is true. It does amount to a treaty agreement that the United States is entering into. And so the Senate would indeed have to verify that treaty. We don't know what the makeup of the United States Senate will be when this security agreement, this security treaty, would come up for hearings and a vote. But I think right now we could be pretty confident that the Senate would agree to such a treaty. G-Man, I see your hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, just on the story about the horses, which I see up in the nest. Since the world doesn't seem really to care about genocide. I mean, we signed all these conventions, but I know we care about it, but people don't seem to really get it. Maybe we should go on the animal rights angle as well as the genocide angle. Because there seems to be an awful lot of people in this world that really, really care about the animals more than people. So maybe we should go on that angle as well. A little bit tongue in cheek, but actually also at the same time. Yeah, just wonder.
I agree with you, G-Man. If you care about the animals, that's a step to caring about your fellow humans too. So Nancy, I wonder where else do we want to go here tonight? As I say, it's the 550th day of the war. Yeah, 550 days. I just find that hard to believe. And so earlier tonight, as on almost every day, the general staff of the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense does report on military action. And one place on the battlefield that has caught everyone's attention is what's happening in Kupiansk. This appears to be the place where Russia has withdrawn troops in order to send them some 650 miles away to reinforce in Zaporizhia and Donetsk, specifically down around Robatnya, where Ukraine continues to have a great deal of success, although we do know the fighting there is extraordinarily heavy. So let's see if I can just zero in by squinting my eyes on the Ministry of Defense briefing here today. Just a top line summary. On the 550th day, Russia launched 5 missile and 45 airstrikes, carried out 67 fire missions from their fighter jets at both positions of Ukrainian military, and as always, every single day at targets, civilian targets, so residential buildings, schools, and other civilian infrastructure were destroyed by the Russians today. There were more than 40 combat clashes that took place, and this is all along the line of engagement, so all the way from Kupiansk to Kherson. And in just one moment, I will find the update about Robatnya. James, welcome. Go ahead, please.
Hey, I couldn't let the horses pass without complaining about the treatment. I think it's horrible that they're working with animals that leave shit in every stall, every room, leave trash, knock over stuff, steal stuff. I'm going to call the SPCA to protect those horses. I just want to be clear that it's the horses that my heart goes out to right now. So
They definitely deserve better, James. I agree.
they do. Well, that was all. I just couldn't let the humor go.
Well, thank you for that, James. Nancy, what else has caught your eye today? Sorry to be putting you on the spot here.
Yeah, no worries, Alan. It's I did see earlier today a thread from Thomas Tyner that I thought was interesting. I was actually looking for the non-military stories, but the ones that caught my eye today have been the military ones. And he starts by saying the Ukrainian strategy is working. The Russians keep moving troops to the center of the southern front. Thus, they thin out their lines everywhere else. This is opening gaps in the Russian front, which the Ukrainians will exploit when they feel the time is right. And then, of course, he continues from there, focusing on what Ukraine needs now is a steady stream of precision-guided munitions, and the DPICM 155 millimeter projectiles and DPICM M26 rockets, the Abrams tanks, more infantry fighting vehicles, and long-range missiles. And I thought I saw something earlier that it sounds like they're getting those DPICM M26 rockets. I'm going to have to go look for that. But I know that the focus on attrition of the Russian, not only the Russian personnel, but the attrition of their longer range capabilities and their artillery has been something that when you look at the numbers day over day, you definitely see that continuing to be a focal point.
And I think we are actually seeing the results on the battlefield as Russia. I'm not saying they are running out of artillery pieces. They're not running out of either artillery equipment or artillery shells. But we are seeing in some places where Ukrainian artillery fire is outmatching Russian artillery fire. And again, we have to remember this is a line of battle that's 650 miles plus long. And Russians, especially, have deployed both troops and equipment unequally across the line. As Chuck often points out, Russia has to be strong everywhere in order to protect this line of engagement, in order to protect their occupied territory. Ukraine needs to be strong in its chosen locations. So that's a huge difference in how Ukraine and Russia will continue to fight this war. Alex, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about M26. I know that like Ukrainians need it and asking for it. It would be awesome if we have any news on that. If the decision was made, they would make big difference as they will increase the range and will allow to take Russian artillery by whole batteries at once rather than every individual gun. It will be a huge accelerator to Ukrainian offensive.
So I haven't heard whether or not a decision about MLRS has been made yet, Alex. Of course, like so many decisions that we are waiting for, they need to be made swiftly. They can't be made too quickly. But I haven't seen any news about that. I am just going to look quickly for a description of the MLRS system. Maybe you know more about it than I do. What is special about MLRS?
Oh, that's they are like cluster munitions that can be launched from HIMARS, and they have much larger range than the cluster munition that you can launch from triple M's, right? Because MLRS can reach 70 kilometers, 75, which means all Russian artillery will be within the range. And if a regular shell, you need high precision, which means, and now I'm speculating. So if you are shelling just one artillery piece, this is high precision, but you still need coordinates. So you need either drone on place or a coordinator who sends you coordinates. Both are kind of you can't take it for granted. It's for humans, it's a big risk. For drones also, because they would see a drone, and some of Russian systems are 30 kilometers away. Like they are, for example, Uragan can reach 30 kilometers, and in Kupiansk they were shelling the city with the artillery, and even in counteroffensive areas they cannot bring close artillery to slow down Ukrainian advance. It is big risk for their artillery too, of course, but they are desperate at this point. And with MLRS now you get ability to, and again, cluster munition is good because those systems, they are next to each other. It's not within 2 meters, but they are usually, you can see, especially these Uragans, they are probably a few meters aside, like maybe 5 meters from each other, which means you do not need to have coordinate, like very precise coordinate. You send it and the whole battery will be down. because the whole area will be kind of covered, right? And that's like, destroying them in bulk. And with a bigger range, all Russian artillery will be within your reach, which means they cannot now move artillery too close. Or, maybe at some point they will have to hide artillery so that it's not destroyed, which means that now when Ukrainians are clearing mines, Russian artillery cannot be around. It's a big, how they call it, force multiplier for Ukrainians. And that's why it's kind of, and again, we are not really improvising. These systems were created for these purposes. But, when you have aviation, which is dominating, it takes care of a lot of things. But without aviation, you kind of have to, figure out this or that. And to a large extent, this HIMARS is not really a true replacement. But if you look at what kind of jobs it's doing, it's very similar to air support. So, yeah, this M26 would, forgot the name, but those cluster munitions that can be launched from HIMARS, those can be a huge boost to counteroffensive.
The MLRS, I believe it's called. And you're right. It's the counter battery fire that Ukraine is so precise with. It can't do the job, of course, that air superiority can do. But with drones correcting the artillery fire, they have been able to take out about 1% of Russian artillery in the field every day. Oyvind, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I have followed this conflict since 24th of February 2022, and now I see a very interesting article made by Malcontent News. It's about Russian military leaders. And what he say is, I agree with it, it's 8 Russian military leaders have led successful campaigns in Ukraine. And of these 8, 3 are dead, 2 are detained, 1 was demoted, 1 was dismissed, and 1 is missing. Isn't that amazing?
Not a great career path, apparently, Oyvind, to be in command of anything inside Ukraine if you're a Russian. It is amazing. I am really wondering what in the world has happened to Surovikin.
Yeah. It's amazing. How can they run a campaign like that? I don't understand it. I don't understand. It's worse than Adolf Hitler. You know, he had his lackeys to always agree with him, and then he dismissed and whatever, replaced the other ones that don't agree. But this is worse. This is much worse. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. And thank you, Oyvind, for reminding us what a terrible career choice it is, the Russian Army or Navy or Air Force. You want to reach a position high up in the command. Well, it's not going to result in the kind of retirement benefits you might have expected, although you will be retired one way or the other. James.
Yeah, Alan, it kind of reminds me of that old joke about the tallest blade of grass being the first to encounter the lawnmower. But in this case, I think it's all dead weeds involved as far as Russian commanders go. There's no good grass there.
It's weeds growing up out of concrete pavement. James, go ahead.
You got me laughing. Thank you. Yeah, well, those weeds. Yes, I can't believe the rate at which the officers are disappearing. But I really wanted to say that this map of Chuck's, the Robotina map, is so interesting. And I just want to say things are moving at warp speed compared to the Russian takeover of Bakhmut. Don't you think? I mean,
really good comparison, James. Run with it.
Well, I think that the Russians have been well played, and I think that when Sun Tzu talked about the walled city, which John Spencer said that's what my Sun Tzu quote, "If I only had one," would be, is about, attack the walled city last, and I didn't get it till later, but I think he really would probably say all that rubble is like a wall. And really, Bakhmut is a walled city. So I feel like the Russians got snookered big time into attacking in just about the most dangerous, deadly kind of environment that they could attack in. And they kept them there and kept them there. So masterful stuff, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. So, James, when you look at Chuck's map, which I put up on the nest, it's the first tweet up there around Robotnia. It's really the theater of operation between Kopani in the west and Verbova in the east. And I'm going to say that's about, well, I'll do the scale later, but wow, look at the drones in the air, for example. But it was Chuck saying, keep your eye on Verbova and keep your eye on an attempt by Ukraine to cut the T-0401, which runs up into Plohi, which is just off the map here. And of course, keep your eye on the Ukrainian advance down the T-0408. This is the road that will eventually bring Ukraine, I believe, to Tokmak, right, James?
Yes, it will. And not next, what is next? I love to see these new names at the bottom of the map, right, of these new villages and towns appear. And it's like, oh, new words to pronounce. So great. But it is on the road. And I'm looking at that salient, the Ukrainian salient coming south. And there's an armored column. That's what I hear. That's kind of moving in there. Not sure how much of the armor they're going to commit there, but that salient is what, about maybe 10 kilometers to maybe 4 kilometers wide, maybe 3 even at the what's the name, Verbova corner. I think it gets pretty narrow there. So I don't think this is yet like any kind of firing condition, but maybe they're pulling up some pieces like towed artillery that they're more willing to use, and using them at night where they don't have to move them as much. And it seems like they could achieve fire superiority pretty well and expand that. But I don't know. This is like one of maybe 4 cracks across the line that I am still thinking they're looking at, because people like Spencer and Farr and Hodges have talked about that kind of thing. So yeah, so I'm really excited that this is actually moving. I'm trying not to get too much hope about this being like the crack that will go all the way through. But I would say this: I watched a video earlier that was not Ukraine related, but somebody was had a sledgehammer and I'd say probably 35 rock splitting. You know, what am I trying to say? Not pitons. Anyways, sledge. And he was tapping them, and this whole rock split because it got hit in all these places. And I thought this is sort of what it's about, but maybe it's more like a brick getting chiseled out of a wall to get replaced. It ends up and crumbles. It really does. So I don't know. But I'm excited about this. I think this is real progress, and I'm waiting for something even bigger to happen. And I just wonder how the weather will be throughout the fall.
Yeah, and I think people have been talking a lot about the weather lately, but it's still August. September will remain dry. Keep your eye on the weather, but don't make dire predictions about fall rains in October and November and how it's going to slow down the Ukrainian advance. The sun may just stay out. You never know. So,
Well,
James,
I think it will. I think it will. I'm sorry, Alan. I think it will stay out. I think it's going to be hot and dry.
it could very well be. I was just listening to the chimes in the background, James. I don't know where in the world you are, but according to that chiming bell tower, it's 2,300 hours.
Well, I will. Oh, you guys have probably already analyzed the sound of the bell and determined my assassination coordinates. It's too late for OPSEC now, I guess. But no, that's a local church down the street. So, anyways, yes.
And it's fun just to ring your bells. That's what a lot of churches do, right?
They do. You heard it. I didn't even hear it. I mean, practically speaking, I didn't hear it. I'm so used to it. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Although I do love the sound of chimes, especially in the evening, telling me what time it is. I don't have any church bells within hearing distance where I live now, but in just about every other place I've ever lived, there were sonorous chimes from churches and from bell towers that let me know time to wake up, time to go to sleep.
Well, if you ever travel to the biggest city near me, Cincinnati, and you get in the right place, you can hear the Jewish synagogue, the Catholic cathedral, and many other like Protestant, and I don't know what other denominations. All their bells will go off at once downtown sometimes. So, anyway.
Well, actually, what I loved about the tiny town I grew up in with a lot of churches, so many churches, you could divide up the population of my small town 6 different ways, but every single church had a bell tower and set their chimes off from one another by about a minute. So they didn't all chime 5 p.m. at the same time, for example. I imagine there was an annual meeting. Either all the vestries or all the priests and ministers would get together and say, okay, you can go off 1 minute before the hour. You can go off 1 minute after the hour. You can go off on the hour. But it was a continuous stream for about 6 or 7 minutes of bells going off. Lovely to hear, but it made you check your watch.
Well, yes, and those without a denomination perhaps were the ones calling City Hall about that. So I don't know.
The only alarm system that was important was the horn on the fire station, because there was a code when a fire was called in. Where is that call box? Where are the fire trucks headed? And where are the volunteer firemen headed? Because it was a largely volunteer force. But the uh, the only horn we listened for in the wintertime was the horn that blew 333 that meant no school.
Yes, indeed. That was plenty good when I heard that. One time I went out, it was an inch of ice, and I walked down to the corner, and there was somebody way down the street waving at me, and I didn't know what to do. I was a kid, right? And I'm like making slow, steady progress, but it's pretty bad. And I crossed the street and yelling at him, "I can't hear you!" And I got like partway down the block, and they're like, "Go home." Go home. So I loved it. I love those days. Those were my favorite school days, frankly.
Mine too, and all unpredictable. Nancy, back to you for just a moment.
I'm just mulling over snow days because, well, we didn't have those in Florida. So hurricane days, yes. Snow days, no, absolutely not.
Well, hurricane days, yes, but you do have those days when there's a freeze and you have to protect the oranges and the grapefruits and the lemons. I'm not saying it snows in Tallahassee, but it can get below freezing.
Yeah, there definitely are mild freezing patterns, and there has occasionally been snow in Florida, but it's a rare event, and it definitely does not last long in most cases. So I remember as a kid, periodically my parents who were from the Northeast would learn that there was snow in Georgia, in the state above us. And so we'd drive for hours just to see a little bit of snow and get it at get a picture of the Florida or Georgia Welcome Center sign with snow underneath it, just so that they could say, see, we have snow in this region.
That's funny. Florida calls itself the Sunshine State, but Maine has one of the highest annual percentages of sun, I think even greater than Florida. It's largely because after a blizzard, so after a couple of days of wind and snow and drifts, the storm clears. The sky above is this brilliant chilly blue, and the sun is out. The whole landscape sparkles. So we get more sunshine on a percentage basis, even in the wintertime, compared to Florida. Alex, go ahead. I don't know. I have taken a terrible tangent here, Nancy. I apologize to you and all of our listeners.
Well, and I went right there with you, Alan. So shame on me. Shame on me. Alex, set us straight, please.
I didn't hear what you were talking about. I just wanted to ask, what do you think of this new MLRS system from Ukraine, like homemade Vilcha? Its range is above 150 kilometers, so it's something between HIMARS and ATACMS.
I think it was Alex.
And it's quite precise too. I mean, it's not like 10 centimeter off, but within 10 meters, that's pretty good. Russian systems can like fall 300 meters from where it was kind of going. So, and I wonder if Ukrainians already started to use it. I saw there were pictures in Kupiansk. Like you would expect, Russians are trying to attack there, but I actually saw Ukrainian MLRS is shelling towards that direction, which means Russians will probably have a lot of casualties.
Yes. So, Alex, isn't
So,
there
yeah, it's I guess everybody's today's Sunday is, and not that many news, but probably tomorrow we'll have a lot of updates from all places. And then at night, like a lot of stuff happens at night, which is also awesome. But it's really, every day Ukraine is showing something new and unexpected. I mean, it's awesome. And they're making new weapons. They are having these new drones, new attacks, and that attack on, you discussed it, right? In Feodosia, like 14 Russian soldiers were killed while sleeping. And nobody has any idea how these kind of entered inside. There was no sign of how they came in, how they left. Killed 14 people, nobody kind of heard anything. Isn't it like, oh, yeah, that's called special operations. I think they will, Russians will be terrorized Russian soldiers will be terrorized in Crimea.
That is if they can even get there. Amanda, go ahead, and then Alex, I will give you some information about the Vilka homemade rocket.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Alex, can you hear Alan?
Yeah, well, I can't hear, but I saw so did you hear me, or I was kind of talking to myself all this time?
No, we heard you, Alex.
We could hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's awesome. And in September, a lot of new things were promised, and we are almost there. We're almost in September, so let's see what it will bring. But did we get confirmation about that story? Those soldiers in. Did you say Robotne, that 54 soldiers beat up their commander and surrendered him to Ukrainians or something? That's
Alex.
Where
I think
coming
we're
from.
So, Alex,
it's long overdue.
Alex, hold on just a second. Can you hear Alan?
No, I can't hear Alan. But I can hear you.
Right. Yeah, you may need to recycle there.
Okay.
And then come back up. I think we're going to go to Amanda really quickly, and then Alan had some information on those Ukrainian systems for you, Alex. So come back up after you recycle. All right, Amanda, over to you.
Thanks, Nancy. It's just a quick one to say the article, I have sent it to Alan regarding the commander and 52 soldiers. It's in your GM, Alan.
Thank you, Amanda. Perfect. I'll take a look at it. And meanwhile, we will wait for Alex to come up. Here I am. I have many screens, many windows open, all kinds of information ready to deliver. And just a second, Amanda, I will check my DMs, and because I'm really interested in that story as well.
Can someone put me down to listener, please? It doesn't work for me.
I'll do it.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Alex, you're back. Go ahead.
I kind of said everything I was planning to, but it looks like not people wouldn't hear. But main idea was, isn't it amazing? Ukrainians every day are coming up with something new and something unexpected. And it's awesome. I asked about this Vilka, which has a range. It has pretty decent precision and range below ATACMS, but there are different ATACMS too, but 150 kilometers is very decent range, and I just saw them used in Kupiansk area, which is again awesome. Like 150 kilometers in Kupiansk, that's exactly what Russians need right now. So
Alex, here's the information that Chuck Farrer posted about the Vilka, which is Ukraine's homegrown HIMARS system. He calls it a clone of the HIMARS system. It is a precision surface-to-surface missile with a range of 90 miles. I'm not sure exactly how many kilometers that is, but I'll figure it out. So the Vilka, or the Visha, I'll need help pronouncing this. Ukraine has been using this since 2018, but perfecting it through all these years. And they use a GPS internal guidance system. I think it's 150 kilometers, Alex, that this missile can travel. And it has its precision is measured by a CEP, circular error probability, of less than 30 feet. So that's really a precise strike missile. And Ukraine is using it. I wonder, I guess it doesn't have the range to reach the S-300 radar system in Crimea that was taken out. I think that's been confirmed to have been a Neptune missile, right?
Yeah, that was Neptune. But like the distance is what? One day ahead. Like, how many new projects these guys are working on? And this is amazing. In the middle of a war. It's, well, it usually happens in the middle of the war, but they must be helped and they must be really pulling all their resources. But this is amazing. This is exactly what they need. And they probably don't have too many of these systems yet. But like, as long as they have a few, they can quickly ramp up. And again, each of these is, just consider this, what's the distance between, say, Robotne and the coast? That's probably less than 150 kilometers. So now, in addition to, well, but they did not have this range for HIMARS, right? So now they have this capability. Yes, Neptune, but they probably only have a few Neptunes to kind of use only to the highest value targets. But in terms of, say, there is a convoy moving somewhere at the coast, they can now reach from within they are today, right? I haven't measured, but it's not difficult. I think it's something about 100 kilometers from Robotne to the coast. What's the, or the railroad? They, like, yeah, they need to ramp up this production, and all that will be within the range, which will be very difficult for Russians to kind of hide. They have partisans everywhere. The Ukrainians have a lot of special operation guys, growing number of drones. It's gonna be tougher and tougher for Russians to keep there. Very difficult.
So, Alex, and I have only this one source for this story, and I think everyone who's mentioned it has probably relied on this one source. It's from Ukraine Front Lines, but it reads, last week near Robotnya, Ukrainian forces hit the enemy hard. Remaining Russian soldiers were denied retreat, even though they had run out of both food and ammo. So the Russian soldiers beat up their commander, tied him up, and surrendered en masse to Ukraine, 52 in all. So this is a story from last week's heavy fighting around Robotnya. I'd like to hear many, many more stories like this.
Yeah, and if you think that makes total sense, because They already see that nobody gives a damn about them. They are there to die, but like, it's basic human instinct. Who the hell wants to die for no freaking reason? They can't even put together two words why they are there. It's not their war. Their commander sold them out, and they have to die in, like, you know, they have the whole life ahead of them, and for no fucking reason they have to die because of a lunatic somewhere in Kremlin. It's like totally. I wonder how they could, stand so long. It's they should continue doing it, and I expect more and more. Like, and they can see that they're powerless. They can do nothing. They don't have munitions. They don't have food. They don't have water, and all they see is JW. It's matter when they will something will come to kill them. Like, who the hell wants it? They should surrender in masses. And I think we are seeing it. So when was it? When did it happen?
All I saw, Alex, was last week around Robotnia.
Okay. All right. Well, I think there will be more of this. They should be abandoning their positions, surrendering in masses again, and that war is lost for Russia for sure.
As Chuck often says, there's no way Russia can win this war. The problem is Russia can inflict a lot of casualties, a lot of damage on Ukrainian infrastructure, killing both Ukrainian soldiers and Ukrainian civilians, and also continuing to abduct Ukrainian children into Belarusia and Russia itself. So the problem is, the longer the war goes on, the more casualties and damage Russia is sure to inflict every single day. There's every indication that Putin wants a long war. He believes that is to Russia's advantage. He will do anything he possibly can to keep the war going. For example, the fall mobilization has been pushed up a month. It will begin in September rather than October. And there is an invisible mobilization that goes on every single day inside Russia, primarily forcing migrant workers. And I say migrant workers, these are workers who've come from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. They're primarily Muslim. They're being rounded up and forced into the military. So Putin wants a long war. That's why I say it's time for the United States, leading all of Ukraine's allies, to do everything we can to shorten the war by giving Ukraine everything it needs, more equipment, more training. Why play into Putin's hands? He wants a long war, then a frozen conflict. We cannot allow that to happen. James, and then Sam.
Absolutely right. Can't allow it to happen. It can't get frozen, and I don't think it will if we keep up. So I'm happy about that. I looked at that story about the officer that was beaten, and didn't see that one. But this was English language Google I was looking at. But I did see so many similar stories going back quite a ways, right? And I got thinking about it, and I thought about there were shootings in recruiting centers way out in the eastern end of Russia there that happened all over. And so I can only imagine that as things get more tense, they're going to be offering officers an ultimatum, surrender with us and anyways, that's all I had.
And Ukraine does drop leaflets. Really, they're little cards with QR codes that informs Russian soldiers, one, they can surrender. Two, they'll be cared for according to the Geneva Conventions. And I guess three, what are you waiting for? Just follow that drone and surrender. Sam, go ahead.
Good afternoon here in Arkansas. Yeah, I was wondering, I've been on and off today. I didn't know if anybody had mentioned the video that appeared to show possibly a little girl that was left by the roadside near, I think, Tokmak. Yeah, I woke up this morning and I think that was the first tweet I saw was, you know, there's a van that appeared to be broken down on the side of the road. There's looked like a little 4 or 5 year old kid around these Russian soldiers, and it's really hard to tell what's going on in the video. There's an AK-47 leaning up against the van, and then the little kid just standing there, and the military vehicle drives up, a couple more soldiers, and they just leave the kid there next to the van. And I have no idea what was going on there, but you know, that brought me to tears. I think all day long I've just been in a funk about that. Just you know, you know, what kind of people can you know, just abandon a child, like just ignore a child like that. I mean, it's just it's disgusting, very upsetting, and feel you know, didn't know if that video had been brought up today. I think I retweeted it. I think I found it on online, just searching for TalkMac. But you know, that just is an example of what type of people that Ukraine is dealing with right there. Thank you.
Yeah, I also saw that video, Sam. It's impossible to tell what in the world is happening. It's a video from a drone, and I guess it's around Tokmak. But Sam's right. I mean, this child is simply left at the side of the road. Now, it's just impossible to tell what in the world could have been going on from this video shot by a drone. We just don't know. I don't want to speculate about it, but who would leave a child on the roadside with a broken down vehicle all alone? Probably, you know, obviously scared. Certainly not a child who was related in any way to these Russian soldiers somewhere on the outskirts of Tokmak. So yeah, it's video like that that sears an image in your memory. You're just not going to forget it. But there are so many images from Ukraine that we're never going to forget.
Yeah, Alan, I had looked at that video earlier today also, and wasn't able to find any more information out. You know, it definitely is one that I'll continue to look for and see if there's any follow-up news or information that's posted. But yeah, I saw the video and not much else. So just unfortunately, I don't think that's the only video like that we'll see. But Sam, I appreciate you bringing it up, and I'll keep seeing if I find any new updates about it as well.
Yeah, obviously impossible to identify the child. I mean, this is a drone video from hundreds of feet in the air. Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, it just all piles up at times when you realize just the the helplessness of really the world. This week I listened to on, I believe it was a Ukraine Independence Day. They had a UN Security Council meeting, and if you go to YouTube and view the UN channel, they do have a clip of I think it's Undersecretary General Miss Rosemary DiCarlo. She spoke of the atrocities there in that are taking place in Ukraine, and there's been some some stuff passed in the UN about protecting children in conflict and everything, and she mentions that the fact remains that Russians do not allow the United Nations aid workers, humanitarian workers, they do not allow them to have access to investigate reports of abductions, child abuse, anything, any human rights violation. Russia does not allow aid workers, United Nations workers into occupied territories of Ukraine or into the Russian Federation. And the whole damn world just, I mean, the UN and everybody, I mean, we're helpless, to actually do something about it now. I mean, there was a lot of people making comments. Well, I hope that somebody got that girl, whatever. She's behind Russian lines, it's just, it's upsetting, but, there's a lot of talk about it in the United Nations. There's, people know it, but, just, nothing, no, it just feels helpless not being able to do something to stop it now. I mean, I'm all for, military aid and everything. And I think I've been for it the whole entire time. And, I've always wanted it to be so much more. But thanks. Just, if you get a chance, listen to Rosemary DiCarlo's comments that were made at the UN Security Council meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Sam. I will listen to those comments. It's more evidence that Russia needs to be thrown off so many UN committees, including the Security Council. Russia has no business being on these committees, and freezing work that the committees want to do, preventing investigations, and preventing the world from actually finding out everything that Russia is doing inside Ukraine. So I do understand, Sam. I've said here many times, and some nights, some days are worse than others, but I do often feel an impotent rage, unable to address what Russia is doing in Ukraine to Ukrainians, unable to address what Russia is doing to the values that I live by. But of course, there is something I can do, and I do it as often as I can. I go to MriyaReport.org and I make a donation, knowing that I will be helping to get humanitarian supplies and supplies that Ukrainian soldiers need. I can do that much. And so that's how I respond to the impotent rage I feel every day. Peter, just a second, Peter, I'll bring you up. But that's the only thing some of us can do. I mean, others, like Ryan, are lucky enough to be young and strong and committed. And they can get to Ukraine. Even Bill Attig, who's not so young and strong as Ryan, but has experience. He's an Army veteran. He's in Kyiv now as well. So there are always opportunities if you can manage it, there are opportunities to go to Ukraine and volunteer and do even more than an old guy like I can do. Peter, welcome. Go ahead.
Alan, hi. Yeah, I think the saddest part of all this is the children, because children are so innocent and they should enjoy their childhood before they face all the nastiness in the world. And I mean, for me, it is incredibly sad to see things like this. And it isn't just one child, it's thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And it makes you wonder what sort of people these Russians are. That I just really can never get my head around. They must have families, they must have people they love and want to be with. And where's their compassion? Where's their self-dignity? And where do they intend to go to? What's their end game that they think they can achieve? They're probably the most despised people in the world now. Is that the reputation they want? Is that the way they want to be seen? But yeah, I mean, the children really, and it, I think we have to shoulder a lot of responsibility for this. I mean, it was kind of highlighted when the dam was blown, and there was silence from us, silence, even rubbish about, well, we've got to wait and see who actually did it, and it's the same when Mariupol was taken to the ground. I mean, I've never seen anything so horrendous as a city demolished, whether they were civilians, children, they were just completely demolished. And I just don't know how to describe it. It's not human. It's something which is pure evil, and we should not allow it. I mean, we say there's nothing we can do. There is things we can do. We can give Ukraine the long-range missiles they need. We should have given them the F-16s a long time ago. It was, I was going to ask, because I've kind of been out of the loop a bit, but there was a sad story about 3 Ukrainian pilots who were killed, and I just wondered if you had any more information on that, or how it occurred.
Yes, this happened yesterday, and Peter, if you would just mute your mic, thank you very much. All of the pilots were identified today by the Ukrainian Air Force. They were killed in a training exercise, and unfortunately, one of the pilots killed was the pilot with the call name Juice, and we know Juice from this space. I can put up some information for you, Peter. We observed a moment of silence for Juice yesterday, and for his colleagues who were killed with him in this crash. Ukraine is investigating the crash. That's all I can say. So it's honestly a terrible blow, and a terrible loss. These pilots were training, not flying a combat mission, and so the planes that were lost were trainers, not combat aircraft. but the three pilots will be sorely missed.
Yeah, I think they were L-39s, and just a little bit of interest. I used to fly for a ferry company, and they would kind of say, "Well, you go and get this jet from Africa or from India and take it to here, there, or anywhere." And the owner of that company was an ex-RAF squadron leader, a real character. But he was the L-39s. A lot were sold to America, and he was commissioned to take 9 L-39s across to the USA, which went into private hands. They're kind of like people were buying them and having them as personal little aircraft. But they were very underpowered at the time. I think they brought out a slightly more powerful version, but it was still an aircraft which it was still kind of quite slow to spool up. And I know when you took them off, they had a few funny characteristics. One was that its climb speed, or best climb speed, was 216 knots. Yet it rotated at about 115 to 120. So when they took them off, they would stay very flat to build the speed up quickly. So you would see them kind of depart, and they would be kind of
Well,
not.
that is very interesting, Peter. The only thing I would say, Peter, Ukraine lost 3 combat pilots with hundreds of hours of mission flight time under their belts. Juice more than 500. I think the one of the pilots who was killed had fewer than 100 hours of combat missions. Obviously, I think that Juice and the other Ukrainian pilot were helping the third pilot with the fewest hours in the air and combat missions to sharpen skills. But this is what can happen in training missions. So just stop and think. What is Juice doing in between flying combat missions? He's flying training missions with his fellow pilots. Why? Because he knows if he can help them sharpen their skills, they will stay alive to fly and fight another day.
Yeah, he was an amazing bloke.
It didn't happen yesterday, and that is really, really sad, Peter. But I really don't want to go through the specs of these training planes. We really don't want to do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, just very sorry. He was also somebody who really pushed for the F-16s a lot, and hopefully that's now happening, and and that they will be equipped with the right missiles.
This is what we all hope, Peter. If you have not followed this story, I encourage you, and I'll DM some tweets to you, but I would encourage you to look at the memorials of Juice and the other 2 pilots who were killed in this training accident. I would just encourage you to to learn more about Juice. Absolutely remarkable individual, married to a leading journalist in Ukraine. His wife also posted a really moving tribute to her husband, and we all here felt the loss deeply yesterday, continue to feel it today. So I just encourage you, go take a look at those tributes, and
Have you got them up in the?
So they were all up there yesterday, Peter. I'll get some others up, but if they
Yeah, I'll
don't
have
go in the nest, I'll DM them to you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Robin,
Yeah,
welcome.
hi,
Go
Alan.
ahead.
I just wanted to mention the names of the two other pilots who were killed with juice because I think it's important that we remember everyone by name. They were, we know, Captain Andrei Pilshikov, who was Juice, Major Vyacheslav Minka, and Major Serhiy Prokazhin, all of whom were experienced pilots. Minka he came back to aviation in 2015 because of Russia's invasions. He had been a flyer earlier in his life. One of our one of our wonderful listeners who never comes up to speak, and I wish you would, you know who you are, but sent me the text of a song that was written by a Ukrainian rock group called Kozak System, one of my favorite groups, at the beginning of the war. And I'm going to read the words, and then if you will indulge me, I want to just play a clip of the first 30 seconds of the song because it is just so beautiful. And it was written by the leader of Kozak System, and he says about it: when the Ukrainian sun rises, Russia will fall into the dark abyss. The time has come, and although Russia is still in convulsions, the Ukrainian sun has risen. We will survive the most difficult days of the war. We broke the spine of the Russian army. We light the fire of victory over evil. We are born. Russia is dying. I know that the moment will come when the anthem of Ukraine will sound from all the loudspeakers of the country instead of the alarm sirens. The time is coming. Hold on. Now, the beginning of this song is obviously in Ukrainian. I'll just read the translation, but it doesn't do justice to the original, so I want people to hear the original, just the beginning of it. The song goes, "The Ukrainian sun has risen. Let it shine brightly. He paid dearly. We will not forgive them. He paid dearly. We will not forgive them." So this certainly could have been written about Juice and all of the other pilots. And here I'm just, as I said, I'll play the first. If I hope this comes across all right.
Українське сонце зійшло, хай яскраво світить воно, дорого заплачено, ми їх не пробачимо, дорого заплачено, ми їх не пробачимо.
Okay. If you think it's appropriate, Alan, I'll put a link up in the nest to the YouTube clip. It's just a chilling and beautiful song to me, anyway. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. Robin, it is more than appropriate. This song sent chills down my spine and brought tears to my eyes, and I don't even understand the Ukrainian. And this is what makes music a universal language. So please, yes, post that up in the nest and DM the link to me as well, so I can have it and I can follow this band. You know what, Robin? In addition to the book club that we are starting tonight at 9 p.m. in 2 hours' time, maybe we should start a Ukrainian music group too.
I would love that. I have found so many beautiful Ukrainian, traditional songs and also the pop groups. That some of the pop groups are incredible patriots along with everything else. Yeah, I think it would be a great idea.
And I expect, this is probably some of the music that's played in the Kyiv metro stations during bomb strikes. I know there's a lot of live music down there, but there's probably a lot of recorded music. And I cannot think of the number of times when I've listened to Ukrainians singing their national anthem uh, in metro stations under attack by the Russians, in churches, in concert halls in Odessa, in Kyiv, in Lviv, in Kharkiv, in Kherson, wherever Ukrainians are gathered. This is an anthem, a national anthem of hope and courage and resistance. And I think I need to learn the words, Robin. And only you can teach me. You and Scruff and Fairlane, with Fairlane's beautiful voice. Maybe we can start a Ukrainian music group in addition to the book club we're launching tonight at 9 o'clock with Timothy Snyder's On Tyranny. It's 120 pages long. You don't have to have read it. You will hear plenty about it when Robin and I get into that segment later tonight. Nancy, did chills go through your body when Robin played that song?
Yeah, absolutely. That was definitely one worth listening to again. No question about it. It was a beautiful song.
Well, I'm going to get it. I'll get it on Spotify or SoundCloud or wherever I have my music. But I'll start with the YouTube link that Robin is going to put up in the nest. Folks, here we are on a quiet Sunday night in North America. But it's quiet for us. It's not quiet in Ukraine. It's not quiet for any of the Ukrainian soldiers on the front line fighting in Robatnya or in Verbova. Not quiet for the Ukrainian defenders in Kupiansk and around Bakhmut. Don't be quiet. Stand up and raise your voice. Stand up and make a contribution to MriyaReport by going to MriyaReport.org. That's MRIYA report.org. Tap on the donate button and help us send humanitarian supplies, both to Ukrainian civilians and to Ukrainian soldiers. You know, people wonder why I spell Maria, and it's because we need to spell it out. Otherwise, people think it's spelled like Maria from West Side Story, and it's not that Maria. It's the Ukrainian Maria, MRIYA, and it means dream, a dream of the future, a hope of the future. It was the name of the largest cargo plane ever constructed in the world by Ukrainians, and that plane was destroyed in Hostomel 550 days ago. Nancy?
Yeah, Alan, actually, I've got a little bit of news to bring that I was looking at on the President of Ukraine's website. And they have talked about this in the past. You know, Ukraine right now is basically a de facto tester. And, you know, if you have military equipment that you want battle tested, it is the place to do it right now. And they've had talks in the past about having a forum about military tech in Ukraine, and they have determined that they're going to do that sometime in October. They don't specify the dates yet, but they are going to do that. It'll be attended by many companies in the industry from around the world. And the President Zelensky didn't rule out the possibility of signing contracts during the event. He said that they've revived their defense industry production. They're manufacturing a number of NATO standard equipment components in Ukraine now, and they're looking to grow that business, of course, both tactically, but also strategically going forward. So not only their own native production, but more NATO standard artillery, for example. And the example he gave there was the 155 caliber ammo for the artillery systems that is being produced in Ukraine now. So those are the type of things that they're going to be looking to grow as well. And I think we've seen pieces and parts, but it was nice to see them planning on holding a forum in October. So I just wanted to bring that to folks' attention, and we'll keep our eyes and ears out for more information as they bring it forward.
Thanks, Nancy. And Peter, just for your information, if you're listening, if you do want to take a look at the first tweet in the nest, you can learn more about the training accident that took the lives of 3 skilled pilots in the Ukrainian Air Force. And I'd encourage you to do that. Nancy, Robin, I think more than once Juice was here with us on MriyaReport, or at least once.
Alan, I seem to remember that. I'm hoping one of our people who deals with the videos can dig out that clip, because I sort of remember, but I would love to go back to really listen to what he had to say at the time, if we can find it.
Yeah, me too. And I hope I can find it, but I will be sure in the back channel to give that assignment to someone, because we really should provide it for everyone. Well, we can talk maybe more about that a little bit later tonight. James, go ahead.
Yes, I have something that I think Juice would appreciate, and that is, earlier today there was a question that I didn't get up to respond to it, and it was about, what are some of the differences between land to land, or ground to ground, and ground to sea, and those kind of missiles are different mainly in the kind of tracking systems and the way they aim at things. And so the exemplar of this news story that I found talked about another kit called Quick Sync is what their nickname was for it at the time. And it was designed to be a ship breaker, like split the keel in half. And so, sort of 2 thoughts about how to get to the keel through the top, or not, go underneath, right? But once you break the keel of a ship, things are looking bad for you. So, and the kit was for the JDAM, and the way that they actually blew up some kind of retired merchant vessel as a demonstration, and they used the F-15 strike plane. I forget, is it Strike Eagle? Anyways, details. But the point is that these are kits for JDAMs, and I think there's JDAMs in theater or on the way. I think they're in theater now. So, so that's really promising to me about being able to hit the Navy, the Russian Navy, that is.
Yeah, I think Ukraine is going to perfect a lot of ways to hit the Russian Navy in the Black Sea, and there's only one direction the Russian Navy can go. It's east, in retreat to Novosibirsk, which is the eastern Russian naval port. It's pretty close to where the Kerch Bridge enters Russia. But yeah, and yeah, JDAMs are in theater, James. They are there and they're being used. Nancy, back to you for a moment.
Hey, Alan, sorry about that. I was just putting 2 items into the nest that I wanted to share for the moment before I turn over co-hosting duties to Robin. And they are from our wonderful co-host, new co-host, Tracy Fella, who has also been working on our SBU updates for Saturday night with Prince Heather and NAFO Dave. And she always gleans wonderful information. And so I wanted to leave with 2 lighter notes. One is that the Ministry of Defense has developed new armbands for the Ukrainian anti-aircraft fighters, and they'll have an updated sleeve pattern for the soldiers of the 540th Lviv Anti-Aircraft Missile Regiment. And it's actually a great style. The armband has a silver griffin with an arrow in its right paw. And then there's one for the 38th Anti-Aircraft Missile Regiment, which is a golden wasp with silver wings and a sting. And they're just very lovely insignias. And I'm glad to see the air defense, the anti-aircraft air defense teams getting that special badge. It's got a mark of distinction to it, and they're definitely providing such strong defense capabilities that it's really delightful to see. And the other item is absolutely worth watching. There's a gorgeous video, and this comes from the MriyaReport City Council and the MriyaReport teachers, who are, of course, in Western Ukraine now, but they raised the flag of Ukraine on one of the mountains in the Carpathians. And they climbed 2 mountains with Ukrainian flags. And the second mountain, Hoverla, I think is how you'd pronounce it, Robin, keep me honest. They set a record for raising the largest flag of Ukraine with a kite on top of the mountain. And this is one that they had hand sewn. And the teacher who sewed it said, every day for 2.5 weeks, I sewed for 5 hours. The flag was huge, so we tried to raise it to the top of the mountain for almost 3 hours. But they've got video of that, and they hiked a 9-kilometer path to install that flag on the top of the mountain. And it's just absolutely beautiful. And to see it waving in the breeze on the mountaintop is just spectacular. So I encourage everyone to take a look at it and let it bring a smile to your face.
Thank you for that, Nancy. You know, flags were raised all over Ukraine on Independence Day and on the day before Independence Day, which is Ukraine's Flag Day. Ukrainian flags were raised in Berdyansk. They were raised in Mariupol. They were raised in Tokmak. They were raised throughout occupied Ukraine. And the most spectacular is what Nancy just described to us. But if this doesn't send a message to Russians, I don't know what will, except more success on the battlefield by the Ukrainian army. I almost said our Ukrainian army. I'm beginning to think I want to say our Ukrainian army. Martin, welcome. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alan and Nancy and Slava Ukraini, as always.
Heroam Slava.
Thank you.
Heroam Slava.
And hello to the rest of the world who is listening to MriyaReport. Please retweet or re-X, whatever the phrase is now, this valuable site, the one indispensable source for ongoing accurate information 24/7 about Russia's or Muscovy's genocidal war against Ukraine, which Muscovy will lose and is losing. I wanted to bring some, I don't know if you mentioned it, some good news I just came across. Canadian press item, Ukraine's best high jumper wins gold for her country at World Championships. As many of MriyaReport's listeners would know, the World Athletics or Track and Field Championships has been happening in Budapest, Hungary for the past week or so. And so Yaroslava Manuchik, I suppose that's how her name is pronounced, Mahuchikh, closed out the high jump event with a gold medal hanging from her neck, or closed out the event with a gold medal hanging from her neck. And she jumped 2.01 meters, which is 6 feet 7 inches, to close out, I'm reading from the report and the Canadian press, to close out a riveting evening on the track and in the field. Quote, finally, I have my gold, she said, of the country's first world title since 2013, when the meet was held in Moscow. Continued with the quote, and it's really extra important for my country right now, period, end quote. And it goes on some more, and I won't say much more because I've tweeted it or posted it on X, so people can read it for themselves. But just to say that's really good, encouraging, important news for all of us who support Ukraine, and specifically, most importantly, for the people of Ukraine who have been enduring this hideous war of aggression by the barbarians from the east. So I wanted to bring that, Alan and Nancy, to everyone's attention. And I'll just say one more time. Well, let me just conclude. Yeah, right. The last paragraph where it says, where she says, and quote, now it's more important to show the world that we will continue fighting for our independence, she said. Quote, we know we will win this, but what is the price we will pay? So that's Ms. Manuchik's final comment in this article. So Slava Ukraini. And Alan, let me just say, oh yeah, sure. Let me just say that, yes, Ukraine's army is our army, because this is our fight too. Our fight for all of us who believe in freedom, independence, democracy, and a world that's governed by rules and order, and isn't governed by countries that subscribe to the law of the jungle, such as Muscovy. So yes, they are our army as well, Slava Ukraini, and I'll step down to listener. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Heroam Slava.
Yeah, Martin, that was beautiful, and thank you so much, and particularly for bringing up that point. And I agree with you. It's when we hear the phrase "all will be Ukraine." At first, when I first heard that, I thought that was all of Ukraine will be Ukraine, and that was my mental thought. Now I know that all of Ukraine is in our hearts as well. And I am so thankful to the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian nation for being on the front line and fighting the great fight, the big fight for a rules-based order globally. And they are protecting our freedom and reminding so many of us that freedom is not free, but it is the right of everybody in a free and civilized society. And with that, I'm going to switch co-hosts, and the lovely Robin will be taking my place and taking you guys through the next few hours before book club time as well. So Thank you very much, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. And thank you, Nancy. A good few hours here tonight together. I always enjoy co-hosting with you. And Martin, if you're still listening, you know, wherever Ukrainians are competing in the world and however they're competing, maybe it's Ukrainian athletes, they are impelled to do everything they possibly can to, they do two things. They take inspiration from Ukraine's fight for freedom and by their effort, and in this case, by their victory, they inspire Ukrainians back home. So I appreciate hearing stories like that. I really do. Robin, welcome. You're back. I thought you were going to be here all night when I first came up. You were here, and now you're back.
As me sainted Irish grandmother would say, I'm the bad penny who always returns.
I still pick pennies up in the street, Robin. I found no bad pennies.
Yeah, that does show our age, Alan, those of us who pick up pennies. Anyway, I just wanted to, since Nancy just mentioned it, one of our little Ukrainian phrases from a few weeks ago is everything will be Ukraine. So I thought we would just go over it very quickly, if you don't mind.
Yes, Robin, you can embarrass me again with my pronunciation of Ukrainian.
Oh, stop. Anyway, well, we know Ukraina. You do that very well. And it's Ukraina in this case because of the 7 different cases in Ukrainian. This is the one with the A on the end. So everything will be Ukraine is Vse bude Ukraina.
Vse Buda Ukraina.
You nailed it the first time. I'm very proud of you. Good job.
I'm adding this to my Ukrainian vocabulary. Vse Buda Ukraina. Everything will be Ukraine, and that is exactly what it means. It means that when I make a mistake and I say our Ukrainian army, it means Ukraine has captured my heart, captured my commitment, captured my spirit, because Ukraine really is showing all of us the way forward, the way to freedom and to the light. It's not easy. It's not even easy here on MriyaReport. We have lost people we know here, and you know, when I say people we know, I'm not only talking about those of us who know Ukrainians virtually as a result of MriyaReport. I'm talking about individuals here who, in fact, do know Ukrainians personally in real life who have given their lives. And we need to respect that and honor that. And this is what we try to do here at MriyaReport every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, through 550 days of Russia's genocidal war against Ukraine.
You know, Alan, since we don't have any hands, this is a good chance to mention something I've brought up before in the face, but honestly, I was on so many hours last week, I had no idea if we were co-hosting together when I did. So I'm just going to bring it up maybe for the second time. I think it might be. Sean Penn was in Ukraine. He got there a couple of days before the invasion. He was there when the Russians invaded. He was President Zelensky and his security team, astoundingly to me, allowed him and his team to stay with them in the bunker afterwards. He was there for several days into the war, and he produced a documentary. He had originally gone there to do a sort of lighthearted documentary about this comedian who became president, and which was sort of funny, you know. I mean, he ended up, as he said, being in the middle of an existential struggle for freedom on the behalf of Ukraine. The reason I bring this up now, one of the reasons, is because at one point he said, and I think this is when he was being interviewed by Sean Hannity of all people. Yes, we were on together now. That Sean Hannity and Sean Penn are probably about as far apart politically in terms of domestic policy as they could be. But they had a wonderful, frank, and really very moving discussion where they were both on the same page about Ukraine. I don't know if Hannity still is or not. I have not been paying attention to him lately. But anyway, at the time, what Sean Penn said, which really struck me, he said, one of the things that he noticed that really struck home to him when he was in Ukraine was what we can learn from Ukraine. That there's something that we in the United States have lost, and that is that feeling of unity, that feeling of all being in this together. And that's a very important lesson that we stand to learn from Ukraine, what a country can do when people are united. And not every Ukrainian agrees on everything, obviously. There are conservatives and liberals in Ukraine like any other place. But as he was saying, look at what Ukraine has accomplished by being united. And that's something we need to learn from them. Superhero is the name of the documentary. September 18th, it'll be released on Paramount Plus, which is a subscription service. What I do is I subscribe for a month and something like this happens for $8 or $10, whatever it is. Watch it, see whatever else I want, and then at the end of the month cancel it. And so you get to see. This looks from the trailer, looks like it's going to be a really excellent and very positive, very pro-Ukraine message by someone people know in this country. I think it may have a very positive impact. So I'm very excited about it. Thanks, Alan.
Thanks, Robin. I'm definitely going to get my free subscription for a month and watch Superpower, Sean Penn's documentary film about President Zelensky and about Ukraine. So is this also going to be released in theaters, or is it only going to be for online viewing?
I'm afraid, I don't know for sure, but there was no mention of anything except for the Paramount Plus release. I think usually if it's going to be released in theaters, they try to release it ahead of the streaming services. So I'm afraid it may only be on Paramount Plus, but we'll see. If I find out differently, I'll let everyone know.
Well, it's worth promoting here. I'm sure it's a fine film. Sean Penn is not only a good actor, but he's a good film producer, a film director. And I've seen the trailer. It was really intriguing. For one reason, you get to see footage, not that Sean Penn shot, but that he obviously acquired in order to put into the film. But it shows Zelensky after he won the presidential election, and you see this young man, and he was a young man, and he is a young man, and you see him thanking those who voted for him, giving high fives. He has this expression absolutely filled with energy and hope and brilliance. Well, he's fulfilled all that promise. He really has fulfilled it, and more than fulfilled it. A presidential term, whatever conditions you serve in, take a toll on you. President Zelensky has aged since that day when he won that election. And we've seen that occur too. But one thing we've never seen change, and that's the expression of determination on President Zelensky's face. And that is how I will always remember him. This extraordinary man who stood in front of the U.S. Congress, for example, in battle green T-shirts, battle green clothes. And that's how I will always remember President Zelensky. Just an extraordinary leader. We are so lucky to be able to have his inspiration Ukraine is so fortunate to have found the right person at the right time to lead their country through war and to lead their country into the future and into victory. Meta, go ahead.
Oh, that was so quick. Yeah. Have you already seen the good news from Chuck Ferrer? He's posting that Germany has approved transfer of Taurus, and in his post he also put Swedish flag. So I think they're jointly sending some Taurus to Ukraine, which is just great because they've been really asking for the long range missiles. So that was my news. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. So I had not seen that report. So you're saying Germany has approved transfer of Taurus missiles to Ukraine?
Chuck Ferrer writes, Defense Minister Resnikov confirms Germany will transfer long-range Taurus air-launched cruise missiles (ALMS) to Ukraine. A turbofan engine powers the missile at Mach 0.95, so, which an operational range of greater than 310 miles, which is 500 kilometers. And then he has this description of the missile, and he also puts a Swedish flag. So I don't know if that means that even Sweden is transferring them. But yeah, Chuck Ferrer, you can, I can put it DM on, or if you don't follow him, just
Yeah, if you could, Meta, that would be great because I'm not seeing it in the in his Twitter feed, but I may not be looking at the right place. So if you could send it, that would be great to one of us.
Yeah, I will. Thank you.
So Robin, I just found it. I'll put it up in the nest. And yes, indeed. How can we be so late with this news? Chuck posted this 22 hours ago. Defense Minister Reznikov confirms Germany will transfer long-range Taurus air-launched cruise missiles to Ukraine. And so I hope this also puts some pressure. It will put a lot of pressure on the Biden administration to send ATACMS. I like saying ATACMS. That's the way Ben Hodges says it. Attack. I do hope that now President Biden has the cover he needs from German leadership to deliver ATACMS to Ukraine. This is just what Ukraine needs.
Yes, absolutely. You know, Alan, I just came across an article in Ukrainska Pravda in English, fortunately. This is very interesting. President Zelensky is saying now that, you know, it may be a long war. This is what Chuck has been saying, but he says that if Ukraine can follow the example of Israel, that Israel's been basically in a war for its entire existence, off and on, hotter and colder, but without losing lots of lives. And he's saying, you know, that Ukraine could sustain a many-year war if they weren't losing so many people in battle, which is, you know, it's an interesting. I mean, I hope that they win the war and it's over with. But this may be part of. He may be seeing now this as an option because they're finally getting the long-range weaponry that they need, and also Ukraine has really gotten to a point where they're developing, where they're manufacturing some of their own weaponry. So it's, you know, it's sobering to think that the war may not be over soon, but if Ukraine can survive it without great loss of life, then that may be what needs to happen for a while. Anyway, I thought it was interesting that he was pointing specifically to the Israeli model.
Well, I sure don't want to see a 75-year-long fight for survival by Ukraine, and Zelensky is correct. Israel has been fighting for 75 years to be a nation and a Jewish homeland. But I don't want to see Ukraine fight for 75 years for its sovereignty and for the security of its people, for the future of its nation. I wonder if he was possibly also referring to the bilateral security negotiations that are going on now between Ukraine and the United States, in which Ukraine and the United States seem to be looking at what might be called an Israeli model of security guarantees. So this would be technology, weapons, training, and financial aid. I think that might be what he's referring to.
Yeah, I suspect so. I suspect so. It's, it's, I mean, in Israel now, it is technically still at war with many of its neighbors, but it, except when it heats up, it pretty much is a country at peace. And this may be, if Ukraine can get the guarantees, not nice sentiments that are going to be ignored, and can be guaranteed to have the weaponry it needs. This is another option, at least. And I'd love to hear what Chuck has to say about this. Has he spoken about the Israeli model? I don't remember if he has.
To the best of my knowledge, no. But Chuck will be back on Tuesday, and Chuck has experience in the Middle East as a Navy SEAL. He was in Beirut in I guess it would have been in the 1980s, but so I think he'll have some thoughts about it, and I'll ask him. I think it would be a really interesting thing to have Chuck talk about on a bullet points, maybe Tuesday, depending on what happens between now and then. As you know, Robin, it's never easy to get through all of Chuck's maps during a bullet points in the assigned time, just a few hours. This is why we are developing something called a Chuckathon. And Chuck, fortunately, is able to be here with us for 5 hours plus. Nothing near what Thomas Tyner can do. But then Thomas Tyner trains every day by riding a bicycle through the hills of Italy. And Chuck is only a snowboarder, and there's no snow, from what I understand, in Canada or the United States right now.
Yes, very true. No, I just completely lost the thought I was going to say. I'm sorry. I'll go back to you, Alan. Oh, actually, Meta has something else, so let's go back to Meta.
Yeah, I missed a few hours here, so I'm not sure if we've discussed, but the attacks on Murmansk, which is quite close to the Finnish-Norwegian border, so, where all the bombers are. So there's a smoking. There has been a boom there, and also Prigozhin they have released a interview with Prigozhin where he sort of predicted his own death. He's saying, "You better kill me, but I won't lie. I have to be honest. Russia is on the brink of disaster. If these cords are not adjusted today, the plane will fall apart in mid-air." And that came from Anton Gerashenko, which is pretty good source. There's a video Prigozhin saying. So yeah, but the Murmansk boom, I'm really, really interesting if it was the airbase, because they have moved their bombers after the Ukrainian strike. So they moved them over here, so to say. But let's see. Thank you.
So I have not seen reports of explosions in Murmansk. Murmansk is practically up in the region of the Arctic Circle.
Yeah, I can send you. There's a video. I can send you that DM.
that would be great if you could do that. Thank you very much. Robin, we are approaching the time of the Maria Report Book Club. Not to promote it overly, after all, it's just a quiet hour here on Maria Report among readers or listeners to audiobooks. You know, it's it will begin in an hour and a half at 9 p.m. By taking a look at On Tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder from Yale University. And you don't have to have read the book. This isn't a senior seminar by any means. It's just a way to bring Maria Report listeners some books that you should order either from your local bookstore or wherever you order your books from. Get them on your bookshelf, put them on your nightstand, and delve into them. These are books about Ukrainian history, books about fascism, books about how authoritarianism threatens democracies, including some of the democracies we all live in. So we will be starting the Maria Report Book Club tonight at 9. In just an hour and a half. Robin, I'm really looking forward to it.
As am I. I'm a little nervous. It's the first time I've ever tried something like this, but I think we're going to have a good time. It's a wonderful book, and what I find, well, not to give away the plot ahead of time, but one of the things I find so interesting about it is when you start to read it, you don't think it has anything to do with Ukraine, but then you, as you get into it, you realize it's all about Ukraine. And anyway, I'm looking forward. Everybody, please try to come if you possibly can. I hope we'll have a great discussion. We'll be working on this book probably for the next 4 weeks. So if you can't make it tonight, you still have an option. Get a hold of it. It's a little, as Alan says, it's a short book. It's a little more than a pamphlet, but with a lot of meat in it. And I think it should be required living for anyone who lives in a democracy and wants to keep it that way. So looking forward.
I definitely agree with that. It is required reading. Robin, the idea of this book having a plot never crossed my mind. I'm just kidding. I think, aside from history, it would be really interesting to find a short, really good book of fiction or a short story or a collection of short stories or some poetry by Ukrainian poets to read in the book club as well. And I think we will make every book club, we'll give every book club a segment of a Ukrainian phrase or two, so all of you can laugh at me as I try to say something in Ukrainian. But I practice every day. I try to learn it. Robin sends me recordings, and sometimes I just play them over and over again while I sleep. I wake up in the morning, and it has had no effect whatsoever.
Reminds me of Victor Borges saying that he learned Japanese in his sleep, but he can speak perfectly when he's asleep, but when he's awake, he doesn't remember a thing. But I must say, my teacher and my conversation partner would both get a real laugh out of the fact that I am sending you with my American accent clips about how to pronounce Ukrainian words. I do try, however.
And you do very well. James, go ahead, please.
I'm looking forward to the book club. I like the idea of this book first. It sounds like his other books are a lot more challenging and bigger from what you guys have said about the brevity of this book. So that's perfect because I want like the cartoon version of it in a way. But anyways, it's just hard to get through books. I have to do so much thinking about everything I know already and try to integrate it these days, and it takes more time than it used to read a book. But anyway, what I wanted to say is I'll be back, but I'm going to go not listen to anything and get my exercise in so you guys have a good time. I'll be back for the book club.
Thank you, James. We'll ask you the first question. So while you exercise, at least read the introduction. So, yeah, Timothy Snyder's history books. So this would be Bloodlands, for example, Europe between Hitler and Stalin. I love that subtitle because it gives you an idea of this history in both time and place. It is a superb history, and it makes you think differently about the Holocaust and about about genocide. Frankly, how Stalin committed genocide and how Hitler committed genocide. But one thing I will say, and you can pick this up in Timothy Snyder's book on tyranny, he is an extraordinarily good writer. And because he's a good writer, he's a good thinker. It does make his very long histories time consuming to read. Not difficult, but time consuming, because this professor does not waste words. You are reading a historian really at the top of his craft. He makes every word count, and he does drive the history forward with a lot of clarity, with a lot of energy. These are books that are difficult to put down.
Yeah, Alan, I 100% agree with you. In fact, I was about to make the same point. I don't think either you or I have much patience for badly or obtusely written books. So, I mean, I find Timothy Snyder, I had to practically take a shovel to get through um, The Road to Unfreedom, not because of the writing. The writing is elegant, it's beautiful, but the concepts, especially for someone like me who doesn't have a background, particularly in history, and certainly not in political science, but the writing is gorgeous, and it's the concepts that you have to work on, but the writing you'll enjoy reading. And the other author who I hope we'll be getting to next, Serhiy Plokhy, who's a professor of Ukrainian history at Harvard, is also an elegant writer, really a wonderful writer. And with Plokhy, it just amazes me because the man is Ukrainian. You know, his English is just probably, I think, third or fourth language. He's got a degree in Germanic languages from uh, oh, I don't remember, one of the universities in Kiev. But he writes a beautiful, really beautiful English. It's not something an editor could make that way. He has an incredible master of the English language. So yeah, I recommend, Snyder. It may take you a while to get through it, but you'll enjoy it while you're doing it, and that's the important thing. And you'll come out knowing so much more and having your eyes really open to what's going on in the world.
So I will say, Robin, when I read Bloodlands by Timothy Snyder, I did have to set the book down from time to time, sometimes for a number of days, and I'd look at it on the top of my desk, and I just had to put it down because the events that Timothy Snyder writes about are so harsh and so disconcerting and so heartbreaking. You look at that book, you know something of what you're going to read, but it is difficult reading because this is one of the darkest periods of humanity I know about, and what you learn in Bloodlands between Hitler and Stalin, the people that suffered under them, it's just hard sometimes to read. It's actually much harder to read for me. It was than any book about the Holocaust I've ever read, and I have a deeper understanding of the Holocaust because of Timothy Snyder's research and history than I've ever had before. It is, if this is possible to say and for anyone to understand, the tragedy of genocidal killing in the 1930s and 1940s in Germany and in Russia because of Hitler, because of Stalin, it takes on both a greater significance and a it's just it's more than I was even aware of. It's just more. The scale is unbelievable.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I have to tell you honestly, I didn't read the whole Bloodlands. I read about 3/4 of the way through, and I could not take it anymore. It was the same thing. I had to put it down for days at a time, and I finally went and read, I think, the last 100 pages. I plan to get back and read the intervening part, but it is, I've read a lot about the Holocaust, and somehow the fact that that horrible genocide was even more widespread, and there were more actors, and it wasn't just Jews that these fascists were going after. There was the wipeout of the Polish intelligentsia by I don't remember who at this point. The Russians were doing it and the Germans were doing it. There was the Holodomor, the purposeful starvation of God knows how many Ukrainians, because the Russians didn't keep records like the Germans did. There are estimates from anywhere from 3 to 6 or 7 million. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I found it very, very hard to take, and it's as I said, I hope to finish the rest of it because I think I need to. But it's Timothy Snyder is. He knows what he's writing about, and he spent so much time in the trenches in the Polish archives, Ukrainian archives. He got into the Russian archives before they closed them, so it's all profusely documented, and you can't get away from it. It's horrifying, and it's a warning that this could happen again, because it wasn't just the Nazis.
Yeah, it wasn't just the Nazis. And I guess, one of the interesting takeaways from this history for me was what the Germans learned from the Russians about how to commit genocide. And the Russians were actually better at it, so to speak. And the people who suffered in the beginning, primarily in the late 30s and the early 40s, were the Poles. Both Germany and Russia set out to eliminate the educated Polish class. It is absolutely horrifying. This is the kind of horrifying tactic that tyrants take when they want to destroy a nation, a culture, and the nation's willingness to live and to fight and to continue. Well, what we've seen, here we are, 75 years odd later after the Second World War, almost, well, let's see, 75 years after the German and Russian invasion of Poland with the intention of partitioning it. Poland not only survived, but it's stronger and more determined today than ever before, more alert to threats today because of its history. And it's something we all have to pay attention to. Listen to Poland. I think listen to Poland.
Yep, I agree. I mean, one of the other things that I find absolutely horrifying is, I will quote Timothy Snyder out of this book, We'll Give You Coming Attractions. He says, America today is no wiser than Europeans who saw democracy yield to fascism, Nazism, or communism in the 20th century. Our one advantage is that we might learn from their experience. Now is a good time to do so. 100%. I am horrified by the fact that who I consider myself a pretty well-educated person, I know nothing about any of this. I didn't know anything had gone on in Eastern Europe before 1939 and before the U.S. got into the Second World War a few years later. It's I don't remember, Alan, you will know, whoever said those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. Well, we can't forget history anymore. We have to educate ourselves and our countrymen and Western society about things that Poland and the Baltics and Ukrainians and others in that area of the world knew a long time ago, and finally we're listening to them. When I think about the Baltics and Poland shouting into the void, and nobody in the West listening to them, the frustration they must have felt, we are finally beginning to understand what they were saying all the time.
Of course, everyone has now said those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. And someone is going to jump up and correct me. Thank God Axel is deep asleep. But I think it was George Santayana, the philosopher, who was the first person to say this. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it or fated to repeat it. It does seem to be true, unfortunately. And, just don't forget history. It's and don't let history be destroyed. Don't let it become lost. Preserve documents. Preserve first-person eyewitness stories. Preserve testimony. Preserve every experience that any individual has gone through especially I think in times of war. It's times of war that concentrate our attention and that require our attention. It's not to say that there's no other history than the history of wars. There's plenty of other history, of course, but especially in times of war, in times of genocidal war, preserve the eyewitnesses' accounts of what is happening, preserve the testimony, learn from it, and never, ever, ever, never let it happen again. We have to say this is the last time and mean it.
Yeah, never again means nothing unless it's serious. 100%.
And Robin, every single person in this space could be a victim of a genocide or a victim of a crackdown on people who mean well. It doesn't have to be a crackdown on intellectuals or workers or to come up with any description you want. Authoritarian states actually crack down on people who mean well, who have a beating heart, who will do something to save their neighbor, whether or save the stranger, because that actually is the final test. Will you save the stranger who asks for your help? That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, well, in any authoritarian state, the state has to be the ultimate authority in anything, and someone who has any kind of a belief system about right and wrong is going to be a threat to it. So, as you're saying, I think sometimes, well, you didn't say this. I'm going on from what you said, that people think that, well, I'm a good person, I'm not going to have a problem. Who would go after me? Well, being a good person is sometimes the very thing that a fascist state can't abide. We don't need fascist state does not need good people. It needs people who will do what they're told and will go with whatever the party line is that they're being given.
And you know what? This is something we're going to read about in On Tyranny, which we're going to tackle in the first Maria Report book club starting at 9 p.m. tonight. Authoritarian governments need obedient citizens. And they will do everything they are capable of to make you obedient.
If we don't watch it, we're going to give away everything before it gets to be 9 o'clock. Let's go over to Cornelius and see what he has to say.
Oh, that's hilarious. You guys, so I popped up into the space about 5 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago, and you guys are talking. I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm popping in time zone differences. It's already 7:48 where I am, and oh, I've missed it. It sounded so much like you were getting into the book already, so I haven't quite missed it. What time is 9 o'clock? Is that like an hour from now?
Yeah, like an hour and 10 minutes, 11
Oh,
minutes.
okay, okay. So right on.
49,
Ah, super.
59,
Yeah.
59, 40. No, well, anyway.
Perfect. Okay. Big sigh of relief. That's super. Thanks, guys.
Well, you know what it is. We've both been thinking about it for the last couple of days, so that's on the top of mind for both of us. So we'll try
Oh
to go
yeah,
on to
me
something
too.
else for a while.
Okay, right on. Thanks.
Thanks, Cornelius. Alan, to get us off this topic, like I said, so we don't say everything before 9 o'clock. There's an article that I found very disturbing. I don't know if it's been discussed or not, but it's certainly worth another pass. Was a U.S. intelligence report that was recently declassified, reporting on the inroads into American NGOs and things with of Russian propaganda, particularly the FSB, trying to influence small groups of people to get them to leverage them covertly into into appearing to be um, um, what's the word, appearing to be independent sources, and thereby changing the what people understand as true to the Russian version. I think we certainly have seen that, and Snyder talks about it too. But we certainly saw that in the last in some of the last election cycles in the United States, and we've certainly seen that the attempt in Ukraine. Ukraine was a little harder for them because Ukraine is close enough to know what they're up to. There's a wonderful book called Putin's Hybrid War and the Jews, which I also recommend. Um, and what he talks about there is the attempts that the Russians made to turn Jewish and non-Jewish Ukrainians against each other fell completely flat, thank God. And we know from hearing Rabbi Osman earlier today that there is not a problem of anti-Semitism or Jewish anti-Jewish prejudice in Ukraine. In fact, it's heard from many people it's better to be a Jew in Ukraine than it is most any other place in Europe. But that Putin tried very hard. The FSB put a lot of money and effort into trying to disrupt, destabilize Ukraine that way, and they're working on us all the time. There was a CNN report of this declassified report that has some pretty scary specifics in it, apparently, especially building on co-opting good-hearted people, again, as we were talking about, people who have their hearts in the right place, who don't realize that they're being fed propaganda, and once they present it to other people, it loses the link to Russian disinformation and starts to be accepted as fact. Something we really need to be on the lookout for.
And that's why this book that we're going to take a look at later tonight. I know we're trying to get off this topic, not giving anything away, not giving away the plot, but this book is part of the bullshit filter you need. And Carl Sagan, the astronomer, was one of the first people I remember saying, you know what? Here's what a bullshit filter looks like. Protect yourself from disinformation and protect yourself from the madness of the crowd. And there is a certain madness of the crowd that can take over a country or take over, I guess, even take over a majority of the world's population. I don't know. But there is a certain madness of crowds that you should be able to identify, uh, keep yourself safe from it. A lot of disinformation promotes such madness, and a lot of Russian propaganda is nothing but madness. And yet, a lot of people buy into it.
Yeah, I think, part of the issue is we don't put enough effort into teaching critical thinking. I remember when I was in sixth grade back in the Pleistocene era, I had this wonderful teacher, Miss Wicks. Miss Wicks was a character. She was this rather large woman who wore 5-inch stilettos and bright red lipstick. I loved her. But one of the things she did was she had every student in her class subscribe to the New York Times, and we spent time in class every day reading the paper. And she would go over it and explain about evaluating sources and how to how to decide what you think about something by looking at at that source and deciding whether it's valid and how to check these stories. Amazing teacher. I didn't appreciate her at the time as much as I have later on, but this is something that we all of us have to do and have to. Prince Heather is up, and she'll probably have something to tell us in a minute. She is a person who I really admire for the way that she never takes anything at first blush. She always traces back to where it came from, and very often she keeps us from making mistakes by being able to clarify what the person who quoted the person was what the original person actually meant by what they were saying.
And Prince Heather does it kindly. Prince Heather, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. When Mippa came up and talked about the Taurus missile, I had seen a couple things today, but I hadn't had a chance to look into it yet. But that the fact that she said Chuck tweeted it out that the Taurus was coming is what inspired me, because I hadn't seen anything that said that Taurus was coming. And so I went looking, and first thing what I want to find is where the original quote came from, right? Where did that original quote come from? And so I found an article on New Voice of Ukraine. And again, it was one that really made me feel like and think that the Taurus missile would be coming. And so I read through that, and I noticed that there was a link to Build, a German German publication. And so I clicked there, and it is a 30-minute video of Reznikov. And it is very loudly translated into German. But what I could tell was that he was speaking in English during this interview, and they were translating it to German. So I would assume that what they did right as far as quoting him is accurate, because what he said was in English, and well, I had to translate, of course, from German back to English. And I apologize. The German translation of him speaking is very loud, so you get a few words here and there, enough to tell that he's speaking in English, but it was enough. I couldn't listen to the entire 30 minutes and tell exactly what he said. Robin, because I didn't bring my computer out with me, I just came out to talk about this for a minute. Can you find the exact quote that I sent in chat and share that with us? It's
Yeah,
not
hang on
too
a sec.
far back. Yeah. So this is going to be exactly what Alexei Reznikov said about the Taurus missile in that interview. Go ahead, Robin.
Here it is. Thanks to Prince Heather. I'm really optimistic, and I see in the future that we will also get Taurus from Germany, because Germany is really a serious partner of Ukraine in this war, and we have already received a lot of highly modern things from Germany. So the money quote here, I'm really optimistic, and I see in the future that we will also get Taurus from Germany.
So no, thank you, Robin. So nothing in there says that Germany is for sure sending the Taurus missile, and I think that people are just having some publications are enjoying a little bit of play on words to get clicks, and and that's what happens. That's what they do. And the Build headline was all about Prigozhin. Not even this was just sort of a it was like the third point that they wrote about from the interview. So I
I am taking at it as he is very optimistic, and I love Chuck to death. And Chuck is a wonderful person who, when you say, Chuck, I found this information, which isn't exactly what you said, Chuck is appreciative and he says, I will be writing an addendum for that. And 10 seconds later, he messages you and said, I just put an addendum up on that. So I just wanted to clarify that. Go directly to the source of the quote. It's a video interview with Build in Kyiv, and that is one of the quotes that they wrote on their website, and so that is what I believe to be true, because that is what he said. Taking part in this, and this really ties in. We talk about Russian disinformation all the time, and I don't want to call it Ukrainian disinformation. I think what it is sort of altering headlines in a way that make people want to click, and maybe leaving part of the quote out to make you feel optimistic about it. So those are just a couple of things that I thought that I would add, and I wanted to come and clarify that. It gives us the opportunity to talk about making sure you find the source of a quote, to make sure you're getting the accurate quote, and also to clarify that so far I have found nothing that indicates that the Taurus has been approved to be sent to Ukraine at this point, but Alexei Reznikov is optimistic that they will be coming to Ukraine at some point, hopefully within the next year, is more specific to what he says. He says he doesn't think it will take a year. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you. I know I sort of talked for a long time, but it was a lot to unpack and to make sure it was clear. Thank you.
Oh, you haven't talked for a long time at all, Prince. But let's all remember, it was Alexei Reznikov who was optimistic about F-16s. F-16s are on the way. They'll take a long time. Taurus and ATACMS missiles could be delivered in a couple of days' times, and they would have a tremendous effect the day they arrive.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. If him being optimistic is a good thing, but it's not for sure that they're coming. Slight difference. But it could happen at any time.
Well, it's a big difference. Prince, I don't know how you have the time to dig into all these stories. I assume that your birds also have their own laptops and they work on this through the night while you're asleep.
Yeah, no, they don't, and they would pull all the keys off the keyboard, and yeah, it would be a disaster. The birds are not allowed near the laptop, but they do sure enjoy listening to me yell at the laptop when I say things like, "See, that is not what he said. So we need to fix this," and they really, really enjoy that, and we have great conversations sometimes. And occasionally, one of my birds uses a magic S word or says "Gee, damn it," and so I have a sweary bird who joins in sometimes.
You should put the sweary bird online sometime, Prince. I think we could all benefit from a sweary bird.
Okay, Prince, I have to tell you a joke then. Excuse me, Alan, this will be very quick. It's about the parrot who curses and carries on and goes on. I will make it short. And his owner does everything he possibly can do and can't get the stupid bird to stop swearing. Finally, one day gets so annoyed, he takes the bird, throws him in the freezer, and slams the door. And after a couple of minutes, he starts feeling really guilty. So he goes and he takes the bird out, and puts his hand, and the bird very calmly walks onto his hand and says, "I'm very sorry for my previous behavior, and I will never do it again. By the way, what did the chicken do?" You heard it here on Maria Reports.
That is a good one, Robin. I love it.
We need to have a regular spot of Robin jokes now. You do realize?
They're better than dad jokes. So to Kenzo or Kanzo, and then to Meta.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, Kenzo, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I'm new at NIFO, or how you call it this way. Can somebody explain me the MriyaReport, because it's 24 hours a day?
Let me take a shot at that for you, Kenzo. The MriyaReport is on air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have been here through 550 days of Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. We're here to dispel Russian disinformation. We're here to bring you verified news from Ukraine. We're here to bring you Ukrainian voices, Ukrainian citizens, members of the government, whether in the local government, like the deputy mayor of Kherson, or all the way up into the administration of the national government, like Alexander Commission and others, as well as soldiers from the front line, as well as supply coordinators who are trying to get critical supplies to the front line, like drones with thermal cameras or individual first aid kits. This is the kind of fundraising we do here, all in benefit of Ukraine. So that's my summary of MriyaReport. Robin, Prince, you've both been here as long or longer than I have. How would you add to that?
Oh, no, I'm a newbie, but I mean, the one thing I will add is we're 100% volunteer run. Everyone, all the co-hosts you hear, everybody in the background who takes care of things, the fundraising and everything. We all are volunteers who care very much for Ukraine and are doing this as our contribution to Ukraine's victory.
So, Kenzo, let me ask you, how did you find the MriyaReport?
Well, I thought this information in Switzerland for over 1 year. Before that, and before I was some hobby expert, or basically not expert about Chinese diplomacy. But Russia, let's say the war, basically destroyed my any career, and so I was forced to, well, have this weird positionation at Switzerland. So yeah, I felt quite useless all the time, and I thought the social media all the time was this information, and only made it 2 weeks. As I mean, the last 2 weeks, I was ready to join A for something like this, because I really hate social media.
Well, there are not that many fans of social media here either, Kenzo. So I think you might have found your home.
Yeah, I think we use Twitter, which is social media, because that is the way that we can connect with each other. But I agree. I don't think many of us are really fans of social media other than that. So, and I do say, Kenzo, I understand exactly what you're saying about feeling sort of useless and looking for something to do. And one of the things I think MriyaReport gives a lot of us is a community and ideas about how we can help, what we can do, because together we can do a lot more than each of us does separately. So yeah, this is a good place for anyone who really wants to help Ukraine.
Well, in this case, I'm happy with all your answers, so you can skip me and just give it to Mita Bono, to the next one who has questions, I guess.
Okay, good, thank you. And please, stick around, come back whenever you have a chance. As Alan said, we're on 24/7. If we're ever not here, it's because the space has crashed, and we'll be back in a minute or two. But we're always here
and always working to help Ukraine win in this genocidal war against it. Meta.
Yeah, beware, so it's addictive, this space. You can't be away because you always want to hear the latest news and all the experts. And I'm in Finland, and it's like 3 o'clock in the night, and I'm hanging around here because it's the US time, and then you have different discussions, and so it's addictive. So, but it's wonderful space. Please
Yeah,
read it. Yeah.
No, share and retweet the space, like and retweet the space. I think you were going to say yes, please. And I must say, Meta, you're up at 3 o'clock your time. I will no doubt be awake 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning my time, listening to the early morning European co-hosts. I think many of us have found our sleep cycles totally destroyed by MriyaReport, and we're quite happy with it that way.
Yeah, it is true, because there's other things happening during the daytime and other things happening in nighttime. I'll have to stay up to see if they're bombing Ukraine or if there's some drone attacks, because the nighttime is the right time, and and the daytime is all the news and so on. But I wanted to thank Prince, because I've been celebrating that, as a Finnish person, we have this, scanner in our heads that we don't read misinformation. And Prince caught me. I thought, because I love Chuck as well, and well, if it's Resnico that said and Chuck has heard it, it must be true. So I was bunked on that one. Thank you, Prince. But but it happens to anyone. It's so much information going, and rumors and everything. So, but I hope the Taurus gets to Ukraine soon.
Yeah, and Meta, feel comforted. I think there's not a single person at MriyaReport who hasn't gotten truth bombed by Prince at one point or another.
And Prince has been truth bombed by others.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
My God, Prince, I find that hard to believe. I really do. You could very easily run a newspaper. You could be an editor in chief. You could run a media empire, because you have this. What you have is you have this, what I'll call, positive doubt. You're able to ask the critical question, take a look at something. And the other thing you're able to do is, we all here want to believe the very best reports that we read every day, whether it's about weapon systems ready to arrive, already approved, ready to deliver. But you always step back and say, wait just one moment. Let's take a critical look at this. That is a quality that you have that I don't have, because I do want to believe. I am an optimist, and sometimes I am too prone to believe the very best reports that come out every single day. So I'm just saying, keep up the good work. I'm a cub reporter. You are an editor in chief.
Yeah, I can. Go ahead, Prince.
I think you give me way, way, way too much credit, Alan. But when it's something big like the Taurus, and you know what? If you ask me exactly everything about the Taurus, I have no clue. What I know about the Taurus is that it's something that will be extremely helpful, and it would have the longest range of anything that Ukraine has. It is something that Ukraine needs desperately, and everybody wants Ukraine to have the Taurus. So when I hear that somebody has said that the Taurus is going to Ukraine, I want to know who said it. I want to know when it was said, and I want to see, the words come out of their mouth, or as close as I can get an actual quote, documented. And that's what it is. You tell me something big is going to Ukraine, I want to see it come out of somebody's mouth, or I want to see it quoted in print that is an actual fact and that is true. Otherwise, I'm going to doubt it until I can find that piece of information.
The best confirmations I've seen are President Zelensky visiting European capitals and thanking national leaders for what they're doing. And this is what he did in the Netherlands, in Norway, in Denmark. The man is amazing. In every single European capital or capital around the world that President Zelensky has visited, he has a message, he has a request, and he gets results. I'd actually even go back to his meeting with President Erdogan of Turkey in Ankara. He asked for the release of Ukrainian prisoners of war who had been transferred to Turkey by Russia, including one of the commanders of the Azov battalion. He just said, can you release these men? And Erdogan did it. And now that commander of the Azov battalion is back on the front line leading his men. So Zelensky knows diplomacy in this way. Any question you don't ask is a question you need to ask. Always ask, and you shall receive. Just dare to ask, and you'll be surprised sometimes by the results. Well, Robin, somehow we have created some hands here in the space. It's Bubbles Meta Kanzo.
Thank you, Alan and Robin, for hosting the space. I actually had a question for Prince, and I don't know if it's a question relating to Russian disinformation from a tweet that was very concerning. I'm not sure if I want to bring it up here, but I just want to ask Prince. Obviously, she gets a lot. Oh, Prince gets a lot of messages, direct messages. Prince, did you just see my latest, I guess, tweet? Sorry, direct message to you?
Yes, actually I did. And I said, I haven't really had a chance to look at that yet. And I wouldn't be surprised. I just did a quick Twitter search and haven't been able to find anything other than that same video. And so I don't know. I really don't know about that yet. And I don't know. I just don't know. It could be something that some Ukrainian soldier posted on Telegram that was picked up by somebody else, and that it may be hard to find if nobody quotes the source, and I don't see a source quoted on that. So yeah, I mean it's something I totally could imagine happening, but I don't know.
Okay, I guess another question follow up to that one, Prince, is should we sort of wait till we get further information before we sort of say things like this? I know obviously this is very confusing for the panel, but should we just leave that?
No, actually, no. I heard somebody talk about this not too long ago, and I'm not sure who it was because I was putting away groceries that for the first time in like a month and a half or 2 months. The video of the drone video of the broken down vehicle on the side of the road where it states that Russian soldiers were so eager to get out of, I believe it was Robotyne, that they broke down and they ended up just leaving a small child with a rifle in the vehicle behind. So I don't know if anybody has additional information on that. It's a horrible thing if it's true. I've just seen the same video quoted by a couple of different places, and I haven't seen anything, with original video or anything like that. So I don't know. And I do need to go. I need to go get some stuff done before I co-host in an hour and 40 minutes.
There you go, trying to have a life again, Prince. How many times have I told you to stop that?
What do I have to go do? I need to go do some research so I have stuff to talk about tonight. That's
Oh,
exactly
okay.
what I need to go do.
In that case, that's fine.
Thank you, Prince. Your research is always appreciated. I'll wait for further information to come up. Thank you again.
I think the problem with videos like the one you're talking about, Bubbles, and I saw it also, there's simply no context to it. We have no idea what to make of it. No idea whatsoever. And that what we try to provide here at MriyaReport is context, but sometimes it's really difficult to find it. So, Robin, I think the order is Kanzo, Meta, and Kylea. So, Kanzo, go right ahead.
Okay, first of all, I'm just a little boy and know nothing about this world. So everything I say is just about my feelings.
Okay, well, Meta, on to you, please.
Yeah, okay, yeah, just a note to, Bubbles, I've seen this video you are talking about and what Prince was talking about, and it's really, I follow some partisans. I won't share their reports, I just read them, and I have access to them, but it's when it's behind enemy lines, so to say, when it's in the occupied areas, it's very hard to confirm anything. I mean, we don't want to give up any Ukrainian sources either, but I've seen it in some news reports as well, that they're just leaving this kid and their gun, and they are in such a hurry to invade some new flats, or they are misusing everything in the occupied areas, which is so terrible. It's a horror story in there for the people of the Ukrainians, so it's concerning me very much. But I wanted to say to Prince that she's just lovely, and I just love her work and on disinformation. That's sort of what I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Meta. We all admire Prince. And I'm glad you stay up through the night to listen to Prince. I try to, but it's not always easy. I love it when Prince comes up early, brings us information, and we have a chance to interact. But usually Prince and I are two ships passing in the night. Kylea, go ahead, please.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
All right, cool. I am unaware of the video that you're speaking of, so I'm not going to comment on that. But I wanted to come up and just share a little tidbit about some Ukrainian refugees who were able to gain visas and come over to the U.S. Through lobbying state representatives. So if you're ever feeling like your politicians don't give a shit about you, just keep pushing because they work for us. So just keep writing and keep pushing because good things do happen. And so a family is being sponsored by some people who I know and they were assisted by the Maryland State Senator Chris Van Hollen. So it was a really good story to hear this morning, and I just wanted to share that little hopeful piece of news. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Kylea. Stay with us for just a moment and tell me a little bit more about this story. It may have been reported locally in Maryland. I haven't seen this report. Chris Van Hollen, senator from Maryland, intervened in order to get a Ukrainian family into the United States as refugees.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that it would have been reported. It was a story from someone who I actually go to church with, who had been working with the organization to bring the family over. So I'm not sure you would have seen a news article about it. It was just kind of a localized incident, a localized instance of something like this happening. So these things I don't think would be reported on by the news.
That's true. There are a lot of stories like this that aren't reported in the news. Kylea, do you know where they're coming from? Have they already left Ukraine and they're somewhere in Europe?
I'm not entirely sure where they are. It seemed like they had just received like the okay. My understanding is that they're somewhere in Europe waiting to come over. But I would have to get more information. I really just heard the surface level, like, hooray that it had happened. So I'm not sure about the details of what happened. So.
Well, thank you very much. It is a heartwarming story. It's positive news, and we all need positive news about Ukraine, about Ukrainian families seeking safety, about Ukraine defeating Russia. Because when Ukraine defeats Russia, all Ukrainians will be able to return to Ukraine in security and feel safe. And I do know that really the majority of Ukrainians do want to go back to Ukraine and to rebuild Ukraine's future. I know that Kyiv, where so many refugees fled from 550 days ago, Kyiv has now returned to its pre-war population. So as many Ukrainians have returned to Kyiv as left as the war began 550 days ago. Some of these Ukrainians are original citizens of Kyiv, and some are refugees who landed in Poland or Germany, maybe Romania, and they have all found their way back to Ukraine, to Kyiv.
I hadn't heard that, Alan. What wonderful news! That really is wonderful news. What resilient people Ukrainians are. It really is amazing.
It really is amazing, and I think we see the evidence of that every single day. We see evidence of that as Ukraine rebuilds bridges and towns. You know, almost every, well, I say almost every. Let me put it a little bit more accurately. Russia destroyed a lot of bridges in Ukraine when they launched this war 550 days ago. So Ukraine has been busy rebuilding bridges, rebuilding towns. The entire town of Bucha has been renovated and rebuilt. A lot of Ukrainian energy infrastructure has been repaired, rebuilt, reinforced. This is necessary because we don't want to think that winter is coming, but winter comes every year. And we know that as Russia continues to fight this war, they will attempt one more time to plunge Ukraine into cold and darkness. And I don't think Ukraine's going to let that happen.
It certainly is true this year that Ukraine has made massive preparations. First of all, the Russians are not going to be able to knock out so many power stations and power transfer points anymore because while they don't have they don't have the fighter jets to keep the air safe, they do have much more in the way of the capability of shooting down the drones and the missiles. And also, I read recently, apparently there is there's a certain percentage of natural gas that Ukraine needs to get through the winter, and they apparently have pretty much topped off their supply already. It's not completely full, but they're in very good shape that way too. So if there's a disruption in supply, that's not going to be a problem because they already have enough in country. As has the rest of Europe. I think that the holding Ukraine or the rest of Europe hostage this winter is going to be a much harder sell than it was last year. And I think not too many Brits will be eating their pets and squirrels like last year.
Yeah, I actually think it will be a colder, darker winter inside Russia than inside Ukraine or anywhere else in the EU. I have some statistics that I'll look for in just a moment. The number of power stations, substations, energy infrastructure that Russia was able to strike last winter. All of these have been repaired and reinforced. So again, I think what's important to say here, Robin, is Ukraine is doing so much on so many fronts. There's the war front. Ukraine actively defending and actively advancing all across the line of engagement. Ukraine rebuilding even while at war. So, for example, rebuilding Bucha, rebuilding bridges, and keeping the railway running. An additional front, we'll call it the energy front, reinforcing energy infrastructure, making sure that Russia cannot plunge Ukraine into cold and darkness in this coming winter. Innovation for the war. Look at the development of unmanned naval vessels, which has made Ukraine actually a naval power in the Black Sea. Or innovation in the air with unmanned, with drones. Again, Ukrainian drones flying farther, carrying heavier charges, striking inside Russia. Ukraine is doing all of this while fighting a war of survival. And I believe that Zelensky said today he does want to go forward with elections as scheduled in 2024, all during war. I just find this inspiring, astonishing, and remarkable.
Yeah, I agree with you. And in fact, you've left out a few things. Ukraine, any of these things would be a full plate for any other country. Ukraine is making tremendous strides at rooting out the corruption that was one of their legacies from the Soviet days. They recently got rid of all of the heads of the recruiting offices because there was so much corruption, and they were doing the same with the part of the military that does fitness evaluations. They saw that there's a problem, and they just got rid of everybody, and they're putting in people who can be trusted. EU standards. They're working steadily to get to do reforms in their judicial system, and I'm sure a lot of other places, so that they meet the standards for EU membership. And lastly, and this is just the last thing I've thought of, I'm sure there are others, in education, they are providing practically an entire school curriculum for children online so that kids, Ukrainian kids all over the world, still have the opportunity to study their Ukrainian subjects, and so that when they get back to Ukraine, they will, to some extent, have a common knowledge and have learned common things. It's very, very hard, especially in some countries where they're required to go to the schools in that country. Also, it's a double load, but Ukraine is doing everything it can to make all of this available. I actually have used some of the stuff myself in my attempts to learn Ukrainian. Some of the history lessons for little kids it's still beyond what I can really understand, but it's simpler, and I've used some, and it's beautiful, really well done. And and all of this in the midst of a genocidal war. President Zelensky, when in his nightly speeches, he thanks everyone who's contributing to the war effort, and he very often makes a point of thanking people who are not directly involved in the military, the people who are doing everything else to keep the country going, keep the society running. And you see a lot of appreciation for that, and it's really inspirational how Ukraine is keeping all of this going and building toward the future in the midst of a war that could easily have taken up all the energy that there was.
And children's books are actually one of the very best ways to learn a language. I mean, how did you learn your native language as a child? You listened to your parents. They read exciting books to you, like Redfish, Bluefish, One Fish, Two Fish, or The Cat in the Hat. The Cat in the Hat comes back. You were enthralled. You became a reader, and you learned your language. So read The Cat in the Hat in French or in Ukrainian. I'm sure it's been translated. It's probably even more exciting in Ukrainian with Thing 1, Thing 2 than it is in the original language.
And another thing I will point out to you that I've absolutely loved, my teacher in Lviv suggested it because she has a 4-year-old. I watched Peppa Svinya, Peppa Pig, in Ukrainian, and the Count Who Loves to Count on Sesame Street is even funnier in Ukrainian than he is in English. So yeah, it's children's good children's programming and books are a great way to learn the language. I knew somebody who actually learned pretty passable English reading comic books. So yeah, it's a limited vocabulary that you can really master, and yeah, whatever it takes. And I love Peppa Svinya.
I love Peppa Pig. And look at it this way. Learning a new language, which we should all try to do. Uh, Learning a new language can give you a chance to be a kid again. So, Robin, I guess I will choose Ukrainian to be the next new language I learn. And I really don't know many languages. My daughter reminds me of this all the time. I'll say something in Italian or French or Spanish or what have you, and she will always say that usually someplace in Europe, Daddy, you don't actually speak French.
That sounds like my kids too. But yeah, no, it is true. You get a chance to be a child, and you get a chance to feel like a total fool. My conversation partner, who is one of the most wonderful people I've ever met, this dear man gives me 4 hours a week out of the goodness of his heart to listen to me butcher his language, and I mean butcher his language. And I give him a lot of credit because he doesn't act like I'm a blithering moron, and I sure feel like it sometimes. Anyway. Okay. So
Robin,
yeah.
Why can't we just start the book club early, or should we wait 22 minutes in case people have alarms set they're trying to speed read through on tyranny?
Yeah, honestly, I would not feel comfortable starting ahead of time because there are people who are like, if you're like me, and I come from a German family background. If it starts at 9 o'clock, I expect to be on the dot, and I would be a little offended if I'm not offended, but I would be unhappy to find out that it started ahead of time. But we can find something else to chat about for a few minutes. In fact, I will chat about something. Unfortunately, it's over already. But did you know that both of the airports around Moscow were shut again because they had some problem with, those drones that they say that they always shoot down 100%? Well, somehow, even though they're completely capable of shooting everyone down, so there's never a problem, apparently they had the airports closed for quite a while.
I did see that. It's nice to know that the airports in Moscow are once again closed. And look, the important thing here is that Ukraine is taking this war to Russia, inside Russia, with its own weapons, its own strategies, its own tactics, and that they are face punching Russia with drone attacks on Moscow, on Kursk, on air bases inside Russia, inside Crimea. And this is something we can all cheer about. But, I would cheer louder and longer if the United States and Germany gave long range weapons to Ukraine and recognized when you're attacked, that every weapon that's delivered is a defensive weapon. And when you're attacked, you do have the right to strike back inside the nation that's attacking you. I mean, just for example, if Canada attacked the United States, do you think we wouldn't march on Quebec City again? Of course we would.
Yes, Yehuda, anytime now. But yeah, no, this is true. I mean, when I think about the Israeli model, I don't remember in the years when, in Israel in the beginning, they were totally dependent on, I think France was one of the first countries to give them weaponry, and the United States thereafter, whatever. I don't remember anybody saying only use these weapons inside your country. That would have been insane. And Israel has tried, and Ukraine definitely does too, to limit their attacks to solely military targets, unlike Russia, which aims almost, although it must be 90, I think it's somewhere around 90% of civilian targets that they go after. It makes no sense I mean, the F-16, so they're not supposed to go over the border. Why? It's just saying it's anything when you are subjected to an attack, anything you do in response is defense. And it should be made clear to Ukraine that they are free to use these weapons however they see fit, because we know they are a moral society, and they will use these weapons for military purposes and nothing else. And in fact, I want to bring something up that I heard from Rabbi Osman, if I might. Apparently, this is anybody who doesn't subscribe to Rabbi Osman's Twitter account, you should. He has so many interesting and uplifting things that he posts. He posted something on Friday before the Sabbath about we do 2 readings in the synagogue every Sabbath. There's one from the Torah, which is the first 5 books of the Bible, and there's something called the Haftarah, which comes from the prophetic books later on in the Old Testament, as you all call it. Anyway, and he was saying there's a story that was read last week about King David going out to fight with his army, and in the Hebrew it says, I wonder if I've said this already. Well, I'm in the middle, so let me do it again. That it says that King David's army would be over its foes, not against, but over. And the rabbis ask, what does that word mean? Because we think every word choice of wording makes a difference. And the answer was King David and his army were righteous people. They were moral people, and they were fighting against an immoral foe, and therefore they would be victorious because of their righteousness. And Rabbi Osman said, and this is why he is sure that in the end Ukraine will win too, because Ukraine is a righteous country and it's a righteous army. They try very hard to do the right thing, and they're fighting a genocidal, immoral foe. So I thought that was a very powerful message, and absolutely agree with it.
That is a powerful message. You know, the chief rabbi of Ukraine, I hope he visits us every single week. You can tell from his voice, and you can tell from Robin, I think it was you who posted that song the chief rabbi sang on Independence Day. What a voice he has. What a voice. Where did he get that voice? You know, I almost want to hear him sing before I want to hear Ferlaine sing, though Ferlaine has a beautiful voice too. But, you know.
Yeah, it's true. And he if you look back in his feed, whenever Kiev Day was a few months ago, he also released another song on that day, and it's just absolutely charming. And you know, his love for Ukraine comes through so strongly. It's just a beautiful thing.
Maybe he should have been a cantor, or maybe he is both a rabbi and cantor, but he could be either for sure. Marcus, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just heard some hoser talking about invading Quebec, eh?
Well, you know,
hey, you attack us again, that's what's going to happen, buddy. Eh?
Oh yeah, bring it on.
So we did try it in 1775 out of necessity.
Well, anyways, I just wanted to come and be goofy for a minute. Love you guys.
Oh, goofy is always good, Marcus. And I must say, you know, it makes me rethink what I keep on saying is that Canada and the United States don't need our main battle tanks because we're not going to go to war anytime soon with each other.
Right?
Maybe I need to take that back. Maybe we got to hang on to our Abrams. What do you
No,
think?
no. For Ukraine, I declare unilateral peace in perpetuity.
That's beautiful. Okay, I'll take it.
Except when it comes to the Stanley Cup. G-Man, go ahead, please.
Yeah, good morning. There was a story about the piano being burnt, right, by the RAF because, well, two reasons. Maybe one of them had died, and the other one was because they didn't want to learn piano. But I have another theory about the burning of pianos, and I think in the 24th of August, 1812, whenever we burnt the White House, we were really trying to burn the piano, you know, and it just got out of hand, and the whole White House burnt down, you know. That's just a theory, not so sure. I think there's host connection issues as well, just flashed up there, so hopefully the space is going to be okay for the book club. Okay, I'll hang
Yeah,
on.
please, everyone. If we get disconnected, come right back. Hopefully, we'll manage without being disconnected. But sometimes that happens.
Well, G-Man, if you burn down the White House trying to burn the piano, or you burn down the Capitol trying to burn down the piano, that is a hell of a mistake. But talking about burning pianos, this is a tribute that is given to fighter pilots killed in action, and I'll look for a video of the burning pianos in memory of the 3 Ukrainian pilots, including Jews, who were killed in a training mission just 2 days ago. And it's moving. It's quite moving.
Oh, that's something I missed, Alan. I'd love to know about it if you can find that again.
So I don't know exactly why pianos are burned and inscribed with the call names and letters of the pilots who've been killed. But first of all, a song is played on the piano, and then the piano is burned. It's a beautiful ceremony, frankly. And I'll find it, put it up in the nest. But I don't know the history of this ceremony.
Yeah, interesting. Thanks. Yeah, the pilots seem to have a lot of unusual ways of commemorating things.
Yeah, they do. Just the way Hop C was the first I saw who posted about juice. Nickel on the grass, and this is a phrase that's old. I mean, it's from World War II or the Korean War. Throw a nickel on the grass, save a fighter pilot's ass. That's from the song, but it really is about anyone who might visit the grave of a veteran who was killed in action in a war. So, for example, if you go to Normandy and walk through the cemeteries there, bring some nickels, lay a nickel on graves, or for those who have relatives who were killed in any war and their bodies were brought home to the United States, for example. The next Memorial Day, the next Veterans Day, when you go to the cemetery, bring a nickel, lay it on the grave. It is supposed to bring you, the person who gives this honor. It's supposed to give you good luck, and it only costs a nickel. Meta, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Robin, you haven't seen that video. Yeah, as I understand it, it's a memorial thing from World War One and Two, both, and it's something like you play the piano, and then when you burn it, the smoke goes into the sky, and there's some legend that pilots don't die; they stay in the sky. So I guess it's sort of that they give them the music to accompany them to their way to the sky. There's something symbolic like that, and the nickel is sort of there's these stories that when you die to get to the right side, so you won't go to hell, you will go to the good side, so the Valhalla or whatever you believe in. And there's this boatman that takes a nickel or a coin, and that's sort of the symbolics of those things. But yeah, it's I think the pilot thing is sort of beautiful. There's music accompanying them with to the sky, because they belong in the sky, not the earth, so to say. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks, Meta.
you have to pay the ferryman. That is the old Greek myth, I believe, Robin.
Yeah, I think so. This also explains something that where it connects to something I read and looking very briefly into that put a nickel in the grass. Apparently, at one point, this was a phrase that was used by the Salvation Army, but it was put a nickel on the drum, save another drunken bum. So, in terms of the salvation, this may have sort of made it much more palatable that that you're saving that you're accompanying the pilot into the sky to heaven. It's the same sort of spiritual connection anyway. It's just interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. I guess in this case, I mean, your nickel, as Meta says, is paying the ferryman to take this brave pilot across the river and into paradise. That's why you put a nickel on the grass. And here's a 2,500-year-old myth or story. Let's just call it a story. People think that myths are things you shouldn't believe, but really they're just stories that give you a way to understand the human condition and life and the challenges that you face and how to overcome them. So they're not myths at all. They're just stories. I guess that's the way I look at that. But that, again, is another tangent. This is one thing you've learned about me, Robin. If I can take a tangent, I will. Or if, as Yogi Berra said, if you come to a fork in the road, take it.
I love Yogi. Unfortunately, I'm the same way. I'm not sure that we're the best combination that way. We can take the conversation just about anywhere. Well, I just wanted to say in our last few minutes before we actually can start the book club on time, as if my German ancestors would fund it. Anyway, I just wanted to say what a wonderful bunch of listeners we have. Within moments of us bringing up that I brought up the fact that I didn't know about this burning piano business. I got 3 different responses from listeners with links to the information, and I get so much from our listeners. We have someone who has a feed that she adds to many times a day with a lot of the latest of what's going on. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to all of our listeners, and those of you who don't come up to speak, come and talk to us sometimes. It would be so nice to hear your voices, along with getting some of the wonderful emails DMs I get from all of you. Really appreciate it.
And everyone, here is a new opportunity for you to come up as first-time speaker. There's nothing threatening about reading a book. You don't have to have military knowledge or historical knowledge or cultural knowledge about Ukraine. You simply have to be engaged with the subject matter of a book. In this case, a very brief handbook called On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century, written by Professor Timothy Snyder from Yale. And there's you can find some excerpts from this book. In fact, they're up in the nest courtesy of G-Man, who set his alarm clock so he could join us. And this might be the good Lord. We have a lot of tweets up there. I'm just going to say it's the 8th tweet up in the nest. Just keep scrolling until you find excerpt from chapter 18. We might not get to chapter 18 tonight. After all, these are 20 individual chapters. And I'm not a fast reader, Robin. I couldn't get through 18 chapters in an hour.
Well, that is true. I am a pretty fast reader, but I don't think I could discuss them in anywhere at that time. So I also wanted to say one more thing. Another one of our listeners pointed something else that we both forgot about all the things that Ukraine has managed to accomplish. As he or she says, they're also managing to try to feed half of Africa in the middle of all of this. It's true. I'd forgotten that. It's just yet another thing.
That is true. Yes, exporting Ukrainian grain to African ports, and again, courageously. So Russia imposed nigh on an embargo on Ukrainian shipping across the Black Sea. But Ukraine hasn't paid attention to that. Instead, Ukraine has loaded grain boats and sent them out across the Black Sea, and Russia has done nothing. Absolutely nothing. Again, something we should pay attention to. And it's something that John McCain spoke about. And earlier today, one of his videos was Up in the Nest. We don't have to worry about provoking Putin or provoking Russia. In John McCain's words, the only thing that provokes Putin is showing weakness. And he was right about that in 2014. If he were alive today, he'd be saying the same thing on the floor of the Senate. He would be right about that again in 2023. I do hope that Joe Biden and his advisors in the administration watch this video from John McCain, deceased 5 years ago today. Take it to heart. The only thing that Vladimir Putin understands is a show of strength. He's only provoked by weakness.
Yes, that is absolutely true. You and I are both old enough to remember Chairman Mao, I would imagine, and he was obviously a genocidal maniac himself. But he had a phrase that I think really, really fits Putin. He's a paper tiger. It's when you push, he gives way. He is just saying he understands strength. If we can show strength to him, he will back down. And the Ukrainians, rather than giving up on the grain shipment, they found a million different ways to work around it. They're going through territorial waters to get to the south shore of the Black Sea. They're trucking, bringing it onto the Danube and having it brought from there overland to different places. And and they're saying Putin has not been able to do anything, even if he wanted to. And I don't think he really can't handle it when he's stood up to, which is why we have to give a backbone to all of our leaders to stand up to the man.
Yeah, I don't even think Putin's a tiger. I don't know what I would call him. Maybe he's just a
swamp rat.
There's that. Absolutely. Did you say wharf rat?
No, I said a swamp rat.
He's a paper swamp rat. Okay, I'll go with that. I was going to say a paper lemming because Putin is racing over the cliff and he is taking his entire nation with him.
100%. Alan, we made it to 9 o'clock. We can start our book club.
Robin, that is absolutely great. Look, G-Man set his alarm. He's with us. I hope others will come up and join us to learn about On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century by Timothy Snyder. Robin, I think you should introduce our whole idea of the Maria Report Book Club.
Yes, I will do that. And I just would mention to everyone, my DMs are open if you have suggestions. If there's something you think could be handled differently, I can't guarantee we'll do everything you ask, because often we get suggestions of opposite things from people. But feel free to let us know if, with your input into how the book club is being run. Okay, so first of all, I just wanted to think a little bit about what is the purpose of the book club. And I have a few points. One of which obviously is deepening our understanding of Ukraine and Ukraine's place in Europe and the world, learning more Ukrainian history, delving into the rich Ukrainian literary tradition, which we have done a little bit of with our poetry reading, and we hope to do a lot more of that. Learn about Ukrainian culture and folkways. Especially the folkways I find just beautiful with a connection to the land. We'll hope to look into that some more. And learn about the causes of Russia's historical and contemporary genocidal aggression against Ukraine and Ukrainian culture. Now, as Alan has said a few times, this is not a graduate seminar. There won't be a test. I hope we can conduct this in such a way that if you have read the book that we're discussing, you'll have obviously have more to contribute, but at the same time, well, we will try to make sure that we go over what we've actually read so that it is accessible to people who haven't had the time, or just aren't interested in reading but would like to know about these books. So my plan for Timothy Snyder's book on tyranny, it's, as the subtitle says, 20 lessons from the 20th century. So I'm hoping that we can do 5 lessons a week. That would give us tonight and then the next 3 weeks discussing it. And after that, I'm hoping that our second book will be Serhiy Plokhy's The Russo-Ukrainian War. That's just a heads up so people can have a chance to look into it. Yes, I have a review of that book, pretty lengthy review. I think it's from the Kyiv Independent. I will try to put up in the Nest later. Alan, what do you think? Should we use a hashtag to post some of this stuff, because things don't stay in the Nest that long? Wondering if I tweet it out with a hashtag MriyaReport Book Club, whether that would be more accessible than putting it in the Nest. What do you think?
It could be. Really, I'm not the one to ask about hashtags. I use them because I'm instructed to, but I just don't know how they work. But we can try that. I don't think MriyaReport Book Club will ever trend as a hashtag. If it does, it would be tremendous, especially when we move on in a few weeks here to Serhiy Plokhy's the Ukrainian-Russo War, because this is current history written by one of today's honestly great historians.
Yeah, and as we said before, a wonderful writer. Cornelius may have a suggestion for us, so let's go to him and see.
Well, I don't have a big suggestion. I did just post a thread that just is a simple list of all the chapter titles. So if you wanted to stick that in the Nest as a quick, easy reference, I found the titles really short, pithy, and reminded me of where I was in the book. It's up to you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you DM one of us so we can
Certainly.
put, I think it's, thank you. Okay, Alan, I think that's a good idea.
I think that's an excellent idea, Robin and Cornelius. An excellent idea. So DM both of us. We'll get it up there.
Will do.
But yeah, thank you very, very much. Yeah, Robin, I want to turn it back to you to continue to introduce the MriyaReport Book Club, and then we'll get right into On Tyranny.
Okay. Well, I have a set of questions that I'll read them out to you guys, and they're things that just general things you can think about while we're going over the specifics. Number 1, how is this related to Ukraine?
Okay, now Robin, wait,
Yes.
stop right there. I really believe in taking one question at a time. So how is On Tyranny related to Ukraine? That was my very first question too. But when I read this book, I recognized, not only because of the examples that Timothy Snyder drew from Ukraine, how it was related, but this book really is about, it's a handbook of what each of us need to be aware of if we feel our democracy is threatened by autocracy. And this is exactly what Ukraine faced before the Maidan revolution.
Yes, excellent point. Yes, and you're right. Going through all these questions would have been not so great. Yeah, I think that was when I read On Tyranny to start with, I felt Ukraine was all over it. But what it is is since Timothy Snyder is, as we know, one of the real experts on Ukraine, and he's what one writer in the Kiev Post called a raw elbows expert, meaning he didn't sit in a Russified Slavic studies department and read all sorts of learned studies about Ukraine. He's been on the ground there. He speaks the language. I've heard him answer questions in Ukrainian, and boy, am I impressed. Especially since I know he does the same thing in Polish and a number of other languages. And he's spent a lot of time with Ukrainians rather than as I said, sitting in the Russified Slavic department in some major university reading what other Russified Slavic experts are reading. So the lessons that he learned here, I think a lot of the lessons he gives us that we need to think about, he learned from seeing what has happened in the last couple of hundred years in Eastern Europe, particularly in Ukraine and in Poland and in the Baltics. So even when he doesn't mention Ukraine, it is from his deep knowledge of Ukrainian history that he's able to draw these conclusions. So yes, I think it is very much about Ukraine. And with that, you know what, Alan, these other questions we can go through later on. I think maybe we should try to get into the meat of the book now. We've already been 10 minutes. We have hope. I'm hoping to get the prologue and the first 5 principles gone over a little bit. And what shall we do? Maybe I'll give a slight, or you or I, or we can take turns giving us reading the bullet point on each of these, the first chapter, and then maybe saying a word or two, and then we can open it up to if we have speakers who want to also chime in.
Absolutely. I also just want to remind folks that Timothy Snyder actually was asked by President Zelensky to represent Ukraine and speak in the United Nations, which Timothy Snyder did in the most inspiring way. This was several months ago. But Timothy Snyder has been to Kyiv. He has met President Zelensky. He's written these extraordinary histories about Ukraine, but he's also written this tiny handbook on tyranny, and the prologue is worth reading. I'm just going to read the very first sentence. History does not repeat, but it does instruct. And this book is all about instructing each and every one of us about defending democracy from authoritarianism.
That was the first sentence I have highlighted in the book. I also highlighted the dedication. It says, "In politics, being deceived is no excuse." And that certainly is the case. And this is part of what we're doing here at MriyaReport, is doing our best to not be deceived and to let other people not be deceived also by what we can bring to the to bring to you. Now, in the prologue, he mentions history, and he defines one of the principal issues in the book, which is tyranny. If that was my question when I was thinking about this, well, if we're talking about tyranny, what is tyranny really? He says the founding fathers sought to avoid the evil that they, like the ancient philosophers, called tyranny. They had in mind the usurpation of power by a single individual or group, or the circumvention of law by rulers for their own benefit. Both fascism and communism do the same thing. This was something I was fascinated with, Alan, by. The more I read about this is the fact that fascism and communism, I was brought up to think they were completely different things, and really they're just 2 flavors of totalitarianism. It seems to be a lot more commonality than there is difference, which I found fascinating. Anyway, and so as I read out before, Americans today are no wiser than Europeans who saw democracy yield to fascism, Nazism, or communism in the 20th century, Our one advantage is that we might learn from their experience. Now is a good time to do so. And with that, I think we should go on to the first principle.
Well, just let me read one more passage from On Tyranny, Robin, to your
Please do.
point about communism and fascism. And this is still in the prologue, page 12. Timothy Snyder writes, both fascism and communism were responses to globalization, to the real and perceived inequalities it created, and the apparent helplessness of the democracies in addressing them. Fascists rejected reason in the name of will, denying objective truth in favor of a glorious myth articulated by leaders who claim to give voice to the people. They put a face on globalization, arguing that its complex challenges were the result of a conspiracy against the nation. Fascists ruled for a decade or two, leaving behind an intact intellectual legacy that grows more relevant by the day. Communists ruled for longer, for nearly 7 decades in the Soviet Union and more than 4 decades in much of Eastern Europe. They proposed rule by a disciplined party elite with a monopoly on reason that would guide society toward a certain future according to supposedly fixed laws of history. So here's why I read that passage, Robin. First of all, it is typical of Timothy Snyder's writing style, very distilled language, very distilled thoughts, but it also connects us to current events. And Timothy Snyder is always connecting us to current events. You can, if when you consider this passage, it draws you to Hungary, for example. It draws you to Putin's Russia. And it also warns Americans against what might be happening in our own country. And I'm just going to read one sentence about that. We, and I think Timothy Snyder by we means we Americans, but it can mean anyone living in a democracy. We might be tempted to think that our democratic heritage automatically protects us from such threats. This is a misguided reflex. That's why we're reading this book.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Those are important passages. Yeah, I think it was President Reagan who said something similar too, that basically we're one generation away from tyranny, that democracy is not something that we get passed down from our ancestors. It's something that we have to earn each generation, which is why education is so important. Listeners,
Robin,
yes.
take us to the first lesson. And this is a handbook of lessons. What is lesson number 1?
All right, lesson number 1 is do not obey in advance. Most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want and then offer themselves without being asked. A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do.
So that's kind of like saying giving up even before you have been asked to give up civil liberties and freedom.
Yep, exactly that. They talk. He talks about what went on in the early the early years of the Nazis. That people went farther than what the Nazis were demanding at the beginning in terms of persecuting Jews. And let's see here. Oh yeah, well, Kristallnacht, the pogroms. The Nazi leadership didn't ask them to go out and destroy Jewish stores or to put signs up on the windows. That was done. That was grassroots, and it's exactly what he was saying. It was an anticipation of what the authoritarians would want. So if we want to keep and we being anyone in a democracy wants to keep a democratic form of government, we have to be willing to step up and not go along. And as he says, do not obey in advance. He tells the story of a researcher. What was his first name? Milgram. I remember hearing about this story. I'm sure many people have heard about this, where he had a group of students. He tried to do this in Germany, and the Germans wouldn't let him, which I think is sort of interesting. But basically,
So he did
yeah,
it at Yale University, actually.
yeah, exactly. I don't know what that says, but anyway, so the experiment was basically he had a group of students or a group of people, and then he had another group of people who supposedly there was some kind of an experiment where the students were giving these test subject shocks. It had to do with something with a learning experiment. But what he was really doing was studying the students who were supposedly administering the test. They were really the test subjects, and what he found was that people were very willing to inflict shocks and quite a bit of suffering on people on the other side of the glass, just because they were told to. That they were. I mean, this I found really shocking too. But I know that this is the case with this experiment, and we see that with people, that people, if it's in a group, people don't want to stand out and will go along with things. And it this is the warning that Snyder is giving us here. Think, step back and think a little bit before you go along. Think if while you still have a chance to object. Reminds me of the poem of, no, I always get it wrong. It's Niemöller, I think was his name. The German who said, first they came for the trade unionists, but I wasn't a trade unionist, so I didn't speak out. Then they came, I don't remember all of them, but then eventually they came for the Jews, but I wasn't a Jew, I didn't speak out. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak anymore. So it's a very important principle.
And just a quick note about the Milgram experiment, which was conducted, I think, in the 1950s or early 1960s at Yale University. So students were recruited and paid to administer supposedly these more and more powerful electric shocks to their victims, because that's what they were. They were on the other side of the wall. All the student could hear were the screams, and the individuals supposedly receiving the electric shocks were instructed to scream louder and louder and louder. And it's a extraordinarily controversial experiment. To me, it is an experiment about how we, in the Bernard Shaw phrase, committing the ability of humans to be inhumane to one another. So that's what the experiment was about. But the other thing I wanted to say here, Robin, is that I think much of the very first chapter in On Tyranny is actually about how a proto-fascist state like Russia, and it was proto-fascist, it's Putin who is making it a fascist state, do not obey in advance. There is so much of Russian society now that is obeying in advance. They are accepting the propaganda. They are supporting the war. They apparently are prepared for Putin to conduct a very long war. And this is also what Ian Garner is writing about in his book, Generation Z, how the Putin regime is educating young Russians to become fascists. And so this is one aspect of what's happening inside Russia today. I think that's partly what this chapter is about. Do not obey in advance. Most of Russians are obeying in advance. And, you know, my God, if ever this happens in our democracy in the United States, to obey, I'm just going to say it right out, obey Trump in advance, we had better watch out.
Okay,
Let me
Alan.
jump in,
We have
Alan. Robin?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think this chapter also speaks a lot to Putin's assessment of the situation at the beginning of the 3-day war. When he rolled his troops in, I think he took into consideration, I think he thought the Ukrainians would be extending that obedience in advance, and it would be a walkthrough. So he discovered a different character here, and I'm glad to see that Ukraine doesn't lend obedience as readily as those people Russia has subjugated do.
Absolutely right, Cornelius. Brilliant observation. Ukraine did not obey in advance.
Yeah, absolutely, Cornelius. That's a brilliant observation. In fact, I think we can. This is one of the reasons Ukraine is such a threat to Putin and his whole the politics of eternity, as Snyder calls it. Ukraine and Russia there was an inflection point in 1991 when the Soviet Union fell apart. And Ukraine took one path and Russia took the other. Ukraine took the path of several revolutions because people were not willing to go along with the old authoritarian model anymore, whereas the Russians sank pretty quickly into more and more autocracy again. So it's I find also fascinating the fact that two ethnically similar or not ethnically that different groups of people. I mean, Ukrainians are not Russians, obviously, but they are both Slavic background. Um, took took a look at what the situation was and took very different approach to handling it. The Ukrainians, perhaps because of their history of fighting for their freedom for so many years, they took the path of not complying, they not obeying in advance and demanding that they get the kind of country they wanted, whereas the Russians sank into the autocracy that they had been used to under the czars and under the communists. So it's
Oh
very
yeah,
interesting. Thank you for that.
they habituated that expectation, so they really fell on their faces because of that.
Yeah, agreed. And somehow, it's interesting. In all the years of the Soviet Union, the it was the Russians who really ran a lot of the Soviet Union, but they attempted to force that on Ukraine, and it never really worked totally. And it's that is also a credit to the starch and the backbone of the Ukrainian people that they were not able to subjugate them the way they were able to do with other areas inside of Russia, particularly.
So just to get to the heart of this first lesson, which it really is about what Snyder calls anticipatory obedience. Let me read one other short passage. In 1941, when Germany invaded the Soviet Union, the SS took the initiative to devise the methods of mass killing without orders to do so. They guessed what their superiors wanted and demonstrated what was possible. It was far more than Hitler had thought. So, at the very beginning, anticipatory obedience means adapting instinctively without reflecting to a new situation. And this is the new territory of fascism. And fascism has been in American history, for example. We might be facing a resurgence of fascism in this country. It's happened before, but what we have to be aware of now is how to combat it, and to learn not just from this book that Timothy Snyder writes, but to learn from American history as well. Look back to the 1930s in the United States, or for that matter, look back to the 1930s in the United Kingdom itself, where there were fascists, even when the United Kingdom was fighting fascism and Hitler. It's happened before. It can happen again. Uh, don't be complacent.
And this again, Alan, shows why someone like Timothy Snyder is able to be so illuminating on this topic. Obviously, I mean, I had no idea that this had gone on with the SS going beyond their orders. I had always learned that Hitler was the demon, sort of, and everything came from Hitler, and Hitler dictated what happened. And here it's clear that because Snyder knows the history so well, we get a much clearer and honestly more frightening uh, uh, story of how fascism took root, that people went along. So as principle number one says, do not obey in advance.
Yeah, and I will say this is one of the hallmarks of Timothy Snyder as a historian. I think in the past, the histories, for example, of the Holocaust that I read really were a hierarchical history. The orders came from above. The plan for the Holocaust was devised by Nazi leaders like Himmler. But what Timothy Snyder is able to do is go to the heart of human nature and show that individuals, individuals far from the power of Berlin, actually committed crimes of their own volition in order to satisfy what they knew their commanders wanted them to do. And this is what the Nazis did in Poland and in Western Russia when they invaded by killing tens and tens and tens of thousands of Russians and Poles and Ukrainians, ordinary people, but also people who had been identified as being leaders in the community or intellectuals. In other words, the killing was intended to completely erase any political initiative that Ukraine or Poland or the Baltic states might have. This is all about total defeat of a people. And that's why it's genocide. And that's why this book is also about genocide. And that's how it applies to Ukraine.
Alan, James is up, so let's see what he has to say. Hi, James.
Hey guys, it's going very well. Very interesting topics. This point about anticipatory, there's a lot of people around autocrats, it seems, who are like that. And when I grew up, it was all about, in Catholic school, primacy of conscience, and challenging even the authority of authorities, and on one level, kind of in the classroom, but not so much out in real life, as I recall. And then I thought about that, and I don't think it's built in religious institutions to be able to resist this necessarily. And I think there can be a correlation of good morality with religiosity, but I really think that the one can be hollow. And if you're going to church and you're still helping build a filtration camp or a concentration camp, and you know what's going on there, then religion isn't worth much. And so I think it comes down to what really is ultimately good and evil in the world. And It's hard, but I mean, the nations I think that can build up that sense that every citizen has a duty are the ones that are gonna be able to resist tyranny. And if you have a bunch of people who won't resist or happy to go along, there's trouble on the way. And I do see that around our Mr. Trump. He's got a lot of people who want to do things, and his words trigger some of them. So
Thank you, James. Yeah, I think the religious aspect too is certainly in the case of Nazi Germany. There was a state church which was basically went along with with the Nazis, but at the same time there was the confessing church, which Dietrich Bonhoeffer was one of the lights that was very worked very assiduously against the Nazis, and many of them were killed. Bonhoeffer was killed shortly before the Nazi defeat, which was a tragedy. Um, and I know I have German family, and I know that my uncle, who was in Germany during the war, he was a really a teenager, but the actual religious Catholics, well, they weren't treated as badly as Jews, of course, but they had a lot of trouble with the Nazis. They didn't, this is the thing of autocracy. It doesn't want to have anything that's above its law, and a believing person who believes that God can tell them what to do more than the state, that's going to be a threat too. So, but at the same time, we see what a state church does in the case of the Russian Orthodox Church. That it's not a force for good in the world. Let's put it that way. Okay, Alan, I think we've got a couple more hands. G-Man and then Stephen.
Very good.
Hey, G-Man, glad you could stay up for this.
Yeah, I even managed to stay awake. No, I'm reminded of something that I read in one of their Stephen Timothy Snyder's book. I think Black Earth, when he talks about the Holocaust being enabled. So he talked about Baltese countries, let's call them, like Poland, like Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania, both of which were effectively invaded twice. So in the case of parts of Poland, invaded by the Russians in September 1939, then invaded by the Germans in June 1941. The Baltics, something similar happened. But what he talks about, the people that were Holocausted, that were genocided, had lost their statehood. And then he compared an example of Jewish people living in Denmark, which was under the control of the Nazis, but still retained its government, and so it was still sovereign. And so the people, even though the Jews were mistreated there, the Danish government refused to deport them and make them stateless. And then another example he gave was the very famous one of Anne Frank, who I wasn't aware of this, but she wasn't Dutch. Her family has fled to Holland from Germany in the 30s, and so they were effectively stateless because they didn't have the protection of any state. And so when you think about what Putin was talking about with Ukraine, basically he was proposing in many ways that Ukrainians didn't exist. Ukraine was not a thing. It was a false polity. Therefore, Ukrainians don't exist. Therefore, we can do what we like with them. That's the lesson, I think, from history around what are the enablers of genocide. And there's many, you can go through many permutations of, people are othered, These are different people. They're not the same as us, and all the rest of it. There's lots of things. But the Snyder does have this ability to really break down into the basics, the simple buildings, and he's done a lot of thinking about this. Just as an aside, interesting, if anybody subscribes to his Substack, he calls it thinking about. And I think that sums up completely the man and how he operates.
Thank you, G-Man. And just before we go to Stephen, I guess I'll say something probably controversial, but Americans listening, if you want to understand anticipatory obedience, this is the very first chapter in Timothy Snyder's book on tyranny. Watch the videos of the January 6th assault on the United States Capitol. All of these rioters were essentially obeying what they believed their leader wanted them to do. This is anticipatory obedience. They believed it would protect them from consequences, and it impelled them forward to assault a building that I've worked in, that I regard as pretty much the heart of American democracy. This is where the people debate and decide, and it is the debate and decision that the January 6th rioters wanted to interrupt and end definitively. And that to me is why January 6th is appalling and a warning that we all must heed. G-Man, go ahead, then to Stephen, then or Robin, go ahead, then to G-Man, then to Stephen.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to very quickly say I absolutely agree with you. And you and I, as you know, I am as conservative as you are liberal. So this is not, and we're not going to go down the rabbit hole of American politics. But your point is very well taken. These are people who thought their leader thought they were doing what their leader wanted, and yeah, it's definitely an example of why we need to be so careful. G-Man. Oh, is it Stephen? Who are we going to next, Alan? I'm sorry.
Well, G-Man, with a quick follow-up, then to Stephen.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole either. But as an outsider looking in, and someone who is at heart conservative, middle C or low, small C conservative, probably right, centrist, maybe even. But depends what we're talking about. But I have to say that the antics of other groups in America, like the Black Lives Matter rioters and the Antifa rioters, who some people said weren't a thing, and then on the whole electoral thing, it's a bit rich to cry foul at one party saying there's issues with the election when the other party did the same for 4 years. Anyway, that's enough.
Now, that is a good point, Jim. And I think that, wackos on Axel says, the center must hold. It's the wackos on either extreme often play into this same, anticipatory obedience.
Let's go to Stephen and then to Dave, who I think might be a first-time speaker here. Stephen, go ahead.
Many thanks. Well, good evening all, and I appreciated the last few speakers' comments. I was actually going to come on to say something slightly different than I realize I'm going to now. I'm going to tell you a very short story, or at least refer to a story, because the last speaker, but one, was referring to the Catholic position, and then we had people talking about the left and the right, And sorry, I hear, is there somebody with an open mic? Somebody seems to be whispering. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, mic check. Can everybody hear me correctly?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes.
Thank you. Right. Well, there was a story by, I am not religious, and I am also neither left nor right. But there was a story by G.K. Chesterton, who is, a famously Catholic writer, which I actually don't remember the name of the story, and I'm possibly going to bastardize it here. So please, if anybody in the panel or in the audience knows the story, they can they can correct me on the details. But it's the schema that's the most important thing. It was a story of a Catholic, ardent Catholic, and an atheist who basically fought each other all of their lives, from the beginning to the end. And the punchline is this: that at the very end, essentially, again, only two of them remained in passionate opposition to each other. And I think it was the Catholic who said to the atheist, even though we have always been bitter enemies, you are actually my closest brother, because only you in all my life cared as much as I did about the question. And so then I'm going to back it up to a more general dictum that I'm sure you will recognize. It's been said in many different forms by many different people, but I'm going to paraphrase: for evil to triumph, it is only sufficient that good people do nothing. And when I say good people, I think the person who was speaking, I'm sorry, I didn't catch who it was exactly, referencing Catholicism, talked about, and Snyder does this to some degree as well, different characters of societies, and of course different castes. And there can be dispositions of populations and political dispositions which tend more or less towards compliance or towards evil or whatever. But I would say this, that actually in my considered experience and historical understanding, it seems to me that unfortunately the majority will stand by and let it happen. And that the number of people who we are talking about who will act one way or the other is actually very small, but they make all the difference. And I think that many of them are speaking here, and I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I agree with you. The vast majority of us are innocent bystanders. But if you are a bystander in a situation, almost any situation, you can't be innocent. Think about that phrase, innocent bystanders. Can you really be an innocent bystander when one country is committing genocide on another, a peaceful neighbor? I don't think so. So a very quick follow-up to you, Stephen, and then I think the order is Dave, James, back to G-Man. Stephen.
Alan, I fully agree. But I would like to also just refine and emphasize the point that unfortunately, I think that although we might wish it otherwise, the bulk of the population will always be bystanders, innocent or otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave, go ahead, please.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yep,
loud
very
and
good.
clear.
Oh, beautiful. Thanks for the show. I guess I've been listening since the very start of the invasion, but no, don't talk too much. But I was very excited to hear about the book, and I read it. It was wonderful. So I just wanted to kind of, express what I got from it. And that is or one of many things. It From kind of how I understood that he had learned from the people who lived through tyranny. So people like Hannah Arendt things. Some of them were as easy as looking people in the eye, joining institutions. I mean that's kind of what the space is. It's really what the Maria Report's about. It's daily. It's a community. It's inclusive. And yeah, I just thought it was really an appropriate first book for that reason. And there's probably some other stuff too, but I can't think of it right now. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you
you,
very much.
Dave. And
All right, you guys have a beautiful night. I'll keep listening.
thank you very much. That was a very, I appreciate your input. And do come back next week and stick around for now. Okay, so James was next, G-Man, and then Cornelius.
Hey, I just wanted to level set and make sure that we clear up what might be confusing information. The Black Lives Matter and the Antifa, which is short for anti-fascists groups, were in response to white supremacist groups primarily. And they had nothing to do with the objections that Democrats had to the 2016 election, which their objection was related to the passage of specific polling data from Trump to Manafort to Kalimnik to Mother Russia, which is not illegal, as it turns out. It's just, there you go. It's not illegal, but that's what the thing was. And it turned out to be pretty decisive, along with their other methods of splitting the vote. So I just wanted to clear that up. The Black Lives Matter and Antifa were really about a lot of the race-based police brutality, and then also the rising up of the different white supremacist hate groups. So, just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, James. I think the issue that we were addressing was not the what started these moves, but some of the behavior later on was a little bit did seem to be some of this anticipatory obedience that is not good from whatever the mob kind of behavior that you see on all sides of the issues when people get together and there's more heat than light on the situation sometimes. G-Man and then Cornelius.
Yeah, so just proving the nest is the horseshoe theory, political theory, which has sort of come back to time and time again, and how the far left and the far right. I mean, communism. This is really what you're saying, right? Communism and fascism, and its traveling partners, the traveling partners that maybe go hand in hand with those two ideologies. They're closer to each other. I often say that communism and fascism are two sides of the same coin, and certainly in the 30s and 40s, communism lingered longer. They emulated each other, certainly in the Holocaust and the Soviet terror. They sort of acted each other they refined their methods. Hitler took solace for what Stalin was doing, and vice versa. So yeah, that's sort of where I had. Yeah, that's what I'll do for now. It's getting late, so my thought processes are going to start to be impacted. I'm going to go to bed soon.
Yes. Well, thank you, G-Man. I think that made perfect sense, but you are up very late. Okay. Okay, Cornelius.
Oh yeah, thanks. I'm just hoping we can move on to chapter 2. It's an hour in, and well, almost an hour in, and you had hoped to, I think, go chapter by chapter. If you wish to change it to bounce around all over the place, I'm up for that too. But chapter 2 is interesting, and we've really done chapter 1.
You know, Alan, I think Cornelius may have a point. What do you think?
I agree. Of course, Robin, we can just stay here for the next 6 hours, but I know we won't do that. But yes, we will move on to chapter 2. Chapter 2 is a really significant chapter. But first, I guess we go to Forever.
I think if you're going to chapter 2, I shouldn't comment because I was going back to what I understood somebody having said, that communism and fascism were two sides of the same coin, and I had wanted to comment on that, but I don't want to if you want to move on.
Why don't you briefly, because that's an important point, but then we will try to, at least in the last couple of minutes, get to chapter 2.
I was in first grade during the McCarthy hearings on communism, but I watched every minute of it beside my mother, Edward R. Murrow, and the congressional hearings. Watched every single minute of it beside her. I felt exactly the same anxiety as a 7-year-old child watching that as I felt with January 6th.
Well put, Forever Child. Thank you for that. Robin, what do you say we do move to chapter 2? At this rate, we will be reading this 120-page handbook for the next 10 weeks or so. But that's okay.
No, it's true. Yeah, I think Alan and I may need to reevaluate whether going chapter by chapter works, but this book has so much meat in it. Let's go to chapter 2, and then we will see if we want to reorganize for next week. Alan, why don't you take the lead on this?
So far, I think the book club has been a success. So, chapter 2, Defend Institutions. This is what Timothy Snyder writes. It is institutions that help us to preserve decency. They need our help as well. Do not speak of our institutions unless you make them yours by acting on their behalf. Institutions do not protect themselves. They fall one after the other unless each is defended from the beginning. So choose an institution you care about, a court, a newspaper, a law, a labor union, and take its side. Take its side. That really is what this book comes down to. What side are we going to take?
Yeah, Alan, I would like to just read one other little part on this. He does talk about how German Jews couldn't believe that their institutions would ever change and they would be persecuted. But Snyder says, the mistake is to assume that rulers who come to power through institutions cannot change or destroy those very institutions, even when that is exactly what they have announced that they will do. And as we know, Hitler came to power in a democratic election. So this is another thing that we have to really be on the lookout for to support news outlets that are actually telling the actual story, courts, laws, labor unions, he says, any other institutions of higher learning that are educating people properly?
And I think this is what so many Americans need to fear and acknowledge what they fear. We need to wake up to it. Or if you read Anne Applebaum, and this is another author we may read in the book club, look at Anne Applebaum's writing about Hungary, for example, about the right wing in Europe and how it has ascended to power. What did Orban do in Hungary from almost the very beginning of his elections through a democratic process? He attacked the press. He suppressed the free journalism that was practiced in Hungary, even to the extent of taking certain press outlets, media outlets, and making them state owned, actually owned by members of his own family. So this is a wide-ranging discussion we're going to have here. It's not just about the United States, but it's also about democracies that are under attack in Europe as well, or around the world, including South America, including Africa, Asia. There is evidence of this attack on democracy almost wherever you look.
Yeah, it's very true, Alan. And in our country, we don't have the state trying to take over news outlets, but we do have anti-democratic forces on every side of the issue, and issues of clickbait and news outlets not wanting to alienate their narrow base. So it's a different issue than state ownership, but it is also something we have to be really aware of and watch out for. LR has come up. Hi, LR. Welcome.
Hey guys, how are you?
Doing well, thanks.
That's great. That's great. Hey, thank you so much for doing this. And I have read several of Timothy's books previously, but I hadn't read this one. So when I heard this afternoon you were doing this, I immediately downloaded the audiobook version, which has, by the way, an extra 6 hours of content, which he updated recently regarding the war in Ukraine and how it ties into this book. So just FYI for those who, like me, do a lot of audiobook listening, there's a bonus edition that's available on Audible, and it has a lot of really relevant content because it's timely. But with regard to chapter 2, is this the chapter where he talks about not knowing potentially the last election that you might vote in? Is this the chapter that he mentions that in?
So I
I
think that's a later chapter, LR.
Yeah, I think that might be chapter 3, where it's about the one-party state, but he definitely does mention that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's relevant. If he's talking about protecting your institutions, of course, our democracy, our electoral system is something we need to protect, and of course, the press. And sadly, we've seen a systematic on press and the narrative that everything is false in the press, to the point where, sadly, I think the press has succumbed to that. It has actually become that. It no longer holds itself up to truth and you know, good journalism. A lot of the outlets have you know, fallen by the wayside. But at any rate, yeah, thank you again for doing this. Thank you for stimulating this conversation. I think it's really super powerful. I think everyone should take an opportunity to read this book and open their eyes to what is happening in our democracy. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. Thank you so much, LR. And I thank you for mentioning that ebook. I had actually meant to bring that up. As LR is saying, there is a very recently recorded by Timothy Snyder in his own voice of this book with a subsequent another 20 points having to do with Ukraine. I highly recommend it, not only because of how it relates to these first 20 principles, but it also is a what I found to be quite accessible introduction to the things that he covers in more depth in The Road to Unfreedom, which is a wonderful but very, very challenging book. At least it was for me. So yeah, I highly recommend it. Alan, we have a couple of more hands and we're already over time here, and I want to take a second to discuss next time. So shall we go? And who was first? I hope you were paying attention. I didn't notice. Maybe we can go to our two hands and then try to wrap up for now.
Yes, I think it's Cornelius and then Adam.
Go to Adam. I flapped my gums enough tonight, and if we're gonna have another session, I can always delay it until next time.
Oh, thank
Okay, well,
you
we
very
do
much,
hope.
Cornelius. Adam, go ahead.
Thanks for doing the book club, guys. And I just wanted to say that, yeah, I want to, before next week, I definitely want to think about the institutions that I'm going to protect. Maybe we shouldn't go through chapter by chapter for every single book we do, but this one, each chapter is crazy dynamite about how we, can do things to save our democracy. And I just wanted to second that recommendation of the extra 6 hours of audio on Audible. It's unbelievable. It's so good and it's so cogent. It's over a year old now, but he just is. Timothy Snyder just has a way of concising it. And also for my Christmas, I got my brother and myself the illustrated edition. I don't know if you guys talked about that. I missed the beginning of the show, but it's really nice, beautiful coffee table book.
I've seen that advertised. I've never actually seen it though. Thanks for the recommendation.
So Robin, I never mind going overtime, even though we're not on the clock here. We're volunteers. We don't get paid. There is no double wage for overtime. We have a couple more hands. I think back to Cornelius, then to Stephen.
Oh, good. I was hoping you'd go over time because I didn't actually know we dedicated only one single hour to discussing this book, but that's okay. You guys call the shots. I'm okay with that. I just wanted to get back to defend institutions and compare institutions in Russia versus institutions in Ukraine, because I tried to read the book with Ukraine in mind. The situation is very centric to the 2016 election, the aftermath, but the Ukraine, what it says to the Ukraine situation is very pertinent. And I look at institutions in Russia, the basic corrupt Nazi, or not Nazi, I should say, sort of corrupt crime syndicate state, versus what I'm seeing take form in Ukraine, and I'm seeing strong institutions in Ukraine. So I think that the people of Ukraine who are standing up, that first chapter highlighted how they didn't extend their obedience without good reflection. I think it's a good sign that their institutions will be well defended. I believe they will, and Russia's won't. I think that's going to cost them in a big way. Anyway, I'll leave that there.
Yeah, Cornelius, I really appreciate the way you're reading this book on tyranny with Ukraine in mind. I, you know, I have read it with America in mind, but I think that I need to reflect about both Ukraine and America in terms of this book. And it's not just tonight that we'll be talking about On Tyranny. Next Sunday night, Robin and I will jump around in the book for sure. We'll go here, there, and everywhere, taking a look at chapters that have made the most difference to each of us as we read them. Stephen, to you, please.
Many thanks, Alan. Yes, I'm going to try and be brief. The attack on institutions, I think that one should note it, and it is absolutely real. The idea that there are no such things as experts anymore, the exploitation of the inherent narcissism and solipsism of the internet age, whereby everybody considers themselves to be an expert on everything because they have access to Google or whatever, is very important. But I think that we need to consider what the attack on institutions means from within. And I think that the very best single passage in literature that exists on this is in George Orwell's 1984. And it is the scene in room 101 where our hero is being tortured by O'Brien. And O'Brien holds up, I think it's 3 fingers. I really can't remember the number. It doesn't really matter. Actually, it's a point. He holds up 3 fingers. And O'Brien looks at them. Oh, sorry, our hero looks at them, and O'Brien says, how many fingers am I holding up? And he says 3. And he is given a dose of extreme pain. And he says, how many fingers am I holding up? And he says 3. And the same thing happens. And then this continues until eventually our hero is like, well, no, 2. And he is given a dose of a shock. 4. And any number he gives, it doesn't matter what it is, even beyond the number of fingers that he could possibly hold up, he is given a dose of pain. And what the point of this passage is that the attack on institutions is not only an attack on our conception that there can be authorities. It eventually is an attack on our conception that we ourselves can have any authority, can have any understanding of what is true and what is not. And this is the fundamental project of the totalitarian outlook on other minds, is that they must not exist, is that they must not have opinions, they must not have the capacity to reason, they must not have the capacity to assess. So the most fundamental institution that totalitarian societies attacks is our own, and ultimately our own ability to judge. Thank you.
Very well said, Stephen, and thank you for reminding all of us about that scene from 1984 by George Orwell. Absolutely right, absolutely chilling. Marcus.
Yes, I believe the scene in 1984 is actually inspired by the seminal scene episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, where Captain Picard has to list how many lights there are shining in his face, and there's 3 lights, or 2 lights, but he's supposed to say 3.
Which it just shows that all things lead to Star Trek. There was a Star Trek Next Generation episode that played off of that same concept, that where the captain was basically being tortured into saying that there were a different number of lights than what he actually saw.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
Apologies. I didn't realize that it was a joke. So okay, fine.
Many of my
Flat out.
jokes are like that. They transcend funniness.
That's very good. I like that. Okay, on that note, Alan, I think we don't have any hands at the moment, so I think we should wrap up and get out of the way before our next set of co-hosts comes after us.
Yeah, I agree, Robin. We have transcended time. We often do that here at Maria Report. But we will be continuing with On Tyranny next Sunday night in the Maria Report Book Club. I really appreciate everyone engaging tonight, coming up to speak, asking serious questions and making serious comments. I've really enjoyed it, Robin.
Yes, as have I. And one important note, I think that you had suggested, and I see you're absolutely right, that we start this an hour earlier next week. And that will give us a little more time because we clearly are able to fill up more than an hour with this discussion. So everyone, next week we will put up announcements, but we should be starting 8 o'clock Eastern, which I can't tell you what that is in any other time zone, but hopefully you guys will figure it out. Thank you. This has been wonderful. And we will continue next week. Hopefully, as Alan said, we'll jump around a little more in the book. We can cover probably a little more territory. And as I said before, in another few weeks, we're moving on to Serhiy Plokhy's Russo-Ukrainian War. So if people want to get ahead, on that, that's a good read. Also, get back to you, Alan.
Thanks, Robin. Really good start for Maria Report Book Club. Next week, my first commandment for any book club is bring wine. Well, you can't bring me a glass of wine here, but you can have one handy by your phone or by your laptop, however you're listening, however you're participating. And just to wrap things up tonight, Robin, you know what? To wrap things up, I'm going to jump off first. What do you think about that? When do I ever do that? I don't. But here I am. Please come back tomorrow, 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Axel and I will be talking to Stephen Moore, who is, and I put this in quotes, the GOP's man in Kyiv. Stephen Moore is a former aide to House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. He was an aide to McCarthy when McCarthy was a House whip. And we will be talking about how to persuade Republicans that Ukraine is worth their support and that Ukraine is fighting for everything we live by, for our democratic values, for a rule-based international order, rules that get debated and changed over time. So join Axel and me tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 7 p.m. London time. That's 9 p.m. Kyiv time. With that, Robin, thank you. This has been a great success. Can't wait until next week's Maria Report Book Club. Good night, and Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava.
Heroyam Slava.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, this has really been great. I want to thank all of our speakers who came up. You've added a lot to the discussion. Tell your friends. Next week we're starting an hour earlier. I hope we can get even more people in, even though it may take us a century to get through the book. No, just kidding. We're going to get through this in I hope 3 more weeks, and then move on to other things. We have a lot of other interesting books that we hope to get to. Anyway, so as we wait for our speakers to come up. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, we've got some. Maria Report is it's a lot about real life, and all of our hosts have real life issues going on. So I'm going to stick around with you guys for a minute or two more until one of our co-hosts comes up. oh, hang on a second. And I will try to I'm going to try, as I mentioned before, I'm going to try to post a couple of things with the hashtag Maria Report Book Club, and let's just see. I'll try to post the review article of the Serhi Plohi's book. We'll just see if that works. I'm not sure it will. I'm going to ask some people who are more adept at this stuff than I am about how we can best communicate, whether we should have some kind of a dedicated group or whatever. But anyway, we'll try that to start with. Alan, you're back.
Well, I'm back to apologize. I didn't have my back channel open, and I didn't see the real life that was interrupting the well-oiled machine that MriyaReport really is. But Prince is here too.
She managed to oil that machine, and there she is. Hi, Prince.
Yeah, I knew it wouldn't take long, but I had forgotten that for some godforsaken reason, I woke up early this morning. And so the birds woke up early this morning. And my one bird, if you like try to go past like what she's accustomed to, and she's accustomed to the lights being on for 12 hours, that's it. No more than that. Oh, so she wanted to go to bed early. And
yeah, animals could be so rigid, can't they?
Oh, she is one of the most rigid. And sometimes if she's just plain tired for no apparent reason, she does a very specific scream that she wants to go to bed. So anyway, she is not screaming now, which makes me happy. Because, yeah, I can hear her screaming even in the garage. She's loud.
Oh, Lord. And I complain about my cats. At least they're quiet.
Oh, yeah, no. Sometime look up a sulfur-crested cockatoo scream. I haven't looked at it, but it's one of the loudest birds in the world. It really is.
Yeah, actually, I know what that sounds like. My father was an ornithologist, so we didn't have one of those in our house, thank God, but we definitely knew people who had such animals. And yeah, many ornithologists seem to have hearing loss, and you can understand why. Anyway,
it can be an issue. It can be an issue. So anyway.
Actually, my father was he was a falconer. He raised peregrine falcons, and the ones that were raised in captivity are real screamers. And I mean, I'm joking, but it really was serious. He had significant hearing loss after being screamed in the ears, you know, for over 40, 50 years, at least 60 years. So anyway, Prince, I just wanted to say before we'll see when I guess Dave is not quite ready yet, which is fine. I just wanted to thank you for the genocide programs that you're doing. I have to admit, I've fallen asleep in the middle of both of them because it's rather late for me. But it's the part I stayed awake for, I really enjoyed, and it's a testament to my tiredness, not to the program. I think it's very, very important. You're covering it in a very good way. So I wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. It is a pleasure doing them. And, you know, I'm just gonna, as somebody who has started down this road to doing special segments a couple of times a week, start to as close to the beginning of your time co-hosting as you can, really, because what I found is that, you know, I think on Friday night we started about, I go for my time zone because that's what I think in 7:20 p.m. So that would be 10:20 p.m. Eastern time, which, you know, we start at 10. That's fine. And I think that we finally were able to wrap things up at what would be 1:30 a.m. Eastern time, and we are supposed to end at 1 a.m. Eastern time. So yeah. And then last night was a little bit better. We did probably about the same thing, starting about 7:20 or so, so 10:20 or so. But we were pretty much done by 1 a.m. Eastern time. But the SBU cases are a little easier to stop because we talk about a case and then we start another case. So we can, when it's close to the time, we can just say, okay, that's all the cases we're going to do for today. So anyway, but yeah, that's just a little recommendation in case it just really, starts to go to different places. And, and I was thinking about that with that book. It's like, I think, first Alan was like, we'll go through that book in one night. And I'm like, oh, Alan, you're not going to get anywhere near done with that book in one night. And then Robin's like, we'll try to get through 5 of these in one night. And I'm like, oh, Robin, you're not going to get through 5 of these in one night. And how many did you get through? Not really even 2, right?
Oh, come on. Now we got through 2. Yeah, the second, and we had the prologues. Yes, no, but yes, Prince is right. See, Alan, we should always listen to our Prince. And I see
Only 10 weeks to go now, Robin, on this little book.
I don't say that. We're going to lose our entire listenership.
Optimistic.
Yay. Okay. Prince, I see LR has his hand up, so maybe he's got something more serious to share with us.
Nope, not serious at all. I have a very funny bird story anecdote. I once upon a time had a yellow-naped parrot, which are beautiful birds and very talkative, but apparently this bird had lived with a family that had a child early on in its life, and it could make sounds like a child screaming. And I was working at the time, and so this bird would be at home during the day, and I did various things to try to entertain it, and leave the radio or TV on, or I had a little tool that where if the bird stepped on a perch, it would say phrases to kind of teach them phrases or whatever. But I apparently had some new neighbors move in nearby, and one Saturday I was outside and I had the bird kind of hanging out with me, and he was kind of crawling on the hammock and he was making some noises. And this guy comes walking around the side of my house and he starts looking, and he's looking around. I could see he's looking for the sound, and I pointed at the bird that was kind of hanging out on the hammock. And he looks and he starts laughing. And then I find out that he's actually from the town's, like, I don't know, child abuse department or something. And apparently my neighbors had called to report that there might be a child that was being left at home during the day by themselves screaming. So anyway, yeah, birds can be they can be interesting companions.
Okay, with that, LR, I have to tell my story then. We had an African gray when I was a kid, lived for about 25 years. Was a really, really good speaker. And I am old enough so that I remember in the old days, we had a milkman who delivered, and he would come in and open up the fridge and stick the milk in the fridge and go out. And every morning he would come in and say, "Good morning, ma'am." And he'd hear someone say, "Good morning." And this went on for months until one day when my mother was actually home from work. And he comes in, "Good morning, ma'am." And she starts to say good morning. And he hears from both sides of the house, like, "Good morning." And here's my mother too. And it turned out he'd been speaking to the parrot for several months and had all the time thought he was speaking to my mother.
African grays are some of the best at imitating voices exactly. And what I have, actually, I do have a gray. I have an African gray, but what I have is a Timna African gray, which are not as well known as the typical African gray that everybody thinks of, with the black beak and the red tail. The Timna has a more bone colored beak and has a more maroon colored tail and is smaller and is not as good as at talking, and doesn't imitate the voice exactly like the African gray do. But they're fabulous birds. Fabulous.
Still curses pretty well though, right?
But oh yeah, Oh no, I mean he's the one that came to me swearing like a sailor.
To pull this back to Ukraine a little bit, I saw on Instagram the funniest thing of a bird. It's a bird. It's singing. Goes Slava Ukraini, Putin, and then the next word. I won't offend our Ukrainian listeners by the actual word that he said, but Putin is a whatever, and it was very funny. So I love parrots.
Yes. Yeah, no, all of mine came from rescues. I don't know exactly how old they are. But yes, I have 3. I have a green-winged macaw, a sulfur-crested cockatoo, and a Timna African gray. They
Oh,
are
that's
a mess.
that's nice that you got them to rescues though too. And with that, I see that NAFO Dave is ready to come up, so I think I'm going to bid you a good night. It's been nice spending a few minutes with you. Sorry we went over, but Alan, he's incorrigible. What can you do? Oh, he just dropped because I'm insulting him.
Yeah, there's no
Anyway,
stopping Alan.
yes. Anyway, so thanks very much. Thank you everybody for making a great inaugural book club, and we will continue next week an hour earlier, so we have a little more time. Thank you everyone again, and Slava Ukraini.
Here I'm Slava, and I'm just going to take a wild guess that the week after that they're going to start when their shift starts at what is 7 p.m. Eastern time. That is just my wild guess. We will see what actually happens. While I'm waiting for NAFO Dave to come up here, good evening. Go ahead and retweet the space and share the space so we can try to maintain an audience. This is the hardest time of the day to grow the audience and to maintain the audience. Europe is still asleep, and the North American audience is going to bed. So yeah, we tend to not grow our audience a whole lot this time of day usually. But go ahead, Sky Kiss.
Thanks, Prince. Thanks. Okay. Sorry, just having a little trouble with my volume button. Want to make sure I can be heard. Just it was just a silly thing about the birds. Okay, because I am thinking about getting at least one, probably 2. I like animals in pairs more than one. They get kind of lonely, like if you leave during the day, I assume. So anyway, so many years ago, I was a governess for these kids, mainly the newborn, but she had 2 older siblings. So anyway, in the house, there was this green parrot, nice big cage, and his name was Jacques. Nod to the Brazilian French heritage of the mother of the kids. And anyway, one of Jacques' few things that he said was, "Hello, Jacques." And he would say this pretty often, but it wasn't too bad. Well, the strange thing is the parrot's name was Jacques. He's saying Jacques, hello, Jacques. Of course, he picked it up from the humans who were saying hello to him. Well, what did they name their middle child? Their only boy. They named him Jacques. So Jacques thinks the whole time that the bird just is saying hello to him. He doesn't understand it. I don't understand why they named their son Jacques, but anyway, I was also his nanny when he was like 3 months old. So then when they had the newborn, I went back and took care of the newborn till she was 10 months. So anyway, just one of those odd bird things. So hopefully there are ways, and I know LR just spoke to this. There are tools that you can get to teach the birds new new verbiage. So that's interesting. And I have friends who have birds, so it's nice to maybe have a little input in the bird department since I'm considering a bird. I don't know, cats just claw up everything. So, and I have too many fabrics to have to worry about. And I love dogs, but
Well,
they're a whole lot of work.
Birds will chew up your furniture too. I have
That's
not.
that's if you let them out.
Well, and a bird being in a cage all the time is not good. I have one
When,
bird that is never in her cage unless she wants to be. She sleeps in her cage at night with the door open. But we
ooh,
need to get away from the bird topic. But yes, I do. Being in a cage all the time isn't good for the bird. I mean, smaller birds, it's something that happens, and it's not as bad, I don't think. But with bigger birds, especially, they need to be out of their cage for part of the day at the very least. And yeah, my biggest bird, her cage door hasn't closed for I don't know how many years, for quite a while. So anyway, birds are interesting. They are very intelligent and require a lot of work. And just go and scatter flour all over your house in the morning when you get up, and then clean it up. And then do it again in the middle of the day, and then clean it up. And then do it at night and clean it up. And then you'll know what it's like to have a bird. Right, LR? Depends on the bird. Some birds are worse than others as far as that goes. Uh, good evening, NAFO Dave.
And you know, when you get to our age, you also got to put them in your will because they live a long time.
They do, and my birds are in my will. My birds are in my will, and part of my estate goes to my birds. Yep, that's all taken care of. It is reality. If you're 50 years old and you decide to get birds, birds live till they're 80. So anyway, good evening, Dave. How are you?
I am good. And just so I don't, I'm not left out. We had a parakeet growing up, and he loved to just perch on your shoulder and sit, whoever just go around with you all day, sitting on your shoulder, and of course nibbling on your ear whenever you want attention. So
Absolutely.
hello, you can
Hello.
hear me, okay?
Yep, I can. And pooping on your clothes and chewing your clothes off. I
Yep.
have every single shirt I have has holes in it. So yeah.
Well, I
So
would like to address. So, I have a cat now, Alice. Actually, I should rephrase that. There's a cat that lives with us. Her name is Alice. She lets us live here, but she also is very obedient, and she doesn't claw the furniture that she's not supposed to claw. So she has an old chair that is hers, and she can claw it, and she doesn't touch the nice little furniture. So cats can be trained not to claw things as long as you give them good alternatives.
this is the truth. I had a cat, Sadie, and she didn't claw on furniture. She was a good girl. Anyway, Liz, how are you this evening? We are just transferring co-hosts here and getting started, and we just sort of went astray for a moment. How are you this evening?
I'm pretty good, and I'm sad to say because I tuned into the book club right at the beginning, and was very excited, and then it turns out, due to circumstances beyond my control, I had to tune out. And it's all good. I'm not complaining, except for missing it. But perhaps I'll be able to grab it in a replay. But anyway, but I did catch the end, and I'm totally going to tune in next week. And now, but on that topic, because I did catch what you said about this particular time of night. And I will actually retweet the space once I'm finished, because I'm, as usual, multitasking here with my phone in my pocket. But if it's a particular time slot, that is always sort of a thing. I mean, frankly, I think the book club's a brilliant idea. I also think lessons in Ukrainian, like, can we learn some Ukrainian words? It's like, I don't know, maybe Sunday night is learn 3 Ukrainian phrases, or I think that if you as opposed to it just being a space that um, these gracious hosts obviously can fill so beautifully and so gracefully and intelligently, that's great. But I think it might also be um, nice to have something that is still Ukraine related, that is maybe a little bit lighter, because as important, as necessary as all the rest of the coverage is, and some incredible, but sometimes very very heavy information. Um, the kind of stuff that comes to us via Report. What about if there was a thing? It's like, well, I guess I'm just saying maybe there's a way to, um, you know, put a pin in a particular topic, or because really what this is essentially is a long running salon, and in the I think it was the 30s or the 40s. I'm not I don't know how accurate my recall is here, but the idea was there were, you know, socialites and, people who really just wanted to further conversation, and they would have salons, and people would get together and talk about things, whether or not they agreed or disagreed. It was an exercise in civil discourse. Um, and sometimes, well, I'm sure, anytime if people are being sincere and authentic, then everybody is elevated by whatever comes up, because I know I get new information every time I listen in. I'm sure that that's everybody else's experience. So anyway, so on the one hand, thank you for this space. I'm tuning in at a place where probably should be going to bed, but instead I'm going to indulge in this space and a glass of wine for a while, and feel grateful that I have access to it.
Thank you, Liz, for the input. We're constantly trying to figure out exactly what fits best in this as I call the doldrums of MriyaReport, because it's too early for the Europeans to be up, and it's too late for most of the Americans to be up, and the Australians, there's only a couple of them. But we try to get as many of them up here as possible, and I think there's going to be one showing up soon. But also, this is the time we call the NAFO night shift, and I've said many times that on the NAFO night shift, we kind of, it's like touring a garden where we meander through and we look at different flowers, and sometimes we spend longer on others. But we've got 21 hours to talk about things that go boom, and then we've got the 3 hours of the night shift that we shift gears and talk about things that don't go boom necessarily, but are all related to Ukraine, because neither Prince and I are military experts or experts. Technically, I could be called an expert in things that go boom because I have 3 boys, and they like things that go boom. But I've neither of us have been in the military or know much about military equipment or things like that. So we tend to focus more on the societal issues that Ukraine is dealing with, like the medical systems and the legal system, like we do with the SBU unit. The SBU, I guess we're going to be calling it the Crime and Punishment SBU special segment. And we talk about disability, and because that's playing a big role in the reconstruction of Ukraine, and how they are dealing and planning for having a accessible society for people with disabilities. Because I use a wheelchair, so I'm kind of plugged into that whole scene, if you so to speak. But yes, we're thank you. I think we're trying to do what you just described. So you're on. I guess one of us is tuned into the other here, which is a good thing, I think. And while I've been droning on, Cornelius has put his hand up. or her
Oh,
hang.
that's
I'm not
okay.
sure.
Waiting faithfully. I was just going to chide Liz for trying to reveal the ending on that on Tyranny, chapter 12. Come on now, chapter 12. Make eye contact and small talk. Well said.
Well, that's very kind of you, and I can't wait to read on tyranny. So did I stumble on something that's in there?
You did it. It's absolutely superb. Almost okay. There's about 20 little chapters, teeny weeny, like a page and a half each, kind of thing. And they touch on so many different things that come up in conversation all the time that you can almost leverage all sorts of bits and pieces to pepper a conversation with interesting references and look well read. It's the first pseudo intellectual book. I won't say pseudo. Like intellectual book I've read in 25 years. So I feel all empowered now. Anyway, I'll go back on mute.
Awesome. I look forward to it.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a really good book show. Is going to be a really good time and a really good thing to do. And yeah, and it is. It's an interesting time, and we do tend to get into some more different subjects than other things that are usually talked about on here. And speaking of those kinds of things, and because it is a question, I think I found like the day after. Sorry, I'm laughing now. But somebody just sent me a message asking, "So Heather, is it Law and Order SBU?" Somebody picked up on the reference here. It is going to be Crime and Punishment SBU. And yeah, we are. We were actually sending little sound clips back and forth last night as this was sort of playing out, as we were discovering that SBU intelligence update isn't quite the most exciting thing as far as how it sounds, and it's not really what it's turning out to be. But turning out to be Crime and Punishment SBU is really what it's turning out to be, talking about the different cases that the SBU has undertaken in the week, and talking about some of the punishments that are available and things such as that. And so yeah, we are going to be calling it Crime and Punishment SBU, and we're going to put the SBU in Cyrillic letters, and so that will be one way to be more inclusive of our, of course, Ukrainian speaking friends. So I'm excited about it.
And will there
Yeah,
be
go ahead.
puns? Will there be puns if it's Crime
Oh,
and Punishment?
there there may be puns. There are sometimes some very interesting things that happen. There are, yeah, there I we go through all of the cases every day. The SBU puts out news releases with arrests that they've made for the day, and things such as that. And sometimes it's investigations, and it's just a whole wide array, from war criminals to people who are committing fraud to people who are aiding the enemy to people who are flat out committing treason, all kinds of things like that. It's yeah, we should not change the name, the way that we spell it, to punishment to be PUNNISHMENT. You're funny, Dave.
Hey, I'm all over that, Liz. That is excellent. Crime and Punishment, and we may have a little special segment for Yehuda, where he can come up and tell dad jokes. Just to lighten the mood, because yesterday we did. It was getting kind of dark, and so I tried to lighten it by talking about just we were talking about a money counterfeiting ring that they busted. So it wasn't necessarily ripping off the military, but it was and then I could plug a show that I like. But yeah, I like the crime. It was originally, when I first heard about this, first thing I thought was Law and Order SBU, just because I like Law and Order SVU, but then we may want to avoid lawsuits, so I think the Crime and Punishment is a good way of avoiding the lawsuit, but still keeping the intended reference. What do you think, Prince?
I think so, and I know that some of our friends from around the world may not know what Law and Order SVU is, but I think it's still catchy and it'll be a lot of fun, and yeah, so, and it is good. I mean, we are very, very fortunate to have a new co-host, Tracy, who co-hosted with us last night, and she is very passionate about tracking these cases, and she has been doing it for a whole lot longer than just this show. And so when she approached me about wanting to do a segment like this, it was just, yeah, let's do it. And she decided that she was good with doing it at the time when it keeps her up till 3 or 4 or later in the morning, and we're off with it, you know? So trying to get some organized programming. And, you know, I did notice last night that we did have more engagement. We had more people coming up and talking and more people coming up and asking questions. So I'm hoping as people get used to it and figure out what it is, that we'll have that same kind of thing happening. So anyway,
Yeah, I think we will. It's the usual thing with any kind of a product launch. You advertise the heck of it out of it, and then people will see it and start showing up, and it just hopefully snowballs, and you get a large dedicated audience. That's how Chuck Fair's bullet points. It kind of started off hit and miss, and then everybody now Tuesday and Thursday nights, that's guaranteed. It's packed in here because everybody knows about Chuck's bullet points, and that's usually one of the first things that I get a request for. After, as soon as bullet points is over, I'll get DMs. When's this going to be on Spotify? When's this going to be on Spotify?
well, see, and that's the other aspect. It is a good time slot to talk about some things that are harder to talk about, to give the people options to listen to it at a later time if they're not up now. You know, somebody who may not be really available during the day even to listen to something on genocide. You know, it might be something that they want to listen to the recording of. And so if we can have these conversations and these good conversations, and we're fortunate to have people like Gina who have decided to join us, um, who are just so knowledgeable on the subject. You know, no, she doesn't have any special education, but she's a journalist and she has done her research for interviewing people who are genocide experts and the like. And so Gina's expertise when it comes to something like that is just invaluable. So if we can even have these conversations um, up on Spotify for people to refer to and listen to try to understand more about genocide, that's going to be a good service to people, I think, in the long run too. And so sometimes it's also not just about the number of listeners, but sometimes it's creating a product like that we can refer people to in the long run, so that they can understand genocide and what genocide actually means, just beyond the 5 points of the actions that qualify as genocide, for what incitement means and what the genocide convention actually entails and what that means. And during the day, I don't know how well a long conversation about that would go over, but in the evening it works out pretty well. And we had, again, just like last night with the SBU segment, we had more engagement on Friday night than we had the week before. So I think as people are figuring it out, we're getting more people who are saying, "Oh yeah, that's happening. I listened to part of that, and I want to listen to all of it this week." So I think it's going to pick up, and it's going to be great. And then there's Sunday nights when this Dave and I say, "Hey, what do you guys want to talk about?" "Oh, okay, I got something. How about you, Dave?"
Oh, sorry, my mic. I don't know. I hope I don't get a crash here. My microphone button is getting. It's not working. I have to. So what do I have to? So I think what if you give me a second, I'm working on the topic on the title.
Oh,
Uh,
that's fine. Yeah, don't worry about it then.
so, but Chuck had posted um, a list of 5 books, and since we're just coming off of the you know the book, I want to say book
Book
report, but
club.
it's not book club. That's
Book club. That's the
the
word.
book club. Yes, I'm looking the book club. I thought that would fit in. That would segue well. And
Yeah,
do you have that post?
I can get it really quick because it's one of those things that I keep on putting in my notes for the next day and the next day and the next day.
Yeah,
Ever
yeah, I've
since,
seen it.
well, sorry, just because it's one of those things that I want to have really close at hand, for if there's ever a time that we want want to share that with people. So I will go ahead and grab this list here and I will put it up in the nest. It actually may still be in my bookmarks, but just in case, I'm gonna put it up in my bookmarks here so that I can put it up in the nest. And I should probably clean up the nest a little bit too. But yes, Chuck did. Boy, man, Chuck was asked for like 5 books, and I think he gave like 25. No, it wasn't 25. It was only I think 12. But I can't imagine that these are light reading either. Um, it's not going to be like going and reading some action movie script. Oh, I don't know. I can see the book in my head, but I cannot think of the name of it now. Oh, it's not going to be one of those really interesting books. Is what I'm saying. What I think is my opinion. At least that would be my opinion because um, just because. So yes, I do have that up in the nest now. That is these are some of the books that Chuck is recommending that people read to be able to understand and analyze more. So 5 books that readers and writers who are wishing to gain a better understanding of strategy and tactics. So it's very oriented on strategy and tactics. This list. Go ahead, Liz.
Okay, so thinking about these books, which frankly sound fascinating, but honestly, I'd have to live 3 lifetimes to read the books that I have already got in my library. And I'm not complaining. It's like there's how delicious that the older you get, the more there is to learn. But you're describing some books that might be too either challenging or just sort of meaty or heavy or really just sort of technically time consuming for most people to access. And you know how like the literature classics have like Coles notes. What about if for these kinds of things? 'Cause I don't know that military strategy books are necessarily going to be slotted. I don't know whether there are Coles notes that exist for them. What about if there's a Maria's notes for some of these books?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there is somebody who is available to write them. Yeah, because I don't know how engaging the memoirs of Ulysses S. Grant are. That's one of the books on this list here. I it's not something that would be on. It would not be one of those things that I would like to curl up by the fire with, and read for enjoyment. You know what I
Did
mean,
Mr.
Liz?
Did Mr. Grant write it himself? Like, is it an
I
if it's a memoir, did he write it himself? Because if he's a good writer, then it might be
It
interesting.
might be.
Yeah. But yeah, actually, and this is entirely unrelated, but I was surprised because during one of my ADD rabbit hole journeys, I did come across a book by uh, oh shoot, what's his last name? Franklin. Um, the kite lightning guy.
Benjamin.
Benjamin Franklin. Thank you. Um, I was thinking Franklin Roosevelt and I couldn't get that out of my brain. Anyway, I read his I read his book. Like he wrote some, or I assume he wrote more than one actually, but I was surprised at how engaging it was. It was a rather quick read. It wasn't, really challenging, intellectual kind of thing. But it was. I really did get a sense um, of what mattered to him. And what, like, I thought that was interesting because when I was younger, I used to read for content and narrative and what was happening. And in this particular book, and I guess more and more so, you sort of feel who the author is in a way that you didn't, or at least that I didn't when I was, reading other stuff. Biographies are much more interesting to me now, um, probably, because the world is bigger and more mysterious than it was at 20 years old, um, or 30 or 40. Um, and it anyway, it may very well be that the memoir of Ulysses S. Grant is in fact engaging or interesting. It's possible, but I'm not going to spend the time reading it because I'm already overbooked. I'm triple booked for the rest of my life.
Overbooked in the truest sense of the
Oh my
word.
god, I did a pun, yay.
You
It's not
did.
my it's not my skill set.
Yeah. Well, so I'm right with you there. I think this actually, it says that it's Grant's personal story and his recollections. So I don't know if it was
It is. I googled it. It is written by
okay.
him.
Okay, I would be really interested in it actually. I like reading books that are written by the person because you get more insight into what they're actually like rather than the I don't know, the dressed up version that the biographer made for themselves.
Yeah, it's hard to not hear somebody's actual voice when they have actually done the writing.
Yeah, so I would be interested in that, and it says I just brought up the book list thinking we could just go through the titles, and if somebody wanted to look them up, then they could. We didn't necessarily, I wasn't necessarily meaning go into depth
No, that's
into
fine.
any of them.
No, I didn't think so. And you know what? It might be really interesting to do to read that one. And I think it would be more interesting if your interests were different. I mean, I know that there are some people who are extremely interested in military and military history. And so those books may be very interesting to them. That's not something that I've ever really thought about. I was raised in a family where nobody joined the military unless they were drafted, and then they were still um, refused to bear arms and did medical stuff. So, that's how I was raised. So I never had any interest in the military stuff. Um, Go ahead, Liz.
Well, I agree with you, and I don't actually have an interest myself in military stuff. Although accidentally, it turns out it's much more fascinating than I would have ever guessed because I've only ever learned anything about military stuff from listening to people on the Maria Report. So I'm not interested. It's not something that I want to learn more about, but I am really. I do feel like I have just a better bird's eye view of the big picture with what little knowledge I have, like, sort of gleaned, picked up here and there from the times that I've been able to listen into some of that stuff. As far as the Grant, the Grant memoir goes, I wouldn't read the whole thing because I'm not interested in him as a person. I would be interested in a version, in a sort of or not redacted, reduced, simplified, Maria Notes version of that to sort of get a context of the historical, the things in motion, and because all of these people who exist in who had significant effects in historical events that which of course shape where we are now and how we live now. um, I'm not, he doesn't interest me I'm sure he's worthy of interest. It's not my, I wouldn't be curious about him. I would be curious though about the basics. So I wouldn't go out and buy the memoir, but I might go out and buy the notes version.
Yeah, and just to be clear, these aren't books that they're going to do different books during the book club. These are just books that we thought would be interesting to go over because we're sort of piggybacking on the book club here, as just far as talking about books. The books that they're going to go over and use in the book 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 club are more the things along the lines of the Timothy Snyder books and the Anne Applebaum books and I can't remember the other guy's name at the moment, Robin books. And it's going to be more of those kinds of historical understanding, very specifically Ukraine. The list that Chuck put together is more of a understanding tactics and maneuver and things such as that. Go ahead, Liz.
I totally get that, and thank you for clarifying that. I think really the only reason I responded is because I would still kind of advocate for the idea of Maria notes for any book that maybe delves into, and probably especially any book that delves into the situation in Ukraine, because if we want people to be engaged, and frankly properly informed, even if there are books that could be distilled into more sort of digestible versions than some people who might be curious but just can't commit to like a 400-page tome, they might pick up something that's a briefer thing, and they might get a I just like a way to invite people in without overwhelming them. That was sort of the point of that was my trajectory. Like that's what I meant to sort of go for as far as that's why I bothered to mention the whole thing about Maria notes.
All right, that's good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Every child, go on ahead. How are you this evening? Good to see you.
Oh, well, good to be here. I'll be awake as long as I can manage. I actually have purchased all of the books, and they're here now in my home. I thought that the Grant book was one that I had read many years ago, and I had read it cover to cover at the time. But I do come from a military family, and that book was one he wrote after I think he had been president and was really hungry and broke and needed to raise some money, and it was something he wrote to raise funds. This one is, I thought it was the same book, but it's a different book, and it's more like a field diary, a campaign diary. And I was particular. Because it goes by dates and locations and campaigns. I immediately zeroed in on Vicksburg and the Shirley House, thinking I would glean some more information about the Shirley House at Vicksburg, but I think there might have been less than 2 sentences about the Shirley House and the Vicksburg campaign, so it didn't fill that niche. But it is more like a diary a soldier would keep in the field. I have delved into the I think it's pronounced Sun Tzu, which some of these books are really, really thin and can easily be read just a page or two at a time, quite easily. There, I haven't gotten into all of them, but I've gotten into those 2 books.
Give your doggo a pat for me.
And I'm so happy to hear that Russ is very happy tonight. And that's no worries there. So yes, I think that going through which books these are, I think that's some great input there, because I wondered about some of these books too, and how big they would be, and how intense they would be, because when I look at On War by Karl von Clausewitz. It's an archetypal book on war and geopolitics, two disciplines that are and will be forever intertwined. Especially important are the author's perception of what happens when politicians, political systems falter during war. Yeah, I think that the books that Chuck has written, as far as maybe Chuck's memoir about being in the SEALs, would probably be really fascinating. I can go and look up what movies Chuck's been in, or what movies Chuck has written, because Chuck actually has written a couple. So yeah. Dave, did he
Yeah.
get new toys for his birthday?
It wasn't his birthday today. Today's my 20-year-old now. We no longer have teenagers. So if you hear me say that I'm blaming something on the teenager, you can correct me, because he's now 20. So no more teenagers. We have graduated.
Congratulations on living through the teen years. From what? You have 3 boys, right?
Yep, 3 boys. So yeah, this is not our first barbecue, but it has been the biggest.
Yeah, I hear you there. All right, we'll wait. We'll wait for Rex to calm down a little bit. Even though, just everybody be clear, this is a very happy noise from Dave's son. He has found his favorite toy, and he is very happy that he has found his favorite toy. And if you listen to us during this tight night, the NAFO night shift, then you will be familiar, because that happens sometimes. And personally, it always makes me really happy, because I know that he is happy. So I am going to find something other than the 2 things that we had here. So just for reference, the book list is, as I said, up in the nest, and maybe I'll just name the books. There's the On War, which I already just named, and there's the 33 Strategies of War, Infantry Attacks, 7 Pillars of Wisdom by T.E. Lawrence, and then the Memoirs of Ulysses S. Grant. Those are the 5 essentials. But he went on with some necessary extras, which would be The Art of War, The Book of 5 Rings, which I don't know, and then a book called Strategy, and then of course our own John Spencer's Understanding Urban Warfare, and a couple of bonus Campaigns of Alexander, and Anabasis by, okay, this is one about the conquest of Alexander the Great, and Xenophon's March of the 10,000 out of Persia. So those are the books. Go ahead, Cornelius.
Yeah, so happily, I was looking through Amazon's Kindle, and these books are they're so old. Well, most of them are so old that they're 99 cents each, and you can download them instantly. If you're set up with Kindle, I'm sure there's other ways of buying these, because they're out of copyright in many cases. Like Clausewitz's On War was written in the 1800s, I think. And they're fairly inexpensive. I just took a quick look at the not Benjamin Franklin, the Grant memoirs, and there's like 50 chapters. It's huge. The time estimate thing said, based on the speed that you read, it'll take you 23 more hours to read this, and it's fairly daunting, but it might be a nice read. So the jury's still out anyway.
Yeah, I can imagine there's some different there's some yeah, you say that, and my instant thought is, does it come with a cord where I can just plug it into my brain and absorb it overnight? Because the idea of being a co-host and reading all of those books makes my eyes cross and makes me know that I will be sleep deprived for the rest of my life.
Oh yeah, yeah. When I was young, I was hoping that there would be a speaker under my pillow that could transmogrify the book into my head overnight while I slept. Now there's no such thing. The Matrix doesn't really exist yet.
Yes, but I did still, in my 50s, enjoy my Harry Potter obsession, where I fell asleep to the books of Harry Potter every night for, I don't know, like 5 years. Seriously, I would just, start where I left off and just keep cycling through the books because I really enjoyed them and they were nice to fall asleep to. Go ahead, Liz.
I actually used to sneak into my daughter's bedroom and take her Harry Potter books and and read them and put them back with my own little bookmarks on them. They're fantastic, so beautifully written. But as far as the going to sleep and learning things go, isn't that neurolinguistic programming? I know of neurolinguistic programming, which is the idea that you learn things while you sleep. I don't know if it's hooey or if it's real, but I mean, the closest thing that for me is like, is there an audiobook version? Because then at least I can be doing the dishes or, schlepping stuff from one space to another, or driving, and I can be hearing it. That's the closest I get. Does
Yeah,
anyone
yeah.
know?
There's audiobook versions of this stuff in there too. So they might not be
Okay.
as cheap as the pseudo digital print ones, like the
hmm
99-cent versions. But you can audiobook these things for sure. If you want to listen to Clausewitz, somebody will probably be able to dictate that to you as you drive to work or back.
And hopefully it's a real voice instead of an AI voice, because they're harder to listen to.
Uh,
But
I
and so
cannot attest to that. I know that that's a fear for me too.
yeah. Well, thank you for that. And then my other question, I guess, would be about whether does anybody know if NLP, neurolinguistic programming, ever, like, was it a real thing? Is it a real thing? Does it work?
I have a feeling that NAFO Dave can tell us this if his son has, if he's comfortable with that yet. But what I can tell you is when I learned to play the violin, um, I started playing the violin in fourth grade. Um, I started by learning by ear. I didn't learn to read music, and I learned to play by ear. And I always, for the rest of the time that I played classical music until I was 21 or 22, going from violin to viola to cello to bass and settling on bass for many years until I stopped playing. Um, I always had to listen to the music more than which would help me to read the music, because I did eventually learn to read it, but I always did much better if I knew what I was listening for, and that always. So what I can tell you is that my mom always played the music. We had records of my violin music in my violin lessons that I listened to every night as I was falling asleep. That was something from the time I started in fourth grade until I don't know when. I always fell asleep listening to my violin records at the time. So, yes. Dave, are you able to tell us more now?
I am. Um, he's over the honeymoon phase and now into the really getting down and playing with his toy phase. So it's kind of interesting when he finds it's not just one toy. There's several that he really likes, and he has objects permanence issues. Sometimes he remembers objects where they are, sometimes he doesn't, and so he'll play with something and then he'll put it off to the side and start playing with something else, and he'll forget that the other one was there, and then he'll find it and it's like, oh wow, I found this again. So yeah, that's a long way of saying yes. Um, so I played the viola for 15 years. So um, I didn't move around. I stuck with one instrument because viola is best. Um, but
Bass is best.
the bass is just a big viola. Um, so the um, on the neural linguistic, I unfortunately I do not know a lot about this from a scientific standpoint. There's a lot of anecdotal stuff out there that it works, but I don't know of any definitive studies showing that it does or does not work.
And
So
that is the
sorry
answer
about
of a PhD who is a scientist.
Well, I'm not going to speculate if I don't know. So I'm not one of those.
Frankly,
like
well, that makes you so much more trustworthy than those.
Well, yeah, in my field, if you start speculating, then you're gonna be ripped up one side and down the other by somebody who goes out and does the experiments and finds out that you are just BSing.
Absolutely. And we do appreciate your scientific mind and your analytical mind and your mind that says, I think we need to see more data on this before we can infer a pattern. And I think it's great. I really do, because I agree with it once I sit and think about it, because it's very true. Needing more data on something is always a good thing. And yeah, and
You
that's
know,
why you get paid.
yeah, well, supposedly. Um, speaking of data, I have a good segue into we should probably start talking about Ukraine at some point. Don't you think?
Well, actually, we have been talking about Ukraine because these are books what you've been talking about with Chuck. We've
Yeah,
been
but
talking about
you know,
the Chuck books. And
very
those,
circumspectly.
but actually, somebody just sent me a message saying that a lot of these books are on YouTube as audio books for free, also. So you may check that out. That would be really interesting. That if they are all on YouTube for free, that would be, because they are, some of them, rather old, I think. But yes, we should start talking about Ukraine. But can we talk about Ukraine in a roundabout way that talks about you too, Dave?
Not right now. Uh, I don't like to talk about myself that much, but I was getting at the data because there's this interesting story that I was, had to have here for talking about today, because they have released the names, the pictures of a lot of people that are involved in producing the kamikaze drones in Russia. And I thought this is just great to dox these people, and just put the data out there and say, look, these are 43 people that we know are building these kamikaze drones. Have at them, basically. Crowdsourcing their anti-drone technologies, or anti-drone activity. That's the word I'm looking for. Did you see this?
No, I did not see that, but I think it's fabulous. And I know that the those drones have been a real big problem, and so they are something that it would be really good to be able to do that kind of thing. I was actually recently given some information about a database of war crimes also, and that would be really interesting to look at. But that's a whole nother story. But I think that would be very interesting. Did you see? You heard about Did you hear about the huge drone attack last night on Kursk?
I did. Didn't read much about it. I saw the pictures.
But what was most interesting about that, in my mind, is that they used those Australian cardboard drones.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, I remember bringing that up like 6 months ago when we were first talking about it, and thinking that it was a brilliant idea to have these really, IKEA drones. I think we'll call them that, because they come all flat. You can ship them flat and then assemble them on the spot, and stick some ammunition on them, and off they go.
Exactly, and they're low cost. And somebody was saying, how they might not hold up well in rain and things like that, but they have a wax coating on them to make them more durable as far as rain and weather and things like that. But I mean, I think some stuff that I read was very, very interesting to read. I think that the Russians were a little offended that they were attacked with cardboard and had some major damage done to them by cardboard.
Yeah, well, they can get upset all they want. I think, yeah, that's one of the key strategies whenever you're fighting somebody is you want to get them upset, so that messes up their, they can't think straight. They have difficulty planning because their emotions take control. And that's exactly, send a whole bunch of cardboard drones. Maybe they could, draw large phallic symbols on them too, and you know the ones that they have the phallus symbols drawn on, they could just not put any explosive on them, so the drones just crash and then they can see what's drawn on them. I'm sure they could have great fun with that too.
Oh my goodness. I see we have a hand. Live or live? Live.
Live a good story.
I see that now. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, hi everyone. I have a quick question. I am a very avid reader. I'm interested in the list, but where is the nest and how do I access it?
The nest, if you scroll up to the top of the space above, just above, you see the little dots above mine and
Oh
Dave's
yeah,
name.
yeah.
Yeah, and the list for the books for Chuck are on the far left. It's a Chuck Ferrer tweet there that I just put in there. And if you scroll right, I'm actually deleting some of the ones that have been up there for like 24 hours. But those are a bunch of tweets that have been put up in the nest over the last like 24 hours. And I clean them out sometimes because sometimes we'll get some bugs if we leave too many in there. But what I was going to say is, as far as the books that they're going to use for the book club, what we know so far is the Timothy Snyder on Tyranny book, and that is yeah, you got that one. They haven't said what book they're going to use for the book club after that.
Great. Because I listen every night and I'm always hearing about the nest. And I've often wondered, where is this? Okay, now I know. Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, it's because Twitter, the app formerly known as Twitter, had a bird symbol, and so up in the top was the nest, where because you have birds, and so you have nests. And I always thought to get in the nest, you had to be an egg, and so you would get laid. But that's a topic we won't get into. Liz, you stuck your hand up there.
Yeah, I'm just kind of really loving the idea of cardboard drones being used as an effective weapon against a paper tiger, because I don't know if you guys were listening in when your previous co-hosts were in, but Ellen, I don't remember who was quoted either because I was coming into it, but basically that Putin doesn't. The reason he doesn't, he blusters, and he does stuff, but he doesn't. What was the phrase? They basically said the only thing that Putin reacts against, I'm butchering this phrasing, but basically is weakness. If you show weakness, that's what motivates him, kind of thing. And so there were a number of comments about that he is just a paper tiger because, in fact, he can't stand up to actual courage or bravery from other people, kind of thing. So the idea of cardboard drones being used effectively against a paper tiger, I think, just seems so beautiful.
very poetic, symbolic. Yeah, I think I hadn't thought of that. Thanks for bringing that up. I like little uh, what's the relationships or things that connections like that. Yeah, that's it.
And I did just put up one of Chuck's tweets up in the nest about the cardboard drones, and they come in flat packs actually, where you like they're totally like IKEA drones. They are drones that are held together with rubber bands. So yeah, and in the tweet that I put up there is a link to the manufacturer of these drones, and so yeah, they're rather cool. And I remember when they first came out being very, very intrigued by them and just wondering how useful they would be. But see, I know that they use a lot of quadcopters there, and to pilot. When we were talking to Scruffy, Scruff. Anyway, Scruff. When we were talking to Scruff, he was telling us about the difference in skill that it takes to pilot a fixed wing drone versus a quadcopter drone. And so I wonder if any of that, took some time to. I know they have fixed wing drone operators, but I don't know how much crossover there is between being able to pilot one or the other or both. So, but they are, I think, really cool, and they're a much lower cost option than a lot of the other drone options that exist in the world. And you know, and I think that they probably really haven't seen a whole lot of it used in the theater, as far as I know. But I wonder if we've been waiting so long to see them um, because Ukraine has been messing with them and improving them to a point where they can go farther and they can carry munitions, and they have turned into these massively wonderful low cost kamikaze drones because of it. Go ahead, Liz.
Well, I actually love the idea because again, I don't know anything about military strategy. I've learned what I've learned about how things are going on the ground from the Maria report, really, and a few people who've written about it. Certainly not something that's covered in the mainstream. But the incredible creativity that seems to have been employed in a whole bunch of different ways, because there's the thing of necessity is the mother of invention. So, okay, it's like we have this problem, we need to fix it. How can we do this? But when you've got limited resources, then you have to be incredibly creative, like innovative, to go at things in a way that is not that hasn't been done before, that people aren't expecting, that solves a problem, that sees things that people haven't seen before. And I just feel like, and again, I certainly don't have a comprehensive overview of what Ukraine has been doing, but it is my strong impression that their creativity and, in strategy and tactics has been, kind of off the charts, because they are so sort of, outfaced. I don't know if that's the right word. They are the David versus the Goliath, right? In terms of practical military capability and sheer numbers and all that kind of stuff. And this kind of, like, if it wasn't war and people weren't dying, you could just laugh and enjoy how inventive it is, like, and I mean, maybe we can do that on behalf of them anyway, because they're such, you know, heroes. But anyway, I just love that they keep coming at things from a different direction.
Yes, that's something that is I've observed also, that Ukrainians are extremely resourceful and resilient, and that if and they often come up with solutions that we have not even thought of yet. So that's a something that I think is a very it's separate. It really separates them a lot from the Russian society that where you don't you aren't creative. You don't come up with new solutions, new ideas. You stick with the old ideas that worked, back 200 years ago, and they haven't changed since. Um, so yeah, I'm right with you there. Waterworks are entirely justified.
Thank you for that.
So I've kind of fallen in love with their society being in MriyaReport, and like you, I have I don't know any military stuff I've learned here on the MriyaReport. I've also learned a lot about Ukrainian culture. I have no ties to Ukraine. My family is all Norse and a little bit and some German. Um, and so I guess maybe way back when my ancestor Vikings came in and established helped establish Kiev, then I can go way back that far because a lot of my lines are all um, Danish and Norwegian, uh, Norway, Finland, Sweden. But I've gotten really attached to their culture and studying and reading about them, and I'd really we've talked many times on this, Prince and I, because we do a lot of discussion here about what Mrs. Zelenska or Elena, her initiative to create a accessible culture, to build accessible buildings, accessible cities, so that all of Ukrainians can participate in society. And I'm so excited to be able to go back there and visit and see what kind of accessible cities they have built. Because the stuff we've got in America, sure, we've got the ADA, but it's very hit and miss. I would love to see a city that has been built from the ground up with the idea that everybody should have access. And that's what they have the opportunity to do, because you've seen what Russia does to cities. They completely level them. Their so-called liberated cities are nothing but piles of bricks. And Ukraine's going to have the opportunity to rebuild and build back better and build back so that in all of their society, especially their veterans and their citizens that have been injured permanently from this war, will still be able to participate. Oh, we got a few hands, but I didn't see who was first.
LR was first.
LR, thanks for joining us tonight.
Hey, Dave, how are you? Prince, always a pleasure. Hey, on this topic of innovation, my personal experience, like you, I don't have a military background, and most of what I have learned has really been, listening here. But from my own personal experience of working in a bunch of startups and then bootstrapping my own startup, one of the things I can tell you is that when your survival is at stake and you have limited resources, your creativity and adaptability goes through the ceiling. It just gets the juices flowing because you have to find innovative ways of solving problems when your constraints are narrow or tight, and your very survival is at stake. I know that for a fact. And we were very successful in our company, and we were fighting against some big players. But they didn't have the innovation. They didn't have the creativity. They didn't have the adaptability. And we've been talking about books and reading books and listening to books or whatever. Another book I would throw out there that may shed some light on kind of what is happening with Ukraine and their adaptability in terms of asymmetric warfare, which is really, I think, at the heart of what they're doing with drones, right? I mean, they're using these very low cost, in some cases, consumer grade, drones to do some amazing things that have never been done on the battlefield, and they're pitting them against weapon systems that are orders and orders of magnitude more expensive, but yet are not capable of dealing with the threat. Especially their what is it their naval drone? What is that, the Sea Baby or whatever it's called? Sea Shark, whatever it is, it's really brilliant. But these cardboard drones, I mean, yeah, I when I saw that, that they come in flat packs and and you can assemble it and put a couple of rubber bands on it and throw an explosive at somebody, and it has the kind of range it has, it's like, holy cow. That is innovation. That is disruptive technology. But back to the idea of a book, there's a book called The Innovator's Dilemma, and I think it's by Christensen. I forget his first name. A brilliant theorist on sort of high tech and how companies sort of evolve over time, and it's really worthwhile read to get insight into what Ukraine is doing. I mean, and to bring it home to even what we're talking about, in this book on tyranny, the difference between a tyranny where people are turned into zombies by their leaders, where they have to acquiesce and essentially agree with, the common narrative, versus a free and open democracy. I mean, there is a stark difference in the ability to be creative, to be adaptable, to be innovative within those two societies. And I think Russia is suffering for sure because they've been living in a a regime for now over at least over a century, which has been really suppressing that kind of creativity. And Ukraine, as you said, as was said earlier this evening, 30 years ago, 30 whatever it is, 31, 32 years ago, made a decision to go on their own and to open up their society, and they're reaping the benefits. So yeah, I just want to throw that out there.
Oh, thank you. I should clarify that the cardboard drones are actually from Australia. So they were developed specifically for Ukraine, but it was Australians that did it. So not to throw any water on the
Oh,
cardboard.
no. I'm not
Okay.
saying that they had necessarily developed them themselves, but the fact that they are willing to adapt them and utilize them shows creativity and adaptability, right? And
Yeah.
of course, Australia is also an open, free society, and there you have that kind of innovation. So, but a military that's that nimble and that willing to embrace brand new, I wouldn't say cutting edge, because cardboard drones don't sound cutting edge, right? They're not carbon fiber, high tech like what the US would build. But they can be mass produced and shipped, very easily, and they are throwaway, so I think Ukraine's military is adapting at the speed of what it needs to do, and really, it's survival, right? It's survival, and they have to basically pull out all the plugs, and they are.
Well, and if you look at the cost, you wouldn't think that a cardboard drone would be so expensive, but it makes sense once you start to think about the electronics and the motor and all of those kinds of things. But the cost is around is the exact cost is not known. Obviously, I'm sure for security reasons, but the very wide range that they provided was between 600 and 2,000 US dollars per drone, which sounds like a lot, but in the realm of drones, that's really not that expensive. It for cost benefit, if you can use a $600 to $2,000 drone to take out $1 million tank, well, duh, that's not so bad. That's pretty good. So there is that. Where other drones can cost $5,000 to $10,000 a piece, and so that obviously right there is a cost savings, and they're recyclable. They're green. They're good for the environment. Anyway, that so those kinds of things matter too. Even though I believe that these were donated, so that's not such a big deal on the part of Ukraine expending money, but it is still something to consider in the long run. $600 to $2,000 versus $5,000 to $10,000. I mean, that's huge, and so I think that's a something to point out too. Go ahead, Liz.
Well, first of all, love all the perspective of creativity and the whole idea that limitations in fact drive creativity out of necessity. Sometimes the necessity is more desperate than others, but when everything is available, honestly, I think people kind of get almost intellectually lazy. And the exercise of solving a problem when there are limitations, I think, frankly, is more. I don't know. I think it's more life affirming. But the two things that are sticking in my brain right now, one of which has to do with accessibility. I did some volunteering for the CNIB, that's the Canadian National Institute for the Blind here in Toronto, and it was my volunteering was reading audiobooks, and being in that space, and because as a person who with sight, so far anyway, I really had not considered the how society would be available or not available, and so or life, the kinds of things that we all take for granted. So one of my pet peeves, honestly, is going into a washroom. Like, I think it's a joke that you put a braille sign somewhere randomly on a door. It's like, is a blind person going to come up and like feel around every door and are they going to feel around every wall in a washroom to try to find out if there's a braille sign? Like this sort of thing should absolutely be standardized, because it's ridiculous. It's like you can put braille there, but it doesn't mean it's actually accessible. Anyway, that's thought number one. And the other thing is that the book, I think that the previous speaker, pardon me for forgetting the name, but I think it was both the speaker and the book, actually. I think it was on innovation, maybe. I read a book and I didn't finish it.
The Innovator's Dilemma.
Innovator's Dilemma. Thank you. That is, I have actually purchased that book, but I haven't read it yet. The other one that I did read partway through, and was, even within the first or second chapter, was still kind of mind blowing, was that the book is something like, it's, the problem with innovation or the challenge with innovation or something like that. And basically they talked about that you need to understand what the community is before you present it. Like, this doesn't necessarily apply to warfare, but it does apply, I think, to communication and messaging and uh, understanding. And in this particular book that I do intend to finish, it's basically like, if you're going into a community and trying to bring them something new, they will reject it because you are not one of them, and you are not to be trusted, and you have to gain trust in order for them to even understand what it is that you're bringing, because very often you're bringing a technology or a science or an approach that has not been any part of their worldview. So anyway, I feel like that's a bit of an aside, because it doesn't really speak to, nobody necessarily. And it seems that Ukraine and Ukrainian warriors are certainly adopting innovation and, really going with it. But just because you innovate something does not mean that it will necessarily be adopted, even if it seems obvious to most of us that it's a great idea. So those are my two thoughts, and I will drop out.
Oh, you're welcome to stay. We appreciate your input. I think that's right on the money. And it just occurred to me, we shouldn't sell the Russians short, because they are innovating. Who would have expected them to be using washing machine electronics to create different guided munitions? I certainly didn't have that on my bingo card, but I digress. Lou, how are you again?
Sorry, I keep for some reason my audio keeps dropping out, so I have to keep dropping down and coming back. But I missed a little bit of what Liz said there, but I just wanted to add one thing. Oftentimes when a disruptive technology comes along, the incumbent will not. The incumbent the incumbent organization or technology firm or what have you will not adopt it because it undermines their ongoing business model, which they are essentially incented to keep going, right? And so, and this is the whole point of the innovator's dilemma. Someone who is let's put it this way, a firm or a country in this case that is under threat, their existential threat, they will explore every technology, every option. And by the way, I wouldn't give Russia any credit for using washing machine chips for doing guidance systems for missiles. I mean, that's yeah, that's just desperation. Honestly, that is not super innovation in my mind. But
it was a joke.
I know, I know, Dave. I just want to throw that in there, just to get that out. But yeah, going back to what Ukraine is doing. I mean, honestly, I see this country, their future potential after this conflict is over, and they are willing and they are able to prevail and develop a lasting peace. I think their future is bright, and I think their future and the future of the world is bright because of their contribution to it. I think they're going to be making so many contributions on so many levels. When you think about it, this country is going to have to rebuild their infrastructure around the cutting edge technology that's available. Whether it's, I was reading some articles recently about how they're, piping water into some of the regions that were affected by the dam destruction, and how they were, in a matter of months, they were able to
produce pipelines and filtration systems that are cutting edge to solve the problems that they have to solve. They're going to, their electrical infrastructure, their grid, their energy, everything, their whole society, their military infrastructure, everything is going under, it's going to be a Cambrian explosion of innovation coming out of Ukraine over the next couple of decades, and the whole world is going to benefit as a result of that. And I hope China is paying attention that, the West supporting Ukraine in this and seeing, seeing what's going on, that maybe they will be deterred, so we don't have to see a repeat of this kind of craziness in the next decade or two, and we can return to a peaceful, cohesive economic system, global economic system, in the coming decades. I hope that is the case. But yeah, I think it's a bright future for Ukraine. I think because of the existential threat and because of their open and free society and their education system and everything, they are poised to be a powerhouse, and it's awesome.
Yeah, I have. If I had enough money to invest in something, I would be investing in Ukraine. But since I'm a scientist and they don't tend to pay us very much, I really hardly have anything. But also, you get bonus points for slipping in Cambrian explosion in that. That was awesome. Nice little paleontologist reference. Liz, go ahead.
So I loved that sort of that exposition on all of that. There's so much great stuff in there, and what I honestly, for all of us, not just for Ukraine's eventual win, we know they're going to win. We don't know how long, but I'm even more motivated now to finish this particular book, because when you said, you're talking about the innovator's dilemma, which sounds like a fascinating book. I'm sure it's amazing, but well, not but and it's so that book sounds like it's talking about entrepreneur, like sort of business strategy. And the book that I read, partially read, was not about disrupting a business model. It was about disrupting a culture itself. And so the idea that introducing new ideas could be challenging, because if you challenge the bedrock of what, or the foundations of how people live, that there's going to be some pushback or some resistance to that. But I mean, as far as how Ukraine is responding to this whole thing, there are well, as was mentioned before, which I frankly, it's a crime that that we don't know more about the kind of, okay, crime is it's too strong a word. I'm shocked that we don't know more about the kind of work that's happening with accessibility, because it is frankly really groundbreaking. It is not how most people, most societies respond to, they almost begrudgingly sometimes make changes to increase accessibility. And the idea that Ukraine is responding to hate, with love and accessibility and inclusion, is incredible. And there was another thing, like, about the kind of spirit that they're fighting with, and I'm gonna try not to cry again. There was a great post about how, after bombing, a bunch of windows got blown out, and so the Ukrainian artists just painted beautiful things there, and so they respond to violence with beauty. Like, how brave do you have to be? How much fight is in you to do that? Like, in the face of all of that, to just make beauty and make, it's like, this sucks. We're going to try to make things better, even though we're being attacked. Like, it's remarkable.
It is, and that's something that has drawn me to their culture is that because one of my I guess sayings, more it's more like a principle. So one of my grounding principles is that there is no situation that is so dire and so terrible that complaining about it won't make it worse. Um, and that's, instead of they had a building blow up, and instead of complaining about it, the artist made it beautiful. There is always beauty that can come from a disaster. I think, in fact, what Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. There's I can't remember the words of the song now. Something that stems from the wake of a fiasco. Anyway, um, and I had another thought, but then I just blanked on it. So I'll go to LR Lou while I try to remember what I was going to say.
I had that problem too, Dave. Yeah, just going on about how long it does take to make change, whether it's organizational change or whether it's societal change. It does take time. I mean, if we look at Ukraine, they made their decision in 1991, but it's taken them almost 3 decades to get to where they are now. I mean, and it's been a struggle. And there's probably been, more than a few setbacks along the way. But they are continuing in their quest, and certainly it looks like the last 8 years or nine, now it's coming up on 9 years, sadly, of war has really brought their whole society together in a unified way, and they're tackling some very, very hard problems, as was discussed earlier this evening. You know, in the midst of a genocidal war where they're being attacked, their civilians are being terrorized, their kids are being kidnapped, people are having to sacrifice their careers and their lives in order to basically protect their country and their families. They're incredibly resilient, incredibly motivated, incredibly unified in their desire to to better their society and to move in the direction of of less corruption, and removing corruption, and the ability to deal with, sadly, the politics that surround the global politics that surrounds them. I mean, it's amazing to me that that this society can be so thankful, and yet at the same time they've got to be acutely aware that they're not being supported as aggressively as they really need to be. And we on this space, we often talk about how we are frustrated with our own governments not providing the kind of support that they need as quickly as possible. But yet they're just plugging away, they're adapting, they're figuring out how they can deal with whatever they're being given. They're being thankful, they're expressing that gratitude, and yet they're tackling hard problems within their society. I mean, we should be tackling problems in our own society in the West, especially in the U.S. I can speak for the U.S. Our judicial system, it's corrupt, and it's able to be manipulated by billionaires who can play games, and yet an average citizen, who was accused of a crime, would likely feel justice quickly, And we're watching, you know, a mockery made of our judicial system and our Supreme Court justices being, you know, wined and dined by billionaires and then influencing cases on their behalf. I mean, and here's the Ukrainians in a genocidal war, and they're tackling corruption. And what does the press say? The press, you know, throws out all the corruption baloney, but doesn't say, "Hey, this is you know, this is amazing that they're able to do this." So I don't know. I just yeah, it's taken a long time, but they have reached that point, and I think we in the West, we need to look at these people and say, you know what, our freedom and our democracy, it's under attack as well. And we need to be just as motivated, just as focused, just as creative about what we need to do to fix our problems. Because guess what? We could end up being like what Russia is like if we allow it to happen. So I just want to throw that out there.
Well, and you bring up a good point, Lou. What you said there about the justice system and corruption. You know, in the middle of this war, in the middle of trying to clean up corruption while fighting a war, what have they done? They have removed some of their Supreme Court justices for corruption. They have done that. They have made that happen in the middle of fighting a war. They have done that. They are holding people accountable. It doesn't matter if you're a Supreme Court justice. It does not matter if you are a minister in one of the government offices. It does not matter if you are one of the military commissars. It does not matter if you are one of the people who provides the medical examinations for future military recruits. It does not matter who you are. If they find corruption, if they find that you are misusing government money, if they find that you are doing something that is corrupt, we'll just use one word, corrupt, so that I don't have to strain my brain to think of all of the things that people have done. You will be removed, you will be charged, you will be put in jail, you will have a nice big huge bail bond. Well, that's our word for it. You will have a big huge bond in order to be released from jail. Oh, and it doesn't matter if you're a clergyman. Okay, so what? I don't really call him a clergyman because he's of the Moscow Patriarchy. It doesn't matter if you're a mob boss criminal who masquerades as a priest. You know, you're going to be held accountable. And that's what we're seeing Ukraine do. They're walking and chewing gum at the same time. And it's pretty damned impressive if you ask me. Dave, anything to add before we go to Liz and then Cal?
No, you said it really well. That's kind of why we have the crime and punishment SBU segment, is to specifically highlight how that this this gets to the point I wanted to talk to earlier and then forgot, that Liz brought up, that it's not necessarily disruptive technology, it's a disruptive societal value. That in the past, Ukraine was very Russified. It was very much a corrupt state. You know, it was very corrupt. And this idea of anti-corruption, of honesty and law and order, is very disruptive. And they are, you know, it is showing that it's, you know, that they've had to or they've been able to embrace this idea of law and order, and that nobody is above the law, and, you know, take that to the and apply that in ways that the U.S. has long, we've forgotten what it means to have nobody above the law, and Ukraine has just discovered that, and they're applying it in ways that all other countries should look and observe and take a lesson from.
Go ahead, Liz.
Yeah, I many claps and applauds to all of that. I would just add that the whole thing of the media not talking about it, sadly, we're probably all in this space at least aware that totalitarians, fascists, authoritarian, like what, your whatever category of people who want to control other people, you want to talk about one of the actual, historical repeated strategies is control of the media. So, yeah, shockingly, mainstream media is not telling some of these stories. And don't get me wrong, I'm not against mainstream media. I think, in fact, that they are the necessary. In fact, it's the U.S. Constitution. I'm a Canadian, so I don't know for sure, but I believe it's the three legs. It's like the media and the judiciary and the government. If I might be wrong about that. So, but the idea is that they each hold each other accountable. Again, from my limited understanding. But the thing is, when the media, which is supposed to be independent, or journalists in general are supposed to be independent, when it's been co-opted, and not always, there's still some voices kind of squeaking out between the cracks here and there. What is really showing up, though, is a bunch of people who just care about the truth and care about journalism and care about, like, that's independent media is functioning in a way that the mainstream media, should be ashamed of themselves for not doing right now. But of course they can't do it because, so many of them now have been, frankly purchased. They've just been purchased. So there may still be some, journalists within some of the mainstream outlets that have integrity and are willing to risk their livelihoods to tell the truth. But they are in the minority. Like the kind of stuff that we would want an independent journalistic body to be sharing with we the people around the world. That is, it's not happening right now. It's just not with it's the independent voices, of which MriyaReport is absolutely an outstanding example. Like the kind of stuff that that people can learn in this space is just where else can you find it? So it's sort of the a kind of underground railroad of information against disinformation.
Yes, very well put. Also, send me a DM or friend me back, follow me back. I've got some things to talk to you about after off the air, so to speak. And we're joined. Well, we've got Gina. We've had Gina. Are you limited on time, or can you wait for us to do hands?
I have about 10 minutes or so, but I can wait. I'll wait for hands and see, if there's still time and it's still relevant, I'll be happy to share.
Well, I actually would like to go to you if you have something that's relevant to what we're talking about right now.
Sure, if that's okay. Thanks to LR and Cal for being gracious enough to let me jump in. I do want to, first of all, it's great to hear you all as always. I do want to add a little bit of context to what Liz shared, and I get the point. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Liz. Correct? I hope that's right.
Sorry, just a very quick thing. It doesn't matter. It's Liz because Elizabeth is spelled with an S, so it's Liz short, like LIS short for Elizabeth.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter. I don't care. It's like I'm familiar with both by now. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Now I know when your name is mispronounced. I don't know. It's just you want to get people's names right. I do want to push back just a little bit on some of what you said about journalists. I happen to be a journalist, a Catholic journalist, and there are people out there. I'm not lifting myself up here, but there are people out there working for reputable, mainstream media who are doing just phenomenal work. And one that comes to mind, actually two, in the Associated Press, Hannah Ahirova and Kara Anna have just done magnificent work reporting from Ukraine. And of course, we've had, photographers in Ukraine for the Associated Press, journalists who have given their lives. When we say mainstream media here in North America, we kind of mean one thing, but we, often forget that there are, mainstream media in Europe, and who are doing just amazing work. And I think, in fact, that we recently lost, I want to say, an AFP, Agence France Presse. My French pronunciation is terrible. I think we lost him not too long ago. And so I think, again, when people get frustrated with mainstream media in North America, and it is at one of the all-time lows, statistics do show that the level of trust is very low in media, unfortunately, and that people are tending to place more trust in personalities. And that actually brings me to a second point that, and I'm going to tweet this out later. There's a really fantastic piece of work by a researcher named Carolyn Orbueno, and she is at the University of Maryland's Applied Research Laboratory for Intelligence and Security. And I'm going to share this Substack out because it shows very specifically how Russian disinformation campaigns can bubble up into the mainstream media. And the example that she takes, or which she analyzes here, is what we're seeing now on social media, how people are saying, oh, we're giving this aid to Hawaii we're not giving this aid to Hawaii that should be going to Hawaii after the devastating fires. Why is this going to Ukraine? Well, she actually did an analysis that started, and I'll just read a couple of clips from it quickly because Jason J. Smart got me connected with this piece on Substack tonight, and it's just been an incredible piece of work. She traced it to an August 9th tweet with a low follower account that was created back in July of 2023. That tweet got picked up by right-wing influencers, and it just kind of spiraled from there. And what she identifies are things like repetition, the reuse of images, timeframes when a number of these same tweets start getting promoted on social media. And eventually what ends up happening is it bubbles up, and all it takes is getting to that one influencer, politician, news outlet. And before you know it, it ends up, as she pointed out, on, for example, Tucker Carlson, Fox News, Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, and then these folks just give it the ultimate influence. And now that, Hawaii versus Ukraine narrative is very much out there. But this is one of the ways that unfortunately, our mass media is being shaped. But if we, as readers and consumers of that mass media, are aware of these campaigns, if we read this more critically and we hold media to account, then we have some at least potential to curb this. I mean, there are people who are genuinely committed to journalism, even if it doesn't yield a lot of profit. We do know, though, that profit concerns, and we certainly saw that with the Fox News versus Dominion voting case, where it was all about the ratings. When you read, the court documents for that settlement, it was just all about get the ratings. Tucker Carlson knew that he was lying on air, and Dominion voting systems. That's for those that might not have heard of that one. That was, but I think most people in the space have probably heard of it. That was the, attempt to say that, there was election fraud for the presidential election, and Dominion voting systems, which had the voting machines, actually filed suit against Fox and said, no, you're not going to do this to us because you were saying that our machines didn't work. And that case revealed just how extensive the lying and corruption was at Fox Network. And they settled that case, as I said, but the documents are still there and they're very damning. However, if we hold them to account by being aware of these trends, and we hold ourselves to account when we are consuming, especially social media, because a lot of journalists, myself included, we look at trends on social media to determine news trends. That was kind of not the case several years ago, but now it's very much part of your workflow and very much part of your research. So, again, I just want to give some hope for journalism out there, even within mainstream media. There's some excellent people. I also locally want to lift up a fantastic journalist here in Philadelphia, Trudy Rubin, Philadelphia Inquirer. She's been to Ukraine several times. She has interviewed Sergei Kuslutsya, whose name I always mispronounce, Ukraine's ambassador to the UN. She has done phenomenal work. So, and she's at our flagship Philadelphia newspaper foreign policy expert. You know, have hope. Find those journalists that are doing that good work and encourage them. When you see journalists who are doing good work, let their work be retweeted. Point other people to it. Show and tell them. Tell friends and family and people to whom you recommend those journalists. See, this is what's good about their work. Multiple sources, vetted, balanced reporting, all of the things that remind us what really should be the essence of journalism. And the more we do that, there can be a democratic approach to journalism. If we call nonsense out, believe me, people will pay attention. They'll know that we're not just a bunch of lemmings that are willing to be led over a cliff, that we do have critical thinking skills, and we will hold people to account for poor reporting and for rampant politicization and propaganda, and that we will very much be aware of when Russia, because I could talk about disinformation all day long, when Russia is trying to exploit divisions and weaknesses in our society and trying to infiltrate our media. It's called information laundering, right? And that's what a lot of what they're doing. So if we're attuned to it, we can call it out and get it out. So thank you guys so much. Slava Ukraini.
Hiram Slava. And Gina, I would like to recommend one other journalist, and it doesn't matter to me that she writes her Catholic papers, mainly Catholic papers, and that would be Gina Christensen. She is an amazing journalist, and you really should follow her because many of her stories are very, of course, Catholic oriented because that is what she gets paid to do. But there is so much more meat in her stories than just how it applies to Catholicism. And that is one of the reasons why I am so glad to have her with us on Friday nights because what Gina says is from a very, very educated place. And it's about a whole lot more than religion for her. And so, yes, if you're not following Gina, follow Gina and pay attention to the articles she posts. And she's been posting many from her most recent trip to Ukraine. And I know she has more of them that she's intending to write. And I've also been intending to write you a message all day, Gina, and I keep losing track of time. And by the time that I get done co-hosting, it's going to be tomorrow for me, but it's already tomorrow for you. So you'll need to get to bed. So I will message you sometime tomorrow. Go ahead, Gina.
Just one last quick thing. Well, thank you for your kind words. I don't live up to the hype, but I try. So, and there's always more work to be done and always many more ways we can improve. But one thing I will say about this is that if you look at the articles that I've been writing about Ukraine, and this was true from 17 months ago when I first started, 18 months ago when I first started this, one of the things, and I thank the Ukrainians I have met who have been so generous with their time, with their patience, with their instruction. They have advised me, they've given books for me to read. They have told me what to look out for in other reporting and in sources. But one thing I'm very clear about is I always, in almost all of my articles, and I really kind of fight to keep it in if my editor says, it's running a little long there. I always note that this phase of the war started in 2014, that there was a war before this full-scale invasion, that Russia's genocide against Ukraine is centuries old, the casualty list, and I list the latest number of the missing children, the latest number of the people displaced, the ecocide through the destruction of Ukraine's environment, the 6 million domestic animals that have been destroyed. All of those statistics go in there because I don't want people thinking, oh yeah, Ukraine, I read that, there's something going over there. You're going to get the litany in every single article I write because you need to see those atrocities. And as soon as those latest reports came out from the New Lines Institute and Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights, when the May 22 report came out, I had it in there. When the July 2023 report came out, this is what we've been talking about, genocide on the Friday night segments now, MriyaReport, I made sure it's in there. In the articles, a lot of my stuff is printed digitally. We link to those reports wherever possible. We need to keep people aware of all of the material. And then I'll be quiet after this, but there was one of the most horrible examples I saw. This was the New York Times, I think. Don't quote me on that, but there was a young lady who was otherwise known as being a good reporter, but she interviewed Maria Lvova-Belova, who is the so-called child commissioner in Russia. And I remember looking at that article and looking at my editor, and I said, you never would have let me get away with this. There was absolutely zero mention of the criminal charges that are lodged against her and Vladimir Putin for their theft of Ukrainian children. The article didn't even mention it. I mean, that's just unconscionable. There's no context there. So, and by all accounts, she was just a bit too inexperienced to really pull off the interview. That's, so I don't want to demonize her. And I'm sure it was a frightening interview for her to do. But nonetheless, no editor should have let that stand. So, again, I make sure that all of the context is there, because we can't let people just think this is just a conflict that just goes on and we don't bother to deep dive on it. These are real people, real lives, and behind every single number, horrific as it is, there are human beings, and they deserve to be lifted up. So thanks again. Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. And Gina just gave the perfect example of no matter what publication her articles may be in, why you need to read them. Thank you, Gina. I appreciate you coming up. But that is exactly why. That is exactly why. Because in every article you tell the exact truth of what is happening in Ukraine, and you make no apologies for it, and that is just how it is. And I appreciate you coming up and giving some input tonight, Gina. I truly do. And I hope you get some rest, because there's some people who tend to keep you up really late on Friday nights lately. Anyway, NAFO Dave, I seem to have lost track of the hands. Do you know, or do we get to play eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
Well, Cal, I think it's Cal and LR and Liz.
Go ahead then, Cal.
Oh, okay. So on the subject of Ukrainian children, just since the last speaker brought it up, I can post a link to something by an organization that is putting a special focus on the effort of meeting the needs of Ukrainian children whose education is interrupted and who are experiencing trauma from the war. And so I'll just link that for people's availability to investigate on themselves. The reason I raised my hand in the first place, I did join the conversation partway through, so I just want to check, has President Zelensky's recent comments on corruption in Ukraine been posted? Because I have a link I can post if that would help with conversation.
You mean his comments about wanting to make corruption a treasonous crime?
Yes, that's what brought me into the space, actually, was that this came out, and it's very interesting and timely.
It's something that I have read today, and it has been talked about on the space. We haven't talked about it recently, but yeah, I haven't had a chance to read all the way through it, because it's something that we talk about on Saturday nights, and so I've sort of been waiting to digest it with the co-hosts that I co-host with on Saturday nights.
Okay, so I'll just post the two links that I have on these two subjects, and keep on the comments to myself till I listen more.
Okay, yeah, that interview, it's got a lot of good stuff in it, but that's one thing that we are definitely going to be talking about on our Crime and Punishment SBU segment on next Saturday. If it's still relevant, I probably still will be. That he floated the idea that that during any corruption should be, during wartime should be treason, which we were just talking about last night, weren't we, Prince?
Yes, we were.
So we're right on top of it, I guess. Lou, I'll go to you and then Liz.
So is Zelensky listening to you guys? Anyway,
We cannot confirm nor deny that.
that's great.
Just a second,
Sure.
LR. President Zelensky, if you are listening, we are looking for a link to the sentencing guidelines for Ukraine. So if you would like to provide us with a chart of the sentencing guidelines, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Zelensky.
I'm sure he'll get the message.
I just had a couple of comments and thank you, Gina, for coming up and sharing with us your your inside look at journalism. From the outside, I would say what would be appreciated by someone like myself is a curated list of journalists that are worthy of following. So you mentioned several, but if someone would take the time to put together a curated list of those um, reliable journalists, I would love to see that, and I'm sure others would too. Um, you know, what I did want to say is that you're 100% right. It is the consumers, as consumers, we are the ones who will either allow journalism to go bad or we won't, right? And and part of that, I think, is that with the advent of social media and the internet in general and information overload, unfortunately, headlines and tweets, little sound bites are what become the narrative, and the nuanced discussion and the details underneath a particular topic, people just don't read anymore. I think it's a combination of Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, what you name it. It's like, what can you fit into your busy, information consumption lifestyle, and people are like drawn to these sound bites, and of course on major, let's say, television networks anyway. You got a 5-minute segment that never goes into the real depth uh, or nuance on a topic. And I think that's one of the unique things about this space in particular, is that not only do you have people who are committed, who are thinking, rational people, for the most part, I would say everyone who participates here is genuinely really interested in supporting Ukraine and understanding what's really going on. But the ability to consume a lengthy discussion, listening to arguments back and forth, really going deep on a subject, I mean, that is so valuable. And it's so lost in most of what we call mainstream media. And I think that's part of the problem, right? Part of the problem is our attention spans have been diminished, and at least for me, I know I can't sit in front of a screen all day, but I can certainly have this space in the background on my phone while I'm running around, driving, doing errands or whatever, and I can absorb a lot of information. I also listen to a lot of audiobooks, for that same reason, because I can do it while I'm doing other things, whether it's hiking or cooking or whatever. So I think, you know, the fact that we have become so enamored with of the visual medium, and by definition that has become shorter and shorter sound bites, people's attention span, people's ability to absorb what's really going on has been diminished, and that allows these false narratives that are easy sound bites and easy digestible little nuggets. Oh, it's Hawaii versus Ukraine. Like, come on, they're not even like, really, uh, be real. But that gets traction, and sadly, I think the editors in some of the mainstream media and some of the big outlets like the New York Times and the Washington Post, I honestly, I don't understand why they allow certain articles to be published. It just it's almost, they got to know what kind of reach and what kind of power they have. So they're either
totally driven by money and clickbait, but they're certainly not being driven by truth and really digging down on the facts, because more and more and more I see from these major media outlets crap, honestly. And of course the TV networks, uh, they have, I mean, they're outright lying, and they know they're lying, and they're paying billions of dollars in fines to continue to lie, but they're going to do it anyway, because that's what makes them money. And so I think that's why a lot of us on the outside aren't, I'm not casting aspersions on individual journalists, but I think that the media and the corporate nature of the media and the financial imperatives of these corporations is such that we are being fed a bunch of crap in order to make money. And we're being and as consumers get dumbed down, we're obviously willing to accept that from them. And so, we have to, I think we do have to do something to hold these outlets accountable. And I think part of it is supporting independent journalists, curating, accurate, in-depth journalists, and then taking the time to absorb what they're producing. But unfortunately, in this world, people don't read long form articles anywhere near as much as they used to in the past, when when the newspaper was your main source of news. Now it's sound bites, and it's tweets, and it's whatever we're being fed. So yeah, it's a complicated topic, and I think it's fundamental to our society that we figure it out.
Okay, I guess I lost the who can press the button first contest. Go
Sorry,
ahead,
I
Liz.
was.
No, it's okay.
Mine is it has varying responsiveness. I was sitting here tap 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 tap, and it finally came on.
It's all good. It's all good. Go ahead, Liz.
Thank you. Well, I want to start with, first of all, to Gina, thank you, thank you, thank you for the incredible work that you're doing. And I have to also say thank you to MriyaReport for even making me aware of the work that you're doing, because it's astounding, and yet I have not heard about it. And I am someone who actually kind of digs around into news things. So I find it really disappointing that I have not been aware of your work until hearing about you here. And I would also say actually that you said you wanted to push back against it, but I didn't hear it as a pushback. Actually, I heard it as a bit of a yes and, because everything that you sort of shared and expanded on for all of us sounded very much like what is at the heart of what is the problem with the journalism that most of us have the opportunity to ingest. And part of which really is kind of the crux of the matter, which is how are we as citizens able to access information, and specifically truthful information, and really more specifically um, trustable, truthful information that is truthful and that we trust. Because at this point, we're now in a situation where a whole bunch of people put out information, and some people trust it and it's not truthful, and some people don't trust something that is truthful. So, and what I would say about that then is that the MriyaReport isn't necessarily a journalism outlet, but they're doing the work that real journalists should do. It sounds very much like you are doing the work that the incredibly honorable profession of journalism is supposed to be doing. So this is why independent journalism, as opposed to, because my I guess I'm going to say complaint about mainstream media, because I'm a fan of journalism, but I'm not like, even some of my most trusted services they're incomplete, or they don't ask the necessary questions, or they don't, you know, dig deep enough. They go for the quick fixes, and some of that has to do with, of course, I think it's about 30 years now of, you know, vested interests actually, you know, deliberately trying to, you know, kneecap real journalism. You know, that's been going on. So that's why we have, you know, outlets that are very often just repeating the same things that others do, which is in fact why local journalism is also so important. And any community that can actually support its own local journalism is kind of way ahead of the game, if they can do this. You know, but the as far as social media goes, social media has become a bit of a proxy for news and journalism, and social media was never designed to give us the truth. You know, so if you occasionally get it, awesome. But really, social media was designed to monetize. You know, so and I came across I so wish I could credit the person who said this, but um, if I can find it, I will link it and tweet it. Um, but the way that we process information, you know, like how all of us ingest information, is that text tends to be processed in a sort of a data kind of analytical way, um, whereas images and video tend to be processed in an emotional way. And we can see that people who don't necessarily have our best interests in mind have tried to weaponize emotions to um, to influence how we see things, and they have in some cases influenced our emotions enough that our analytical minds no longer even, you know, sort of recognize, you know, mere data. And the, you know, again, back to the point of why the work that Gina and all of the other journalists trying to actually shine a light on what is actually happening is so very vital. And the fact that all journalists trying to do this honest work are sort of under attack, if even if they're not actually under attack. Actually, some journalists are under attack. Some journalists, in fact, have been killed for their work for trying to tell the truth. But you know, you could also be under attack by just having your, you know, your algorithm, you know, I don't know, negated so that you don't show up in people's feeds, or somebody fires you for the story you wrote, or something like that. But, you know, you may not have your actual life at risk, but the telling of the truth, the telling of the full, nuanced, complete truth is in fact under attack. And the people who are, you know, sort of on the forefront, on the battleground, as it were, of doing this are independent people, not the mainstream media. And that, I guess that's the end of my rant.
Well, it was a very appropriate rant, I think. Um, I did not see if it was Gina or Cal that chopped up, popped their hands up first. I
It
think
was
Gina probably
Cal.
has Cal. Okay.
It was Cal, and yeah, and Gina, I have about 10 minutes available. Came back up, so we'll let Cal go first this time, and we'll go back to Gina. Thank you, Gina.
Cool, and I will go fast. I respect your time. So quick to Gina, can you link the journalist that you mentioned earlier in Philadelphia? I would love to follow this account. If you can just put it in the thread, I'll find it, follow the account. And to the last speaker, I want to double down on the point of local journalism. It is a bedrock of democracy, and I will definitely support all of those voices that find them. So the reason I raised my hand was to share a personal experience, I think relevant to another speaker. and that like I live in an 80% Republican district here in Tennessee, but I don't actually see support for Ukraine falling along political lines. I actually see it falling along the lines of people who are, in a sense, addicted to rage. That is, that they are trapped in the news cycle. They watch Newsmax for 10 hours a day, and I can't talk to them because they are disconnected from reality. Whereas there is another group, the vast majority of people I live and work with, who are just caught up in the day to day, that they just don't have time for it. But if I can spare 5 minutes with them on a smoke break at work or just passing each other on the hallways, that if I can talk to them and say, Ukraine are our allies, they're the underdog, America loves an underdog, and they can win, and America loves an underdog that can win, that they are very receptive to the message that Ukraine deserves their opportunity to win their freedom. And so I would say that there is, I think, within America, and at least in my part of it, a very great receptivity to our message here, regardless of party lines. It is not about left versus right with them. It is simply a matter of principle of defending that underdog. And that is an emotion, yes, but also when I follow it up with facts, like, yes, this is winnable, it is not a lost cause, that they take that in. And so, you know, I bonk on social media, of course, and, you know, that's important, but I also talk to people in real life, and I think that's important also. So I wonder if other people have experienced this dynamic, that it's not necessarily left versus right. It's more of a, you know, do you really believe that this is possible kind of thing? And do you even have the time for it? And so with that in mind, I would suggest that dealing with our own problems here in America, really truly acknowledging them and turning in towards ourselves and meeting our people's material needs gives them the opportunity to look outside of their own personal experiences, take some time to consider that, and to make that decision. I think that is, you know, an effort that has a secondary effect of support for Ukraine, and it kind of falls in line with my belief that support for Ukrainian democracy comes home, and it results in support for democracy at home.
Yeah, I think those are all very good points. You know, I appreciate you bringing that up. Go ahead, Gina.
I just wanted to jump in with the local media. That's an excellent point. You know, local media really is struggling in a lot of areas. Community newspapers and newspapers in particular that you used to be able to go to, you know, get what was going on in your area, what was going on at the town hall meetings, that sort of thing. Yes, it has kind of unfortunately collapsed a lot. And what people are doing, I had a communications director at at my former position, and he had even said that a lot of, you know, local folks in different areas were turning to independent bloggers, you know, on their Facebook pages just to get a sense of what local media was. And the problem with that is it's a concern, and it's something to be aware of just generally, because when we have independent people out there who don't have an institutional affiliation in their reporting, we have to be really critical as to, you know, well, who are they? What are their qualifications? And what who's funding them? You know, is this just some goodwill effort that they're trying to keep people aware, which can be, you know, perfectly true and perfectly fine, but who is holding them editorially accountable? You know, I know newsrooms do it differently, but everything I write has to go through 3 editors, you know, minimum 2 editors. So, you know, every single link, I mean, I pretty much have to justify the word "the" in my documents, you know, in my submissions to my editors, so, which is good. You know, you can't, you have to have that kind of rigor. So when we're consuming media in general, again, you know, while there are influencers and independent folks who are filling some needs, we know how quickly and easily Russia exploits that. You know, bad actors can exploit those. And you know, there are people out there that basically are making a living doing nothing more than laundering Russian propaganda through a Western lens. So the local news angle, and in terms of coverage, even locally, there are people that really I've met people like that. They really don't look much beyond the local news. They might glance at the headlines here and there, but I remember someone saying to me, "Oh yeah, it's a sin Ukraine's not in the news anymore." I'm like, "Not in the news? What do you mean not in the news? I can't believe you just said that, because I'm consuming Ukrainian news all day long." But I realized when I looked at my local affiliates, they weren't covering it. In the beginning, in the first few days of the full-scale invasion, it was the local reaction, the Ukrainian voices in our community who were talking, the fundraisers and everything. And then you could see that trickling off in the local news. And now only occasionally are you seeing anything, because the news directors aren't finding it compelling, or they don't necessarily seek it out. That's where we need to lift up more of the voices in the Ukrainian diaspora in the US and Canada, and make sure that their stories, they still have stories. Make sure that we seek them out and make sure that they get that continuous coverage. Many of them still, a lot of them still have, very direct connections, people who are suffering back in Ukraine, people who are fighting, people who are doing amazing things, innovating for Ukraine's, present and future. All of those stories should be told. Let's tell them. So let's show the support and get those folks connected with local media. The other thing I wanted to point out is, in terms of, consuming news about Ukraine, I mean, there are a number of wonderful English language publications out there that I check regularly several times a day to get the story on Ukraine. And if we look at, North American and Canadian media and wherever we are in the world in this space, I mean, if we find that those sources aren't telling, always remember, we've got excellent journalists right in Ukraine doing the work. And I'm thinking of the Kyiv Post. I see Jason's here in the space. Jason J. Smart from the Kyiv Post. We have Kyiv Independent. We have Euromaidan Press, Hromadske, Flash. All of these have, every single day, multiple articles, text, videos in English. We can, as for those of us who are still learning Ukrainian, we can still get a lot of great information. And of course, all of the Ukraine government websites accessible in English. The other one that I want to point out too, and it gives an incredible view into the, I know that this space, I mean, we don't discuss theological matters, but obviously, at the heart of, at the heart of this current, phase of the war, religion is still very much in focus here. Religious Information Service of Ukraine, RISU. .ua, I think is the full domain, but they have a fully English language version of their site, and you will get so much insight from their writers who are Ukrainians. They're living it. They're right there into the whole Orthodox Church splits, into the previous persecution of the Greek Catholic Church in Ukraine and what their leaders are saying, and it's just a wealth of information there. So the sources are there, and they tell the story well and in detail and with truth and with honesty. So just had to throw that in there. So thank you again for letting me jump back up. And Slava Ukraini.
You're welcome anytime, and you know it. And I was just teasing you earlier. But what I was gonna say is that it is hard. If you've been paying attention, I think it is hard to separate religion and this war. It is, I think, impossible to do with how the, the Moscow patriarchy is involved, and in how the Orthodox Church in Russia is behaving, and in the actions that they are taking. And so I think that when we talk about Ukraine, I think sometimes it's very natural for us to drift into the religious aspects of it, because Ukraine, as well as Russia, have very long religious histories, and they're at times very complicated religious histories. And so I think, taking these things into account when we're talking about Ukraine, and about the war in Ukraine, it's really important to acknowledge these things. And I actually have the Ukrainian religious news service bookmarked, for goodness sakes. I was looking for information on something today, and it was one of the places that I checked. And so, these are good resources to have on hand, and they are good things to also understand as far as how they impact, how they are impacting things as far as the war is concerned. And so I never discount the role of religion, and really when it comes to something religion wise, I'll always message Gina and say, Gina, what do you think of this? Or Gina, do you have time to come up and talk to us about this? Because she's been there. She's talked to, the heads of the Ukrainian Catholic Church, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church. So she's there. She's got the contacts to know the facts, and that's what matters, really. I want to know the facts, and I know she's gonna find those facts. But my brain needed again. Credit to Dr. Nick for the eating of the brain. But anyway, so that is one thing I just wanted to say about the religious aspect. I don't want anybody to think that we're talking about religion too much, because I think in order to really understand, we have to talk about religion. Oh, I know what I was going to say. We had Rabbi Osmond on today, and he was, of course, very good and speedy like always. But he's always a pleasure to have on. And so, having those resources and understanding what's happening in the religious world in Ukraine is very important. So I think that's all I was going to say. Dave, do you have anything to add before we go to Liz?
I think you're. I just wanted to add that I call it the Orthodox GRU, because that's really what the Russian Orthodox Church has become. And they're just an arm of the GRU now. Go ahead, Liz.
Well, I think that, this entire conversation is really so integral to what it is that matters to people. Like, it doesn't matter what society you come from. There is a spiritual or religious base that people either accept or don't accept. I frankly, personally came from a Christian background. I don't see a lot of the, a lot of the people who profess being good Christians. I'm not seeing, anything that sort of relates to the kind of Christianity that I grew up with, which was basically try to be a good human. Love people, accept people, forgive people, give people chances. That's not what I'm seeing in sort of mainstream Christianity. But I really want to again thank Gina for highlighting. I think that you have a real gift for highlighting stuff that is so necessary, like what you said about the independent journalism aspect. Absolutely spot on. All of that stuff is going on, although again, um, sadly, the kind of work that you're doing has not yet reached the mainstream media. Why is that? Why is it that the mainstream media doesn't want to, relate, sort of feature that sort of thing? But the people who, and also, as you mentioned, there are plenty of independent journalists okay, let's put quote marks around the word journalists, people who are writing things. They write words, they have opinions, and they type them and share them with the world. Are they journalists? Not necessarily. Are they ops, Russian ops or whatever? Not necessarily. So many of them are just people who want attention. Are they knowledgeable? Do they have any historical credibility? Do they have they done their work? Have they done their background? Do they have really truly credibility? Because unfortunately we seem to live in a society right now that people just want to see, I don't know, a Kardashian because, oh, they're famous, like, not to minimize the fact that apparently some people, if you do a bunch of, I don't know, effort and people give you attention, I guess that's, okay, cool, good for you. But if we're talking about somebody who aspires to be a journalist who is someone who basically looks at the world, sort of distills it, and shares some insight for the rest of us, because they have an insight, they have an understanding that the rest of us might not have because of our sort of workaday lives, or because of where we come from, or something. That's journalism to me. I mean, that's obviously, there's much more to it, but that's not what a quote influencer is, you know. And the thing about social media, which is like, on the one hand, it looks like, oh, that's so cool. People who, it's like the music industry, right? As soon as people got GarageBand, it's like, oh, I don't need a music label. I can just do stuff on GarageBand. Well, as soon as Facebook showed up, it's like, well, I can be a broadcaster. I can be my own media star. Again, it takes a certain amount of diligence and effort and commitment to do that kind of stuff. So you can certainly applaud a good work ethic. But again, what is the reason that you're putting this information out into the world? Is it because you need to share the truth, or is it because you need to get more followers, or you need to, so figuring out how to trust what is out there is a really challenging thing for all of us, especially when there's already way too much information out there, and the, even distill, like finding what to um figuring out which sources to bother following of the glut that's out there is already a bit of an effort. And that's for people who don't, that's even that's even for people like me, who have, at this point in my life, a bit of a luxury in that I have enough time to kind of dig around and see, what makes sense to me. There are times in my life where I did not have that, and there may be times in my life in the future where I wouldn't have that, where I could sort of cross reference things and all that kind of stuff. So many people who are consuming media these days are, frankly, they're going to the thing again, back to the text is analysis and image slash video is emotion. People are driven by emotion, especially when life is challenging and difficult. That's where they go, and that's where they're, also that, oh, sorry, not they, we, all of us are vulnerable, kind of thing. So to figure out how to, so actually, and sort of to circle back, because this conversation is so big, but I think, Gina, someone asked you earlier to, if you could share a list of trusted resources. I would absolutely second that. In fact, for Maria Report in general, if we could sort of make if we could access a yellow pages of some kind, of people who, it's like, these people know what they're talking about. They have history, they have knowledge, they're not trying to scam anybody. I mean, that essentially makes Maria Report into a curator, because of course, different, like, I don't know, Matt Gates would, make a different list. But because there's so much out there, and even for the people who sincerely want to get to the good information, um, there is not sort of a clearinghouse kind of like, you can't just kind of go, oh, that's the place where I can go and find the good information. Like, that doesn't exist right now. Everybody's kind of going, what about this? What about this? Like, how about, I mean, I think probably Maria Report at this point has a pretty loyal following for good reasons. But again, the mainstream media, and I'm a fan of media, and even some players in the mainstream media, and even some of the ones that aren't, that have been maybe disingenuous, um, they're not doing the work that they're supposed to be doing in good journalism right now. So, all right, rant again, finished.
Oh, that was, I thought that was right on point. Not really, not too much of a rant. If it was a rant, it was a very well disguised one. I would push back just a little bit on us being a curator, because while we do curate, that's mostly what we do. We do have people that report that, come in, that are on the ground, that are in Ukraine, such as the rabbi, or War Doggo, or Ryan, or angry ants who is over there. So in that sense, when we I think we're kind of a news agency in the sense we have people that are in Ukraine come on and they give us their firsthand experiences on what's going on, like the reporter on the street type of thing, which I think I haven't seen that happening in any in most of the other spaces. They don't have a lot of people that are in Ukraine speaking on their space as they are in Ukraine, and there are a lot of Ukrainians that speak that are expats, but so I think Maria Report, we try to emphasize Ukrainian voices by getting actual Ukrainians. Another thing I would like to bring up, since we're talking about the press and media and journalists. So journalism is as Gina pointed out, you've got some editors or other people that are kind of that double check your work. So if you have just a single person putting out stuff and then nobody is double checking them, nobody's fact checking them, not journalism. Journalists require, it's just like in science. If somebody publishes a scientific paper and nobody peer reviewed it, it's not science. It's just that person's opinion. If that peer review exists in science for a reason, to double check and to verify. Same thing with journalism. Editors double check and verify. So just want to get that in. I think Wendy and then Cal. I haven't seen Wendy in this. I haven't seen you up here for a while.
No, I haven't been up here to speak before. I'm a blue collar worker who works in the hotel business, and we hire J1s from Eastern Europe on their college break. They come over here and they work. I met the first ones, a group of them, about 5 years ago, and their attitude when they came here was instant mistrust in any news that they heard on TV. And I was shocked to hear it. Mind you, I'm probably about 40 years older than any of the kids coming over. So I was brought up on Walter Cronkite, or if that ages me. But I didn't think twice about it until the invasion in February. And the news, the TV news covered everything for about 2 months. And then it, like everyone else has said, it dwindled off. And for us that was really interested in it, but am not a journalist or in that space because I'm a blue collar worker. I work for a living. I needed to know more. So I went to where my kids go. So they go to Facebook, they go to Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. And I realized how much different stuff was coming out, and how were you supposed to figure out what you were reading was the truth and what wasn't. And then I came across the definition of propaganda, which is just for me to question everything that came across my board. And so maybe for a month, I stopped, period, because I didn't know what to believe and what not to believe. When I bumped into the MriyaReport, I started looking into each of the bios of everybody here that's either a speaker or a listener or a host, and started following the people that they followed, and then followed the people that those people followed. I would bump into people that were journalists. And so there's a host of more information there. It is the new way of, quote, getting the news. And it's really, really, really difficult for any of us that do not make this a profession, trying to figure out what we're reading. Is it the truth? Is it not the truth? So I've been at it for 1.5 years, and I have a much better handle on it than my kids. But these are 30-year-old kids that have kids of their own. They're bringing up families and don't have the time nor the background to be magazines or newspapers. They get everything off of their phone. And so the quick bites, the headlines that they bump into because it's really not on their radar, these are the things that they connect to and they accept as facts. It isn't any of us except those that have an invested interest in for this subject, Ukraine, that you end up delving any deeper. And even then, it's really hard to tell what is truth and what is not.
And that is exactly the point of Russian propaganda. It doesn't have to be. It can be easily shown to be false, but all it has to do is get out there and make you question what is true and what is not. As long as they get that, as long as they get you questioning, then their job is done.
And yet the kids from Eastern Europe, so the ones that came over here to work, they knew all this. They were brought up on mistrusting media because they had already been used to it coming from the government.
Exactly. And they do. We have some things to learn from the Eastern Europeans because they're used to this type of propaganda being in the media all the time.
The
Cal,
book on
go ahead.
On tyranny, Snyder mentioned that it used to be the West influencing the East, and that it had changed, that the East is now influencing the West.
Thank you. Good catch there. Go ahead, Cal. Then Liz.
Cool. I'll try to be fast, and I'll modify my response to address the last speaker. I do see quite a lot of the struggle of the everyday American myself. I'm a 10 to 10 kind of restaurant worker. I pull on shift, and I find that my support for Ukraine is, in a sense, a privilege that I don't have children. I'm not in education. And so I have some time, which is fair, and some effort and some energy. And so I do so. But that can't be same true of everybody that I run across. And so that's why kind of earlier I was stressing that 5-minute engagement that I do believe has quite a lot of payback potential. That even the people who are overwhelmed in their daily lives are very receptive to this message that we have. On the issue of Ukrainian-centered messaging, that is a strength that I recognize in my report. I would caution that there are people who are in Ukraine that are so-called like war tourists. I don't even know how to summarize the grifting nature of people who show up in that country, party, and say, I'm here, listen to me. And so we sort of need to do the sorting out for ourselves. And I do have a great trust in this audience, not just in my report, but fellas generally, everyone associated, whether you're a fellow or not. I do believe that, in a sense, the truth will out. That there are a lot of voices involved, and if you give a little bit of a preference to people who are in Ukraine, that even that complication will itself sort itself out, because nobody likes being lied to. And so we sort of figure out who the grifters are. That's a huge, I didn't even get involved in that, but I did see it happen. We do sort that out. And I'm glad that happened, because, it's important in order to build faith in the support for Ukraine, that we do sort of do this sorting out with ourselves. Yeah.
Okay, no sounds. So that's Cal. That's a one of the main things that NAFO does. That's the kind of the one thing that binds all of NAFO together is we hate being lied to, and so when somebody lies, we bonk them. But go ahead, Liz.
I wanted to pick up a little bit on what Wendy was saying about how, if I understood it correctly, she kind of didn't. She picked up on things from sources that were not fed to her in the way that media is fed to all of us. Hey, again, I don't distrust media. I love media. I think it's awesome. I don't like that it's been co-opted, perhaps, but what she described sounded to me like word of mouth, and that's person to person. And so that is ideally, if you find something that you love and you share it with other people, and they all then also are moved or inspired or whatever by that, then they will hopefully share it. And this is how real sort of grassroots organizations happen. This is before the time of algorithms where people where it was possible to maybe artificially inflate um, attention, shall we say, if not response. And so what's really interesting right now about young people is that they don't have any history. Like, I don't know, my kids are 27 and 29, or will be in a couple of months, and they do not have history, like their history of consuming, and they're very, I consider them, they're incredibly well-rounded. They have good, they have, I respect them, I admire them, they teach me things, but their sense of the world has been informed not by the Walter Cronkites. It's been informed by the waves and the weather of, Facebook and now TikTok and all of these things. For some interesting reason, I do find this interesting, because I find that Twitter, although Elon tries his best to destroy it, it still seems to be a kind of an effective public comments. Um, so what's the reason for that? I'd be really curious to kind of analyze that. But anyway, that's an aside. As kids, like, or youth, let's call them youth, how do they have any sense of what to trust in the world when, for those of us who, like me, I feel a grief that I can no longer trust, for instance, even the CBC here in Canada. It's like sometimes they cover things fairly, and sometimes it's like, how did you not mention this, or how did you not cover this, or how did you not include this? Because I used to believe that and this, I'm sure this is true for some of the journalists there. It's like, here's the story, we want to include everything that matters, and we want to give the big picture, um, and it doesn't have to be include like both sides as far as that goes. It's like, here's the data, this is what it might mean, especially this is what I might mean for citizens in this jurisdiction or whatever kind of thing. So but that to me feels like a you know like a loss, that no longer feels like something I can just assume is going to be correct. And so for our kids, and I assume probably most people of that generation, how many of them look at any kind of media, certainly any kind of mainstream media, and kind of go, well, they're going to tell us the truth. Well, right now, that's not, probably hasn't been their experience for a while. So if they are, so the great thing about independent media is that, I actually love what Gina said, where you have to go through like editors to kind of, it's like, no, you can't do that. No, that's not legal, or that's not, ethical, or I love that. I think that's an amazing, um, uh, structural, like it's an amazing, information infrastructure. That's not the case with independent media right now. Any TikToker or Facebooker or Twitterer, any one of us can be a broadcaster, whether or not we are um, interested in sharing the truth, or perhaps we're interested in, you know, getting more attention, whatever that is. Um, how you know, how can our youth um, figure out what is um, you know, based on something that is factual, and you know, not just factual as in, you know, data, but you know, truthful in the big picture kind of thing, which isn't always just about data. So our, like, and by our I mean somebody who's like past 50, um significantly at this point, our understanding of how people talk to each other and behave and all of that kind of stuff is very, very different, and is informed by very, very different um media, well, yeah, media, very different information sources than the next coming generation is. And actually, I'll finish with this. In Canada, for instance, I'm fully aware of um, certain actors who are trying to skew public opinion about certain things. And there is a website, and I haven't yet dug into it because I have limited, um, you know, like sort of OSINT skills. But there's a website called, you know, or a movement called Generation Screwed. It's a right wing thing, and basically, because so far into like election wise in both the U.S. and Canada, the new young voters have um, have had influence on you know, positive influence in a democratic way, which of course is what Ukraine is fighting for, and on behalf of all of us. The young people have kind of gone, no, that's not right. So they've been voting for this thing. But there is now, at least in Canada, a very pointed um, campaign called Generation Screwed that is basically saying, y'all are fucked. Oh, sorry, I can't say that probably. You know, nothing's worth it, nobody's worth it, and they're essentially, I mean, really what I think it is probably a strategy to get them not to bother to vote. And of course that is not good. Anyway, so to wind it up, um, word of mouth really matters. Um, Finding the good and trusted sources is the most important thing we can do. And I believe that if Maria Report put out like a list like that, like I think that a lot of people could benefit from it.
That is a good idea, actually. Um, we should have like a Maria Report approved journalist list, but um, yeah, I'll put that out for the people in the back channels to work on. Um, and Mirka, you came up. I don't believe I've seen you here before. How are you?
Merca's somebody who's been around,
Okay,
but
just not when
yeah,
I've been up.
yeah, but evidently is either away from the phone or I don't know. Merca,
Can you hear me now?
now we can hear you. It helps to unmute, right?
Okay. Oh, wow. Now I can't hear you. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
we can.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. It's actually meerkat, like meerkat. And yeah, I've been here for beginning, even before it was Maria Report, before that. So yeah, I just speak very infrequently. I'm not, fond of speaking. And also, yeah, now I'm kind of tired. And I also I had long-term kind of COVID damage, so it has affected my brain functioning. And so I will have an idea in my head of what I wanted to say, and now so many wonderful speakers have just added so many more points, and then my brain runs with that, and it's then hard to focus on the original point that I had. And so now my brain can go everywhere. But so I think it was Wendy. when she came up to speak about how she, initially learned about propaganda, I was just my point. If I could have just responded to her immediately, would have been to say, "Wow, I'm just so grateful to anybody from North America who um, just understands propaganda now. I'm just eternally grateful for everybody because I did grow up in the former Czechoslovakia. I had to leave as a refugee, came to Canada. And so I was aware because of my father and because of my family back home. And but I was made to feel, and I mentioned this last time I spoke, that it was very much, a conspiracy. You might as well have been talking about conspiracy theories if you brought up any kind of any information about Russia or Russian propaganda or propaganda in general. It's not just Russia. So it happens all over the world, and yeah, and so and my gosh, and when Lise was talking about how we get information and how children can be educated. I mean, it's I I wish that children could be educated in school about this, but um, I've I've gone to universities that were I attended university that was very much sort of right wing, and then I attended university that was more left wing, and so I've had I've seen all the points of view, and you learn who to kind of trust. And I was fortunate that I did have professors and who leaned us in sort of the right direction. And what they taught us was how to find the truth. They didn't say, this is what we want you to believe. They didn't, spoon feed us and shove things, information down our throats, but how to find the sources and how to trust sources. And so that was, really helpful. But um, yeah, and when oh gosh, my goodness, Gina, I don't know what she was. I'm thinking about how some of our more trusted stories can come from word of mouth. But then again, we also know that if you tell the more people that you had these we've all been in these situations and these games where one person starts a story and they whisper it in the next ear, and as it goes around the room the story changes, right? but but when you look at indigenous people and how they've passed stories and they are true today, and they don't change. And I don't know why we can't tell stories in the same way, but the stories my father told me were they lined up with stories that were told by other people from other countries about our country, about Czechoslovakia, and by certain news journalists and authors. It solidified for me, or it validated that the truths. And so um anyway, see, I've gone all over the place, and the bottom line is, I just wanted to. I'm just really appreciative of everybody that is questioning propaganda, and and that and they're supporting Ukraine, because by supporting Ukraine, you're supporting all the people whose countries and lives have been destroyed by propaganda and by these um, nasty regimes out there. So, I thank everybody um, who cares about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirka. You've been listening longer than I have. I'm a relative newbie to the space, but thank you for your insight. I will also, I think Mockers is here, and she's going to take the brakes off my chair and send me rolling merrily down the hill and take my place. So I will wish everybody a good night. It's been a great night. We had a very interactive panel. I've really enjoyed talking to everyone. And I had so one thing that's been in my mind. It kept leaving, but now it's back. So as far as journalists, so I have a very good friend that went to college with. He's a journalist. He said that all of his journalism basically boiled down to one thing, and that one of his teachers said, "If your mom says she loves you, check it out." So basically, that's saying that even if your mom says she loves you, you got to double check that and verify and make sure that your mom loves you. So I'll leave that thought of what good journalism is, and say goodnight and Slava Ukraini.
Hitter Slava, and I hope that your brakes work and you stop before you reach the end of the hill very safely before you tip over. I hope you
retweet the space. Sorry.
Yes, retweet the space.
Get out of my way. In the nicest possible way. Go on, get out of here, Dave.
I've told you how to keep them in there, right? All it takes is one of those good old-fashioned clubs, you know, how you used to keep the car safe. Anyway, let's go to the next hand. Kalo, it's up to you now. Go ahead.
By Prince, I remember when you called in for the first time. Or you're giving Jerry Lewis a run for his money now.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's so great to see all the stuff you're doing. Wendy, and please forgive me, the other gentleman who spoke who waits tables, made some fantastic points. I haven't dialed in and spoke on the site in 7-8 months. But the conversation, the comments they made, and the comments of the gentleman who lives in Tennessee, I think motivated me, because if I can respectfully disagree with most of my colleagues, who I think many of them are fellow Canadians, I think we're missing a little bit of the point. Is why are people susceptible to this disinformation? And I think it's okay for us to admit that our politicians made a lot of mistakes. There's I think Liz said something about a website in Canada about the young people are screwed. They kind of are. 80% of them are screwed. They can't afford a house in Canada. We have terrible inflation. The gentleman who talked about the people sitting in their homes watching Newsmax. Well, why is that? Well, because their kids got sent off to Iraq and got killed. Their jobs got shipped overseas to China. So I don't think it's like dumb, poor people or young people who are stupid and uneducated. Young people are smarter than us. I have a 16-year-old son. He's already significantly smarter than I am. And so I think our politicians are to blame for this. And I think a lot of politicians, and I can only speak because I come from an American family, but I live in Toronto. In Canada, we don't have much of an issue because Canadians are pretty pro-Ukrainian and understanding of the world. So thankfully with Canadians, it's not much of an argument we have to make, although we do have a fringe populist movement that's growing. But why are these people listening to this information? And it's okay to say that our politicians failed. It's okay to say that, we sent all those poor black and white and Hispanic kids, they got killed in Iraq. And you know what? They might not watch Newsmax. They do watch Newsmax. But they're probably pretty skeptical of sending money to a foreign war. And so I totally understand that. I disagree with them. I'm very privileged to come from a working class upbringing, and I'm white collar now. I'm very lucky. The inflation doesn't impact me. I'm very privileged, and I know that. But I also appreciate the fact that it's not just Russian disinformation. It's out there. I see it. My friends have been radicalized, but they've also been affected by the economy. but just in conclusion, just what I want to say is, I think to Wendy's point, the other gentleman, why are young people or people from Eastern Europe distrusting of the news? Yes, their upbringing. I live in a community where there's tons of Eastern Europeans. So I definitely appreciate that, Wendy, and I think your points were spot on. But why did people get that point? There's 20 years of mistakes by our politicians of all political parties that got us to this point. And yes, there's tons of people. But I would really appreciate, and I'll only speak from a North American perspective, I would really appreciate, and this is a tough argument to make, but I would be much appreciative if Joe Biden and Justin Trudeau can spend a lot more time just articulating to people why we need to kill Russians. Because really what we're saying is we just need to kill a lot of Russians. We need to bankrupt them. We need to make them starve in the streets. And I know people don't want to talk about that in those words because war is really nasty. But it would help if our politicians articulated that more and were more vocal. And I'm not criticizing the work because I know Canada and the United States have both pulled more of their weight than the Europeans have, and with maybe the exception of the UK. So please, with all my forgiveness to my European friends on here, but we need our politicians to. We can't just. And I see a theme on this site, and I'm one of the original people that started listening to this site when it was first set up. I remember hearing Chuck talking to Yehuda about his experience in Kurdistan, and but I think there's a little bit of a trend on this site with respect, which I've noticed, which is it's Russian disinformation, it's right wing, it's conservatives. There's a history there that we have to get into of how people got to that point. And some people have been betrayed. And whether it's, African Americans in urban environments, white working class people, Aboriginal people in Canada, a lot of people have been betrayed on a lot of promises they've been given. And I think we can't just call 46, and I'm a neocon, I'm not MAGA. I'm against MAGA, but I don't think the 46% of the US population are a bunch of dumb, poor rednecks. I think their uncle got killed in Iraq and they saw their jobs get shipped to China. Whether they could have stopped it or not, the economic probably couldn't have stopped it. But I would just say that I think we need to delve into understand a little bit more about why they feel that way. And living in Eastern European, a lot of Eastern Europeans living around me, like Wendy mentioned, yes, they're distrustful. And yes, they're distrustful of the media, and they tend to be very anti-statist. They tend to be conservative for sure. But I saw those same people too lining up against vaccines.
So what are your thoughts about Ukraine in particular?
In what sense? You have to, sorry, can you just go into a little bit more detail for me?
Yeah, well, I guess what I'm hearing is that you are sort of like calling out some people, and perhaps those things are justified and perhaps they're not. But you are not sort of talking at all about. I mean, this is a space about the circumstances that Ukraine, is facing, kind of thing, and really what it's like what you've shared with us right now. Again, right or wrong. Whether people agree or not, you have really just kind of trashed some political players, kind of thing. So, what are your thoughts about Ukraine?
What are my thoughts about Ukraine?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I donate money. At the beginning of the war, I helped them get drones in because of my job. I'm very Russophobic. So, like I stated, I would like our politicians to give them more arms. I think we should have sent fighter jets 2 years ago. And the only way we're going to win this war is if we starve Russia. We need to prevent having goods transit through Tajikistan and Kazakhstan and the other former CIS states. We need to bankrupt them, and we need to kill as many Russians in Ukraine as possible, and we haven't given them enough arms. I think what I'm saying is that I would rather put an effort into bringing and I'll point to the US because Canada is really pro-Ukraine. I would say that I would like to try to make an effort to bring the 46% of people who don't agree into it. That is what I would prefer. And how do we talk to people to say the billions of dollars we're sending to Ukraine is super important?
Okay, so
and why we need to do this, why we need to fight for justice.
Right. So I just checked your feed, and you can explain to me how I'm wrong. But the last thing, what I'm seeing about Ukraine is not necessarily anything that is pro Ukraine. It, like for instance, your last post was August 14th.
Ma'am, I know Yehuda. Ma'am, I know Yehuda. Don't. I know Yehuda. Don't say that.
I'm not. I also know Yehuda. What does that have anything to do with? Like, I'm just kind of like I'm honestly like challenge me, push back on me. But I'm not hearing. I'm hearing something that sounds to me a bit like you're pushing a bit of a message. So if I'm wrong about that, my apologies. Please
It's
do.
okay. I accept your
Yeah.
apology. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
I
Great.
just think you're bringing up some, like, with all due respect.
Yes.
And again, I haven't spoken on the site.
Gary?
Go ahead. Sorry.
We've got 4 other hands waiting. Shall we go to 4 other hands? We've sparked a conversation, so let's do that. Leonard, good morning.
Good morning. There was a lot of media discussion before you came up, Mockers. I just wanted to chip in regarding who to trust, etc. I'm super pro-Ukrainian, anti-Russian, like don't know how to make it more. But my issue is that it's hard to get hold of as a trustworthy media resources, which like if you have a media resource which I have like multiple times, they're basically just going out with governmental lies, and then that resource is then pro-Ukrainian. Okay, so it's not so simple and say this media is good, this media is bad. One media resource which covers Middle East can be absolute crisp clear when it comes to the Ukrainian perspective because they don't have a bias. If you have a media resource which is has a reason to be biased, it doesn't matter if they're good or bad. They can be absolutely useless covering Ukraine. So it's so many aspects of it that it's not so easy to say this group of media is good, this one's a bad. So it's way more complex than that. So you have to dig a lot deeper when you analyze the media. That was all. End of rant.
Thank you very much, Leonard. Where are we? Cal, maybe? Cal.
Okay, quick preface. I think that I respect the focus on Ukraine, and I'm speaking in support of that focus. That I think that if we in the West sort out our problems, that we will become a healthier society that is more able to support Ukraine. So I think there is a space to sort of deal with our own problems in a very realistic way so that we can then support Ukraine. But what I raised my hand initially to talk about was the generation a point that we heard earlier, that millennials were set up for failure and Zoomers are set up for nothing. And that's the dynamic I see at play that leads to the possibility of a sense of nihilism that I think is a true danger to our society, to Ukraine, and to the world. That if the next generation does not believe in anything at all, because they were set up for nothing at all, that is catastrophic. And so that would include solving our own problems and at the same time helping Ukraine, both. And I think the one helps support the other. And just a slight off topic, if you don't mind if I go on long about an army buddy of mine. It's just a personal story.
Cal, we have loads of hands waiting, so let's not go on long game, mate.
Later.
Sure, nice one. Bearded, I think you were next. And welcome.
Hello, everybody, and good evening from the Big Island. Yeah, I was just wanting to introduce to listeners here a tweet that was some 15, 16 hours ago now regarding what appears to be some form of decree from Putin to decrease the minimum age for working to 14 in some way to take into account and minimize the shortfall of 600,000 job vacancies in the labour market. Now, mockers, your numbers, if we talk about 250,000 dead and goodness knows how many others injured, 600,000, that could be a bit of an underestimate. Over.
Well, yeah, it very much could be an underestimate. You're absolutely right, and I suppose we will find out at some point. Unfortunately, some of these guys aren't going to be counted because they're already dust. Monica, good morning, and welcome back for a while.
Good morning. Yeah, I haven't spoken in a month or two, but I'm up late at night, as I often am here on the East Coast of the U.S., and I'm probably going to go to a lot of places as I speak, because others have topics such as misinformation, whether problems in Western politics stem from the voters or the people they elect, and generational differences. I heard the Canadian gentleman, Kalo, say a number of interesting things. And one is that people are kind of upset because of their politicians and the economy. By most measures, the economy is doing pretty well these days in most Western countries. We had a bout of inflation. And I realized that housing is too expensive in a lot of cities. But that's a problem mainly caused by local governments. We need to build more housing. In my community, Arlington County, Virginia, we elected a progressive city council, and they liberalized the rules for constructing medium-sized apartment buildings. Get out in your community and elect city councilmen who want more housing built. It's pretty simple. Build more houses and prices go down. It's not some kind of conspiracy against young people run by politicians, nor is jobs being sent to China. Jobs go to China because of billions of individual economic decisions that cause gradual changes in the economy. It's not caused by politicians. No politician in Ottawa or Washington or London or anywhere else sent jobs to China. They went to China because people were working there for less. These are massive macroeconomic events that have taken place over decades. They are not the result of bad politicians. And people who think that the politicians make the economy what it is are pretty naive. In the short term, who you elect to govern your municipality or your country is not going to have much effect on economic cycles. I mean, politicians like to claim that they are responsible for good economies, and I get that. They say we created jobs. Politicians don't create jobs. Jobs are created by billions of individual economic decisions that cause events to happen in the economy. And it's stupid to blame politicians for it. Do we have bad politicians? Sure. If we get politicians, it's because we have bad voters. If you think there are bad politicians in Washington, the voters are way worse than the politicians are. And the politicians just give us what we want. If the voters are dark and nihilistic, we will get some dark and nihilistic politicians, and that's why there are some. We talk often about in my country, God, why are their names not coming to me? The blonde woman from North Georgia, Marjorie Taylor, is that her name? And Matt Getz from Florida, and there's a handful of these people, and they're terrible. And some of the right-wing parties in Europe, peddle a similar sort of hate. And they're just reaching out and feeding something to the dark impulses and some of the darkest people who are out there. And maybe these people feel like the economy has left them behind or something has left them behind. You can find people in my country who are rich and white and feel like the government is against rich white Christians. You can also find plenty of black people, and probably with more justification, who thinks there's a conspiracy against them. I don't think there's a conspiracy against anybody, but a lot of people.
What is your country, by the way?
My country is the United States of America. But a lot of people feel these grievances, these sense of grievance, and that everything is against them. And these are the types of people who disinformation can be successful at reaching. People who feel frustrated, who feel angry about something. And and I think the change is not necessarily generational. I don't think somebody's propensity to be taken in by misinformation has to do with what generation they are. I think it's stupid and to talk about one generation being this way, another generation being another way. There are plenty of young people who fall for disinformation. There are plenty of old people who fall for disinformation. What they seem to have in common is, number one, a lack of sophistication, and number two, some sort of grievance, something that makes them angry. And these people are susceptible. Let's say you live in a Western country, a relatively prosperous one like Canada or the Netherlands. You might fall into following a right-wing splinter group or a right-wing or extremist or extreme left-wing source on the internet if you have these dark feelings and these people speak to you and they confirm your worldview. Somebody alluded to, and I'm just about old enough to know to have watched Walter Cronkite as a kid. Everybody watched the same network news back in the day in the United States, and it was probably similar in Europe. There wasn't the multiplicity of narrow channels or silos to crawl into where people believe the same things as you. People got their news from a smaller number of sources. But today, we have all these sources that cater to fairly more narrow groups. And that's where the hate speech proliferates. The internet facilitates it. And I'm not anti-internet. I think the internet is wonderful. But the multiplicity of information sources available means that people who have these dark impulses can read something that is programmed to reach them by very sophisticated algorithms. And the people who make the algorithms aren't necessarily trying to spread misinformation. They're just trying to get eyeballs. That's what Facebook does. That's what Twitter does. They just want people to be engaged and look at advertisements. And unfortunately, for reaching some people with these dark impulses, with this anger, with this chip on their shoulder, misinformation will reach them and affect them. So these are the types of people that even in a successful country like the Netherlands or Germany or Canada, they may fall prey to following contrarians who tell them that their government is corrupt, their whole system is corrupt, your society is corrupt, and it's terrible. And the purpose of this kind of disinformation, and I'm going to seg to Ukraine shortly, is to convince you that it's not worth participating because it's fixed. The game is fixed against you. Remember, it's fixed against you because you're white, because you're black, because you're something. It's fixed against you. The whole game is fixed. And it's every bit as bad in your so-called democratic country as it is in Russia and China. So Russia and China wants to spread this disinformation. They want you to disengage from the political process. They want you to say nihilistic things like the economy sucks. Everybody was sent to die in Iraq, which, by the way, isn't true. Casualties in Iraq were pretty damn small. I was against the war. It was a stupid war, but honestly, there aren't that many Western soldiers who died there. But just, don't buy into it. The politicians are not all the same. They're not all awful. Some of them are wonderful people. And if we get politicians, it's because you're disengaged. If you get disengaged, politicians in your country are going to get worse and worse and worse. And just try to have an open mind. It's hard to tell people not to be susceptible to these things. The things that make them susceptible to it are their own psychological profile more than anything. And people just need to be open-minded and have an open heart. One thing I will agree with Kalo on to some extent is I do think our leaders could do better in leading the people. Democracy is a give and take. Leaders respond to the voters. They are elected by the voters. The voters choose the people, but they also, on some occasions, really should be leading the people. And that's where I think Western leaders haven't quite done well enough. I think Biden has gotten a lot of things right on Ukraine, but I think he could do a lot more. And I think he needs to use the bully pulpit, as we call the presidency in the United States, to rally public opinion. But I don't think the message should be we need to kill a bunch of Russians and bankrupt Russia, even though that may be part of the means to the end. The end here should be spoken of in more positive terms, that Ukraine is fighting for all the things that we have fought for in the history of our country. And that this is really a replay of World War II. It's democracy against authoritarianism. I do think a majority of Americans support our policy in Ukraine, so I think it's actually good politics. Again, I talk a little bit more about the United States and other places because I live in Washington. But I think the same is true in Europe. I think our leaders could be rallying the electorate more behind this and leading rather than following. If our politicians are sometimes guilty of following, just keep in mind they're elected and they want to keep getting elected. And I think they fear that while support for aid to Ukraine may be very broad, meaning majority of people support it, it may not be very passionate or deep. Um, One reason why we are all here is because we are passionate about this cause. But I'll tell you, most of my friends barely understand that there's even a war going on. And I think that's probably true for most Westerners. Um, I do think the people at the top could do more to lead. But those of us who are not at the top necessarily could do more to move the people who are at the top. Again, democracy goes both ways. It's a participant sport. Um, we should not just take pot shots at our politicians, but call your politicians. I've done a little bit of lobbying myself, not as much as I wish I could with my schedule, but I've done what I could to help. And again, getting back to information spaces, people do crawl into their silos, but I'm very happy to be in this particular silo with a bunch of wonderful people. And I came to this silo not because I thought that the coverage on the BBC or NPR was terrible. I just didn't think there was enough of it. Even at the height of the beginning of the full-scale invasion, I was up 26 hours a day trying to find out what was going on in Ukraine. And I would get frustrated after I'd listened to the BBC for 3 hours and heard everything they have to say. And then they start repeating their content. And I figured somebody must be doing something out there. Somebody must be as crazy as I am and as passionate as I am about finding out what's going on. I bet somebody started an internet radio station somewhere. So I did a bunch of searches. And about 3 months after the full-scale invasion, I found this place. And I haven't really left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. And always good to hear from you. So, don't be a stranger. Liz, did you want to come back on that? You seem to be quite attentive.
I was very attentive. There were a number of things that at the time I wanted to push back on Monica about, some of it which had to do with, and I think I've adjusted my perspective a bit, because many of the things that interests that maybe aren't aligned with democracy, kind of thing. So I'm willing to I fully kind of go, you know what, I don't know enough. I didn't know enough. I will say, in the case of Canada and the US, as far as how policies are moving forward, housing is, in fact, unfortunately, here in Ontario, certainly, and in the rest of Canada, um, it absolutely has been weaponized, and it's not, housing, unfortunately, should be something that is straightforward, and let's give people homes, and that's not what has happened here in Ontario. Politicians have, in fact, used the concept of housing. They've weaponized it in order to try to gift, some of their developer friends with billion-dollar payouts, kind of thing. But as time went on, I realized that my initial impression might have been misgiven. So my apologies for that. I would push back on the idea that people are to blame for the people for the officials that are voted in, because in many cases, people don't actually show up to vote, and certainly in the case, again, this is a microcosm. It's a single event. um, you know, Doug Ford in Ontario, for instance, was voted in because people didn't show up to vote. And there were a number of
I've got to say, Liz, I don't know who you're talking about because I'm
Oh yes,
British.
of course you would not. Sorry, and it doesn't have anything to do with Ukraine. So it does have to do with the democratic process. It has to do with voter suppression and the various forces engaged in not not enabling people to fully participate. So So that's the only reason to go on about that. But the I would say that even in sort of more local economies, less global circumstances than we're talking about right now. For instance, with Ukraine, it does matter which local representatives are in a position to actually make any decisions or make any policy choices. And so, and those decisions, of course, are shaped by what people decide to sign on to. So when it comes to young people, for instance, um, you know absolutely, it's true that they don't have the same reference points as many of us older people do, and so they are um, we don't we can't necessarily share with our younger it's not necessarily we're not necessarily able to impart any sort of learned wisdom because they don't have a similar reference point, kind of thing. So um but okay, so I have many thoughts going on right now. I would come back to the idea that um the point of a single issue to motivate or demotivate people on a what their alliances might be is is like we have to analyze that. Like the idea of, for instance, housing doesn't mean that um you know it can be weaponized, I guess, is my point. And I do realize that I've gone in a bunch of different directions right now, so I apologize.
No problem. Kyle.
I want to co-sign on all of that was just said. I agree 100% with all of that, and also that I am glad that Professor Timothy Snyder was mentioned in the conversation, and I saw also linked in the thread. I think that his words of wisdom are absolutely relevant to everything that we were talking about, especially in the terms of nihilism. That this next generation, this is what I was getting about earlier a little bit in my comments, is that the next generation, the Zoomers, and my own generation, the Millennials, are also susceptible to this. That there is a tendency to not believe in anything at all, and that is very dangerous. And so I think that we need to navigate that very purposefully and carefully in order to defeat the idea that there is nothing to believe in. And on a personal note, I was in Iraq in 2005 and in 2009, 10, and so I know that American foreign policy isn't perfect. Oh boy, I could tell you, but I won't right now because that's not the point. But my support for Ukraine as an Iraq veteran is basically this, that this time it's for real. This time it's different. That this is not like all those other boondoggles that my nation participated in. This is a nation defending itself against invasion. And everything about my nation, I am US, um, seems to be like we should be for this. And so like that's the approach I take, and I try to play to that spirit of things, that these are people who wish to be free, to be independent, to be self-determining, and I find that to be a great inroad towards this largely, relatively apolitical and too busy with their own problems population, that they are willing to accept that on board, even as they have their daily struggles, and say, okay, I believe in that. And so there is, I think, a way to reach the apolitical, the disengaged, the too busy. And I think it's a matter of messaging that is exactly what we are here for.
Thank you very much, Cal. Wendy, please go ahead.
I don't envy any of these people that are journalists these days. As a parent, I taught my kids to question everything. And then you have propaganda, which in its simplest form is simple, and it takes the idea of people that question everything. We will just let them know that questioning everything is okay because there is no definition of truth. Two sides to every story. What on earth would be the truth? And so in itself, propaganda wins to the generation of my kids that I taught them to question everything. They can look at both sides and then look at me and say, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just giving me one side. The journalists that write, especially a writer who has to not only put a sentence down, form a sentence, think about what they're saying, put that thought into it. The same kind of thought doesn't go into a Twitter piece or a TikTok piece or a Instagram piece, even if it's written, because when you write on a keyboard, it's different than writing by hand. You put something out and then you touch that button that says enter. And even if you wanted to reiterate or make your words better, you've already sent it out. So my generation, my kids that have learned to question everything and see both sides of everything, even their everything that they're reading, isn't as definite as the stuff that I used to read as a college kid or a young parent when I was in their shoes. And the next generation back are my grandkids are being brought up with the other side of this whole equation, which is I'll just let you make your own opinion, your own ideas. You go find out what's out there and you decide for yourself. So I even think that that's one step even more dangerous.
Thank you, Wendy. Monica.
Uh,
Yeah,
I agree with well, one thing Wendy said that's interesting is that I think we need to respect journalists and professional journalists, and I still think there is a place for them. It's a profession that has really struggled in the last 30 years, and particularly see that with small town newspapers all over the world going out of business. And the reason for that is simple. Anybody can create content and immediately publish it at almost zero cost in places where anybody can read it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that all sources are equally worthy of your respect. I do think brand names like the London Times, the Financial Times, the Washington Post are names worthy of some respect. They do have some journalistic standards and some integrity and some history, and they actually pay people. Um, doesn't mean they're perfect. Doesn't mean we agree with them all the time. But there is an important place in our society for professional journalism. And if you can't tell the difference between one and the other, maybe you just need to do a little more reading and understand, who the sources are you're listening to. I'm not saying you shouldn't listen to any independent voices on social media, but there should be a place in your media time for professional journalism. I thought Cal made an interesting point about some of the prior wars um, having an effect on the political process now, and I agree with that. And this is something I've touched on a few times. One reason it's very hard, I think, particularly in the United States where I live, to get Americans supporting Ukraine is because we've kind of been in what some people derisively refer to as forever wars, our engagement in Iraq and Afghanistan. Um, what even if our original reasons for being engaged in these places may have been well intentioned, we're kind of stuck in these places, and it just seems like we're always sending people somewhere. And I agree with Cal that this is the one where we really should be throwing all our resources into. This is the one where there is a clear right and wrong, and this is one where we have a clear interest of our own in supporting Ukraine. And I think all the prior wars, and keep in mind, we still have people in Iraq, and we just got out of Afghanistan a year and a half ago. Um, they make it harder for our politicians to lead on this, and because people are worried about another war. And because we've been in some wars that maybe we didn't have to be in. And now we're in one where, if anything, I think we should be more involved. I would not have any problem having the American Navy and Air Force actively involved in Ukraine. I wouldn't have a problem with that, but I understand why it's politically not feasible right now. It's so politically toxic that, while Joe Biden, I think, has gotten a lot of things right on Ukraine, he said, like, the first week after the full-scale invasion, we're not going to put troops on the ground. And he felt like he had to say that to assuage voters who are concerned about getting sucked into a war. Now, I think that's the dumbest thing to ever say. Even if it's true that the United States is never going to have troops on the ground, you don't want to tell Vladimir Putin that the U.S. is never going to have troops on the ground. You want the threat to be out there. And he had to, and Joe Biden felt like he had to play that card the first week in order to get any aid for Ukraine. And I think a lot of this is because of our history of engaging our military, maybe when we didn't need to. But now I think this is where we really should be all in. At the very least, we should be giving Ukraine everything it needs. And frankly, I would go further than that.
Thank you very much, Monica. Personally, as a British person, I have a lot of strong feelings about whether or not we should be helping more. And I know that I'm very proud of the things we've done so far, but I'm sure there's more we could do. So yeah, I definitely feel that too. Cal.
In support of the last speaker's statement, and I fully agree. But just to flesh it out a little bit from my personal experience, having been there, that the war in Iraq, in which I was part of, was based upon lies. And although the truth itself is actually rather convoluted, I did not appreciate the lie. And even while I was serving there, I did not. And I spoke against them as honestly as I could. And so that sort of like began a bedrock of experience of speaking out against lies that I have carried forward. And I'm not going to be Team America USA about it. I'm just going to be pro-truth. And being pro-truth leads me to say that I'm glad to hear Dr. Timothy Snyder mentioned in this conversation, and Link as well. He is one of the most important voices about Ukraine, I think, in the conversation right now. And I highly recommend anyone who is not following him to do so. He has books on the issue, The Holocaust as Memory and Warning. Is also called Black Earth Bloodland, which is a very important hypothesis towards how the Holocaust happened. It is just a whole bedrock of academic work that he has done the hard work, and he has quite a lot of facts behind him about what's going on right now. And if you just follow him and watch his YouTube videos, they're all up on YouTube. He has the Origins of Modern Ukraine kind of YouTube series that I think is an important information resource, of course. And he has a book out called On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century that everyone should basically use as a handbook to deal with what we are dealing with now. And I just hope that everyone is connected to that. If you're not, I can link it as well.
Excellent advice there, Cal. And yeah, Timothy Snyder has made a point of making this information accessible to people. And I think it's brilliant to take advantage of that gift that he's given to us, really. He has, he's provided the information so that people can access it easily. And he's done that because he feels it's necessary. And I think we should pay more attention. I believe we actually had a book of his, the was it 20 points, 20 steps? The last one mentioned. What's that, my love?
20 Lessons from the 20th Century. It's called On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century by Timothy Snyder. The book club started tonight. They had some ambitious goal to get through 5 of the points, and they sort of made it through 2, which I told them that they need to allow more time than an hour if they have any ambition of getting through that many points. So, okay, I just adding that to it. So they're going to continue next week. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a feeling that book was the first one that they were referring to particularly, and yeah, fabulous read. Really recommend it to anyone. Wendy Sue.
So I worked while the book club was on, so I had to download the audiobook for On Tyranny. The audiobook version has, at the very end of it, 20 extra lessons, and it's all based on Ukraine. So the first half is his original book, and he has revamped and added to, and it's only on the audio version if anybody was interested. And in the book club, when they were first talking about Timothy Snyder, they mentioned that Zelensky had asked Snyder to talk to the UN. So I went and found the speech that he did to the UN on YouTube, which is another great listen if anybody was interested in the vocabulary around the Russia's media intake of what they're doing. It's really excellent.
That's really good to know, actually. Yeah, extra perks for the audiobook, and I know quite a few people who much prefer an audiobook because, you know, living a busy life and what have you, and it's much easier to consume. So there you go. There's some good tips there. Thank you very much, Wendy Sue. Now then, have we got to a point where I could bring us the numbers? Would you like to do that, Prince? Have some numbers this morning?
Yes, because I didn't get the numbers yesterday, so I would really, really appreciate some numbers.
Awesome. So, where was I? I had them here 1 second ago. You just have to bear with me 2 ticks because you know me, I lose stuff. There we go. Right, so we have some numbers. This morning, we have 490 liquidated personnel. 4 tanks. Now, this makes it 4,400 exactly, which I thought was quite nice. 4, 4, and 4. Sorry, I'm a bit strange with numbers. 8 armored personnel vehicles. 22 artillery systems. Not as many as we've seen, but still damn good. 2 MLRS. Making it to a total of 730 exactly, which again I like. Anti-aircraft warfare systems, 1 more of these, and taking us to a total of 499. So I have a funny feeling we have a milestone coming up this week. 5 UAV, 4 cruise missiles, 12 vehicles and fuel tanks, and another one of those lovely special equipment, which I always appreciate. Now, not as many in the way of vehicles this time, but we did hear that the vehicles sort of were coming in on the first wave, shall we say. Certainly in the area of Bakhmut, tanks and armoured personnel vehicles were in the first wave. And once they were destroyed after that, it was pure infantry. And so I would expect that is because in some of these areas, they have run out of usable vehicles, perhaps. and so you don't see as many of them being taken out. But we do know this morning that Robotny has been confirmed as being fully liberated. It's been a little bit of back and forth there, but it would appear now that Novoprovopivka and Verbove are the places to watch. And well, you can just see every day they're making a little bit of extra progress. That's the word. Oh, my brain just stopped then. Yeah, a little bit of extra progress. And I particularly enjoy seeing the maps changing. Even if they're only little nibbles here and there, I do know that things are going on. And I do find that 99% of the information I'm getting is positive. Ooh, I'm also hearing that there has been an advance near Andriivka. Now, this is in the southern area around Bakhmut. And also that the movement forward continues. And that's coming from Bakhmut Demon. He's a particularly good source, I would say, for that. Prince Heather, you have your hand up for a strange reason.
I know. It is a very odd thing. Hannah Mylar did actually also confirm today that 1 kilometer has been taken in Bakhmut. We know she does that Monday telethon. So yeah, so 1 kilometer in Bakhmut.
Your pardon, sorry. There was too many messages then all at once.
Yeah, I know. Lots of messages. The 1 kilometer has been taken around Bakhmut for Hannah Malyar on the Monday morning telethon that she does every week. Did you lose your audio?
No, I just I was trying to change the title. Ah, there we go. I think it worked. How does that look? Little celebratory mention in the title there. Probably spelt it wrong. Anyway, sorry, I was just going to say that this particular place has been really heavily fortified by the Russians. It's been a massive task to take it back because this is part of the defensive lines that they were holding in that area. And, well, it would appear that Ukraine has fully smashed through now that first line of defense in this particular location, and is continuing to expand their bridgehead there. In fact, they're taking it forward in 2 directions in order to then encircle the next place and cut off logistics routes. And just, well, you can